Cue the drama. $510,000 down at the bottom. That's the minimum that you'll be collecting here. And if you make the top 6, it's a 7-figure score. Welcome back, everyone. Cards in the air, just moments. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu looking to divvy up the chunky part of $20.4 million. As you see, the payouts brought to you by GTO Wizard. Immediate pay jump, $174,000. And you got an even bigger ladder of, let's call it 224 exactly, from 8th to 7th, and it just gets bigger from that point forward. Shortest stack coming in belongs to the 2 Norwegians. Morten Klein, sub 10 big blinds. Espen Jorstad, 17 bigs. Up top, you have the Finn, Patrick Antonius. It's going to be a good one, Randy.
It's going to be a good one, and eventually we're going to have a $1.5 million heads-up match. Can't wait to see which two are going to duke it out.
Yeah, even more than 1.5.
1.6?
Yeah, and change. So at long last, cards in the air as Luca Vivaldi and the team have everything in order. Jack 10 offsuit, takes the pass.
Morton's got to look for an opportunity soon. Of course, Queen 6 suited doesn't seem like it would qualify in +2, but the big blind is coming around shortly.
Queen 6 suited. Morton steps aside, and there's the hero, Vladimir Korzanin, who just lit the chat up yesterday, making fans out of everyone, courtesy of some unorthodox approaches and just a joyous disposition.
5 seconds. Oh.
I know what you feel, guy. I know what you feel. Next time. Next time.
See, Tan Xuan is a guy that can appreciate Vladimir because he too has his own drum beat.
Yeah, they're both willing to get in there about standard ranges.
What is it, 10?
Yeah.
Not willing to get in there is Espen Jorstad as he gives Mikita a walk. In terms of ICM, Jorstad really has his eyes on Morton, even though they're a pairing.
It's like, hey, buddy.
He's like, yeah, thanks for the invite, but I need you to get showered here so I can collect another 180.
I prepared how to play my big blind. And
Roman looking every bit like he's part of Team Ferrari. Of course, here in Formula One's backyard in Monaco, many of the drivers calling the Principality home.
I love how Roman always pays homage to the location we're at. Remember in Vietnam he was wearing that rice hat?
Yeah, he wore that, and then he had the orange hat as well. Bit of a theme, and fortunately for him, seems like he's had many opportunities to show that theme off, given the final tables that he's made.
Nice holding here for Vladimir. Queen 10 suited currently sits in 3rd with above average stack of 51 bigs.
Sabic and Antonius, the only 2 other players above that average of 3.4 million.
Race.
Raise declared. 160.
150,000. Minimum 160.
Same hand, offsuit variety for Tan Xuan.
Well, listen, nobody wants to find the exit before we figure out what's what for Morten Klein. I mean, that is just the immediate ICM respect that most are going to show. Now, Bads with Ace-King, not looking to find the muck, but he's not looking to find one of those altercations, the likes of which burst the bubble when Ponikov's was showered, and then Ike as well.
And that's why he's calling. That's a really good point. You know, this is not a standard flat, but Morton's so short and about to hit the big blind is, let's just call. We're so deep, it'll be disaster to bust here and now.
Queen 5-8 board, top pair for the pre-flop raiser. Best of what's around.
I'm very curious if Makita will be continuing if it gets over to Korzen and he fires a c-bet. Given Makita underplayed his hand, he's got 2 overs to the queen and the backdoor clubs.
5 seconds.
But it looks like he's actually going to lead out.
25,000.
This is a very interesting option, is he kind of gets an opportunity to seek some clarity.
Call.
Vasco Boynicao looking to muddy waters here as he calls. And with bet and call in front of us, Korzen and 2 may not be looking to inflate things.
There's also concerns with his kicker. It's very reasonable for Makita to have small blind flats containing Queen X.
Raised to 400,000.
Unfazed.
I'll tell you what, there haven't been any overnight adjustments as both Makita
Очень аккуратно.
and Nikolai
I know.
fold.
С тобой хотел играть. Good job. Good job. I like it.
Those smiling eyes of Vladimir hauling it in.
Oh, Tan Schwinn and Vladimir, they got something going.
Yeah, they do. Game recognized game. Morton Klein can feel the eyes on him right now. What he can't feel is excited about 10-3 off, which Petrangelo brought up yesterday as we played down as having been sort of an online meme hand of sorts where people would just
10-3 off?
violently like get it in there and they called it the kitchens.
Okay, no, I haven't heard that one, but yeah, so there's a set agreement to blast off with 10-3 offsuit at the final table 200K?
Hey, listen,
Unspoken?
not here, but in the online streets, apparently, Petrangelo brought up some huge, like, you know, $1 million up top kind of spots where people did it and then showered folks and they were just left breathless. As we see Hrabic looking to take someone's breath away with a couple of aces.
Now, this is a little bit interesting. Ace-Jack offsuit is, yeah, I see it getting away. It's mainly because of the ICM pressure. More inclined about to hit the big blind. And it's not even that favorable a spot playing off of 21 bigs in early position open.
Now, we just saw Bads flat ace-king out of the small. These baby-suited aces, especially when we consider that Hrabic is the second biggest stack, might have a wide range. Normal circumstances, often
5
as
seconds.
solver bait, like to be 3-bet, and yet here, Bads bins it.
Yes, this makes a lot of sense. Is sure, maybe at some frequency I'm going to 3-bet, but with how the table's laid out and the stacks, just stay out of the way. You're just printing by folding sometimes. Roman even went to the gift shop and got a little car, race car there.
Yeah. Catching a glimpse of that.
Is it motorized? Battery operated at all?
What would be cooler than if he were to, like, jam and he just put, like, a pile of chips on the car and then RC'd it into the middle?
An ace-8 for Korzen, first up. Been active and working well as of late.
5 seconds.
180.
Raised to 180,000.
This time 180. Not sure whether or not anyone's going to make something of that north of min sizing.
But it's the right adjustment, and because the big blind is Morton Klein, you want to dissuade him from defending the big blind with such a shallow stack as much as you can.
This is demoralizing to look down at the 7-3.
It's just too weak of a hand
5 seconds.
to continue.
Randy, that was your opportunity to bring it up as also being awful in Baccarat.
Suitable.
But it's pretty good in blackjack.
Always seeing the silver lining.
You can hit it and
Nano
make a 20,
Moco.
or you can find an ace to really make 21 and seal the deal.
No. For sure.
Ready for dance.
And the dancing queen. No, not today. Not this hand. No.
I open, of course, not on a book. Not every time. I mean.
Bob.
Yeah, both.
But this time I don't think you have good shot.
Well, we are excited to announce our new title sponsors here at the Triton Poker Series, none other than WPT Global. And to celebrate, they're offering a $5 million invitational through Club WPT Gold. And they're also offering a deposit match up to $1,500. Just download the WPT Global app with code TRITON. Hop into our qualifiers as well, and maybe we'll see you at a future WPT Global Slam right here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. You know, as much joy as Korzinen has brought us in this amazing run in the Invitational, I would liken the first time that we get that Cinderella story. I mean, I touched on Mark Rubberthan, Weasel, out in Vietnam. Did it for us as well, qualifying online and then making the FT. Did he win the title? I can't remember.
He won the
trophy too, yeah.
In a bounty tournament, so he pulled a lot of extra money as well.
I mean, it was just a total fairy tale, but once we get that WPT Global Slam seeded with some online qualifiers, that one's going to be very exciting.
This is an interesting spot because Morton Klein has all eyes on him, and the chip leader is open and button, which I would imagine is a very wide range, which is what you see Jack Deuce suited. He might go with this A6. Because you need to find the best opportunity with the limited amount of hands remaining. You don't want to just fold and have the big blind come around once again. It's so unlikely that someone else would bust, as you can see earlier when Makita just flatted Ace King pre. It seems like you just got to go with this. Hope for the best.
5 seconds.
Come on in.
He agrees, Randy, and in it comes. $575 in total. Chips are precious.
575,000.
Korzinen asking for a count. Just King 5 offsuit.
575,000. 5 seconds.
Oh, this is gnarly if he comes with it. But he doesn't. Just trying to pump a little fear.
Patrick is probably just priced in here of 2 live cards, unless he just wants to leave that short stack around and maybe try to steal blinds and antes from everyone else.
I mean, obviously it's not going to be as short as it was moments ago, unfortunately, but the last thing you want to do is let Morton take a spin, taking the best of it, and then pump himself up off of that sub-10 big blind territory and be playable. Nevertheless, Antonius decides that the extra 415 for a shot at 865 is warranted.
Full pocket over.
60-40.
Oh boy. Patrick finds a pair and a flush draw. Take the ace and 6 of clubs off the board.
Patrick playing bounty tournament.
You overheard someone accusing Patrick of thinking that this was a bounty tournament, just given the nature of his holding. And unfortunately, Morton Klein can't find the 4-outer.
I don't know. I need a calculator.
And perhaps as one might have suspected, just given the chip counts coming into this one, it is one of the 2 Norwegians who were at the bottom of the leaderboard coming in, who find their way
For everyone.
right out early. $510,000 for Klein. Add that to his career Triton earnings, north of $1 million in total.
Yeah, it's always disappointing to bust out so early in this prestigious event, but you know, he's had a pretty good week. Second final table, got third in the 40K and plus 240,000 in bounties over there, another cash in the 100K, so this will be his third cash of the festival.
That it will, and it'll be a handsome one, as he is escorted to the payout desk, and we escort you back to the final table, which does not hesitate to roll forward.
Hey, this hand's supposed to be unlucky in China.
Pocket 4s for Tan. Min raising. Well, if pocket 4s is unlucky, how do you feel about Henry's room number? He's in room 444. Randy, I mean, each day I'm waiting for the memo that, like, Henry's no longer with us.
Thanks for telling everyone where
I didn't say where he's staying.
Okay, the Monte-Carlo Bay.
Wow. Bads, bins,
man.
8s there, by the way. That's a good bit of kit.
Wow.
More ICM respect on display.
Even more reasons to open an early position if players are holding reasonably strong hands.
5 seconds.
Curious to see Roman's appetite to get involved with this big snack, and he comes in. He's got the chips. Can afford to do so.
Queen 6 deuce. Hobbits checks over, having missed the flop.
Thank you.
Service.
Tan might not be so worried about the 6x. Maybe Queen X would be more likely, but I suspect he's not in the mood to be done with it.
It's easier to play this as a bet and just try and take it down.
5 seconds.
Also, it's nice that he's got this kind of image of being splashy and sticky, so players won't check raise bluff him as much.
Always nice when you can see bet and take it in a spot like that, as Tan does perform well with those pocket 4s.
Не заходит. В моей ситуации. А так? Типа, ну, в игре тоже думаю, что не стоило.
Это получается как бы нас это получается, если такой вот даже флоп он ставит, ты должен выкидывать.
Здесь проблема. Флоп был увидеть, когда большие стейки на
Did talk about it earlier, but 684,000 on lockup, 224,000 the gap.
Can I have a double espresso, please?
Oh, looks like Espen's got plans on sticking around here at this FT. He came with the double espresso order.
Because he wants to double. King Jack in +1. Kind of an interesting hand because it's not the greatest in early position, and his stack is in that trouble stack where
5 seconds.
he can't really jam off of his stack, but doesn't really want to min raise and fold, so he just outright let it go.
Deuces now for Patrick.
Deuces normally doesn't want to get involved when you have all of the chips. Why not? Brunson in Vladimir's hands.
5 seconds.
You know, I'm fearful of if Vladimir knew that that's the Brunson, what he would do. Just given his proclivity for mysticism and bringing a little magic. $10-8 in the big for Tan.
And call.
He's going to make the call.
Heads up.
See if he can connect with one of those two over cards. He cannot. Patrick missing as well, but he really has just the stack to be able to c-bet, not unlike Tan before him, and apply pressure, lean, really clear out a lot of riffraff.
You also just get a great price on c-bet bluffs that work so much more often at ICM with ICM final tables. 150 wins it.
I mean, wins it is something Patrick did on just about every occasion. He got it all in when we were down to 2 tables and beyond. With the lone exception of pocket queens running into pocket aces, where that was the one hand that I'm sure he thought, finally, I'm going to have the best of it.
Yeah, that is funny. But he won 3 key all-ins for 30 big blinds plus each time. They were massive.
Mm-hmm.
Bads folding 7-8 suited. Value of the hand goes down at final tables when you're a middling stack.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Vladimir says hello to a couple of aces.
Seconds.
160.
A wave of the wand. And 160,000 appears in front of that 2-seat. King 7 offsuit appears in front of Constantine and appears to be of no interest. So unfortunate is Korsnin not to find action.
Current shortest stack is S-spin off of 17 bigs. 17 bigs has got room to hang around, so we'll see who fights for these pots as they open up or not. Different players will have different appetite, different approaches.
I mean, it's going to be contingent upon where they find themselves in terms of the chip counts too, Randy. Obviously, if you're down there toward the bottom, you could be engaged in a war of attrition with someone else, or you could have all eyes on you and recognize that you're going to have to pick a spot eventually. And the last thing you really want to do is let yourself get bled down to the point where when you do pick that spot and you do find the double, it just changes nothing because you go from 3 bigs to 6 or 2 bigs to 4.
Yeah, and that's why you want to try and maintain your stack before you get to that point where doubling back to just where you were.
Right.
5 seconds.
I do appreciate Corzin in actually taking his time. You know, this is it's a big spot. He's not giving anything away in terms of timing.
Suited connector on the button. Tan Xuan activates. Ace in the big blind for Espen.
You know, it is a hand that does 3-bet jam from time to time. Main question on whether to do so is who's the opener, what stack they're playing, and Tan Xuan qualifies as someone who's going to open wide, and he does outright rip 15 bigs or so.
And that is not what Tan Xuan wanted to see, but always the risk we run when we're opening into the short stack.
He looks annoyed.
Sure. I mean, ICM is annoying for Tan. And yet, even he must respect the fact that folding and staying out of trouble, spots such as that, is a print. Your stat, by the way, not going to go quietly, Randy. We know he has tremendous amounts of fight in him. Former World Series of Poker main event champion who didn't simply hang up his cleats and sail off into the sunset. Decided he wanted to continue to prove to the world that he belongs in the conversation.
You know, and he's proven it. You know, he took down that title back in London in the Mystery Bounty where he was playing Phil Ivey deep in that one. Scored almost $1 million. Queen 3 off for Korzinen. Balancing timing tells, folds it. Antonius, you can see opening up +1, ace-6 offsuit. He's got the gyps. And sometimes you want to test the waters on how out-of-line players are willing to get with you.
Well, all the players know that Patrick rates to be out of line more than anybody else here. Bad's in the big blind. Price is right with the 2 5s.
It's also a pretty easy hand to play post-flop. Price is good. Try to flop a set.
And he does just that. But note that 6 dangler offering a gut shot to Antonius. See if ace high along with it will warrant a c-bet.
It is a type of texture that's supposed to hit the big blind a bit more. Then again, with this huge chip lead.
Yeah, Patrick's range could contain this stuff itself.
True. That's actually a really good point. That he's got hands that normally wouldn't hit from that position.
Right. And Makita hoping that this is one of those occasions on which those abnormal opens have interacted. Given the strength of his holding. But again, Randy, the ICM pressure is oh so high here. You just really want to take lines that don't see you venturing out into strange territory.
Yeah, but he's going to feel very confident about bottom set at this point of the hand.
Not trying to get tricky, though. Not trying to slow play it and then all of a sudden, you know, 2 more diamonds roll off or, you know, the 6 or the 8 roll off and you're left questioning where you're at. Just a straightforward check raise, take it down.
Клуб красивый.
Bads' festival thus far includes just 1 cash in 6 attempts, 27th in that 40K mystery bounty for a modest $15,500 plus 80K in bounties.
Patrick back at it.
Ace-2 suited, a little bit more reasonable offering. Vladimir measured. Finds the muck ultimately, and now Rabec Second biggest stack, Randy. This is the dude you just don't want to play pots against.
Yeah, and I can see him getting away
Yep.
because of just that. It's not that he doesn't think ace-10 is
Yeah.
not good. It's not worth the risk.
Well, Tan Xuan, a different story, of course, with this ace-king and not the second biggest stack at the table. Currently, Xuan sitting in 5th. 3 shorter stacks than his own out there, but they're all in that 20 big blind territory now, courtesy of Jorstad having inched upward. He will 3-bet it to 480. These spots are always interesting for me when it gets back over to Patrick because he knows Tan's range is supposed to be very narrow given the ICM pressure. But he can leverage that pressure right back upon Tan. Hands such as this, perhaps, provide that opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. It's got playability. He's going to actually take it as a flat, even out of position. I believe this is a customer, adjustment.
Идет? Офигеть.
Club in the window. No others behind it as neither party finds a pair. Action checked over the Tan.
What a terrible board for 10. The stuff that calls 3-bets kind of hits this texture. Even like King-Queen would have a gut shot. It wouldn't surprise me if he just slows down. Although, on the other hand, his hand becomes a bit face up, and maybe Patrick would just steal it.
350,000.
There we go.
350 as Tan does not get bashful and rewarded promptly is Xuan. No short deck here at this festival, Randy. That has been replaced by PLO, given we're on the European continent, and there's a little bit more enthusiasm for that particular variant when we head back over to Jeju early next year.
Yeah, and we
Short
also
deck will be
have
back in.
players flying in just to play some PLO.
Yep.
Weissman, who was in the booth the other day, has done just that. So that'll be exciting later this week.
Well,
We'll get that.
Weissman is going to play the 2-card main event, which is the next event after this one. 100K buy-in there. But then we're going to see the Scandies, the snipers. They're going to come down from up north. Elis Parsonen and company.
I always see Elis, don't we?
Yep.
He's like, oh, big game, PLO game, let me in.
Nice 4. No nice 6, no game, no enjoyment. Yeah, nice 4. Yeah.
Habits, gifted kings, announces
Lucky you.
raise, comes with the minimum.
Love you. Yeah, I love you too. Thank you.
Amorous exchange. 5s now for Jorstad. No thanks. Little suited connector as well for Bads. Easily binned.
Defense coming in.
Oh, and everybody at the table loves watching Patrick and Roman play a pot.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect much damage to Roman because Roman should be taking more passive lines in general just because he's got the covered stack.
Conversely, what we do expect is that Patrick will be losing more chips for the time being, having connected with the board here.
So
Made a
range
pair.
advantage, sorry to cut you off, but
No.
range advantage over to Antonius on this texture. Antonius might even just bet out. Yeah, expecting Roman to just check back all of his 2 overs, and you don't want to give that free equity.
Придавленное состояние будет.
Well, the race car is at the ready, but I'm not so sure that Hrabic is looking to launch with these kings.
Oh, if he pushed the race car in, he'd be all, like, turn. Oh no, come back home, back to the pit stop. There's no way he's raising and putting a lot of chips in here, given the layout of the land.
Sure enough, 130K flat. Turn feels clean.
Queen 6 is still feeling all right as played.
I mean, but do you really think Hrabic is going to peel with just two overs?
It would if it was coupled with like a big diamond, say like ace king offsuit, ace queen offsuit.
Okay.
That's why you can see Patrick is still relatively confident about his hand. Roman is handcuffed at the moment, but he should be pretty alright with this smallish sizing from Patrick, where he really just won't be put to the test for all his chips on the river if he just continues to call and contain the pot.
330,000 now. And it's getting uncomfortable for Roman, but obviously kings is still a lot of hand, so he calls. And now the front door flush gets there, but the threes, the running threes, would counterfeit any two-pair combos that Patrick may have flopped. So it's actually not the worst development for Roman, in particular, holding the king of diamonds as well.
Yeah, good point. Blocking that front door flush. For Patrick, though, it feels like a lot of money has already gone in. It's very hard to get called by worse. I'm sure he believes that Roman could have overpairs in this spot that would just play in this manner. It gets a little tricky on whether to bet two kings. It's usually the best hand, but you also open the door to get check raise, which you don't really want to face that. But if he can just value bet against like an 8x, 6x, it's hard for him to represent a bluff though.
Patrick has shut down. Let's get a look at that terrific shot of Hrabic's reflection. You see Tan Xuan in the lenses, along with the entire field. Great work there by the camera crew.
$650.
Half pot territory here.
Yeah, I like that he's undeterred, that he might be able to get check raise in this spot. Doesn't believe Patrick would play a value hand in this manner. Lead small, lead small. Things got there, then check. From a player who's supposed to check back a lot. Pretty nice find from Roman. My first instinct here for Patrick is he's probably going to fold in this spot.
I mean, bottom of range, in my mind, feels like an overpair, Randy, and maybe there are diamonds lurking. You could see a big suited combo having opened from Roman. Patrick unblocking.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be just flushes that would bet in the spot. As you can see, two kings is still going for value. There's boats in Roman's range. He's done.
Well, that is going to narrow the gap between Hrabic and Antonius. Anytime Roman can take chips away from the fin, it'll have a doubling effect in terms of his efforts to claw up into the top slot, which is where he found himself yesterday on a few occasions. And we talked about things unraveling a little bit.
Yeah, it really unraveled when he made that bluff against Maslach with Jack 7. And Maslach snapped him off with Ace-King trips. But he really just hung in there. And fortune found his way when Isaac Haxton made a move against him. And he's in great position. Currently in second, 6 million. Good for 75 bigs.
Pocket sevens now for Konstantin Maslach. Opportunity to open. Middle position. Does just that.
Makita seems interested.
King 9 of diamonds.
If he's going to get involved here, it'll be in the form of a 3-bet, not flat.
Lays it down, however. 7 deuce offsuit. I make no presumptions.
Likewise, sometimes you just want to make a huge play of this hand. Everyone's a little bit, got that 7 deuce blood in them here
For
and
the
there.
glory.
For the glory.
Korsinen does appropriately find the bin. Maslach was a guy that performed very well yesterday as well. Forgive the obvious, just given his presence here at the final table, but really most of the time that we spent watching his procedures, kept it clean, played tidy, and on top of that, seemed to be on the right side.
Yeah, he really just smooth sailed upwards and made one key decision, which was the check with his trip kings against Roman's Jack 7 bluff that I mentioned not too long ago. Because a lot of players would bet and would have missed out on 1 million extra chips, which got him to this spot. Tan Xuan, he's in there, King 9 suited UTG.
This is a little liberal from Tan. This is into Patrick's button. Korsinen small, Roman's big. Not exactly the trio that you're looking to tussle with here.
Feels like some tussling's happening with this Queen Jack suited, likely flatting, although I've seen him play very aggressively in spots pre.
480.
There we go.
3x to 480. Roman bows out easily.
The thing is, what is Tan going to do with King 9 suited? There's not much he can do.
The thing is, you know, Tan has an appreciation for Vladimir. Maybe there's a subplot. Xuan, with heaps more experience, might be thinking click call and play one in position.
Wow.
That's just what he does, Randy.
He's getting into the weeds of King 9 suited. Undergun versus small blind. Perhaps wanting to have a battle with Korsinen. Not sure who's going to come out on top.
Queen 3 deuce, and there's your answer. Vladimir with top pair as he thoughtfully strokes the beard.
All in.
And just rips. Tan with the snap fold. You know, there are other post-flop barrel sizings available to Vladimir, but he has opted for the whole enchilada on more than one occasion. Seems to have an affinity for reduced decision points.
Well, it's balanced because I've seen him make this play as a bluff and for value. So one of the adjustments the other players at the table should do is realize that if Vladimir is 3-betting and just c-bet jamming all in with overbets, you aren't really getting the right price to speculate with hands where you don't make really strong holdings. Like imagine if Tan flops a king in that spot and he sees a jam. Like, is he really feeling good with King 9? I'm not so sure.
Well, while the leaderboard is absent Morton Klein, we've really not seen much movement as Vaska Boinakau and Jorstad level stacks down toward the bottom.
I look at the TV. Always it Jack all in. Đưa tài xuống là xả là thở.
Ace Jack for Espen.
It's full. Oh, all in. And Jack. Oh, all in.
Raised to 160.
7-11. All in.
9-7 all in.
160 the open as Mikolai looks
Did you
down
want
at
to go
2
sleep
jacks.
last night?
Play all in.
It worked very
Just
well.
gonna
to
rip
pressure
it.
everyone, huh?
Any jack?
Yeah. Did you hand or this one?
You like
Ace-6 suited.
5 seconds.
I respect.
And Korzinen does always leave us holding our breath, but
Fold.
leaves
Fold.
that particular holding out of his calling range, and Jorstad too.
You
Must
were
have been it.
generous yesterday for me. This time I am generous.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. But I had very good hand. Maybe not so generous.
But you don't have so good boards which I have.
Huh?
You don't have such a beautiful boards which I have.
Ah, okay.
Blinds up to
How you know
5100.
my board?
50,000.
You don't know my board.
I know my board. I don't need to know your board.
50,000 for the small blind.
669 is your board? Oh, you will see. You will be.
50.
You will see. It's okay.
Maybe coin flip.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm ahead.
Fold.
It's nice. I don't want to.
You'll hear references of Korzinen's favorite hand being 6-9 because he had mentioned on the stream that he had just turned 69 very recently. So if he gets that, he might just get it in there despite any action.
You know, one of the more notable things he was involved in was folding to a Nicky P small blind jam with ace-10. Nicky P had ace-8, and then to atone for it after he revealed that he had folded the ace-10 and the field kind of snickered a little bit, he took like a raggy 10 one or two hands later and just open ripped it.
Redemption.
And then said, this was because I didn't call with ace-10. Just doing his thing, vibing. Antonius opens and takes it here at the new blind level. You may hear announcements from time to time bleeding into our mics, and those are associated with the 100K main event, which gets underway here today.
A correction. $125,000 main event.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Let's make it a little juicier.
Fold.
Why not?
Raise 200,000.
Antonius again opening. King 7 suited responsible on this occasion.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Antonius is just playing how he should be with this stack. Anything reasonably playable.
Fold.
Position doesn't matter so much with this advantage. Now we're a little bit in uncomfortable territory with ace-jack. 23 bigs is... It seems a little excessive to re-raise this one all in. So it comes in with call.
Yeah, a little bit too much hand to bow out, Deems Schwen.
Fold.
I like it.
Now, Espen, with the nicest of prices, given a lone additional big blind, would give him a shot at this 6.5 to 1 lay.
Yeah, but ace-3 is often dominated.
5 seconds.
Especially if Patrick's opening all aces in early position. This makes sense. ICM adjustment, and Tan's playing a 20 big blind stack. It's not unreasonable that he just stacks off and loses out an eighth on this on flops.
Jack 9-8 board. All ton with top pair. Antonius does have a gutter.
Not a great gutter.
Check.
No, it's the bad side.
Also with no backdoor spades. texture favoring the button flat.
Check.
Tom checking back. And there's the gutter.
Ouch.
Right on cue. It is the dusty side, as we touched on, but let's see how things take shape.
Check.
Patrick, happy to check.
Yeah, it's hard for Patrick to get called by worse. It's better for him to induce from bluffs and contain the pot.
Second check back from Schwen. Front door flush arrives.
Now that the turn and flop check through, Patrick should feel decently comfortable. Maybe taking the stab, unless he really thinks 10 is just going to blindly bet.
Check. Go down.
Check through.
Full shutdown post flop. It could have been more expensive for Schwen potentially. Antonius working his way back up to 10 mil.
I feel like that hand demonstrates the luxuries of having such a massive chip lead, as players are giving you free turn cards, whereas if the stacks were flip-flopped, I don't think Patrick ever gets to see that turn.
So that one ends with little to no violence.
Fold. Fold. Five seconds. Fold.
Phew. 6 deuce off into the bin.
You're holding your breath every single time?
I mean, not really, but he touched on the idea of the signals, you know. Never know what kind of reception he's getting.
Well, I've heard you guys mention the signal. I didn't understand the context.
Yeah, it was Korzinen suggesting that decisions at any given time are associated with some sort of cosmic influence. He might be trolling everybody, by the way, but whatever it is, I love it. Gonna be cagey for a little bit here. 15 bigs, short stack, belonging to Maslach. 1.5 million.
Fold.
Just the biggest of ladders. If you can outlast. And we've seen some really epic feats of spectatorship, Randy, through these Triton festivals.
5 seconds.
At times, I think here at this one, Mustafov
Fold.
really sat back and
Raise
earned like 4 or 5 ladders at an FT. No sitting back for the king-queen of Trabets, but
Do you recall that tournament when Patrick was deep in 100K or something and he just folded his way to like second or third? I can't remember, but he had like no blinds, but everyone was just busting left, right, and center. He was just collecting like $1 million or so.
I do remember this one.
5 seconds.
And obviously Patrick doesn't mind getting involved and earning it, so to speak, but he too recognizes and respects ICM. It works in his favor as the chip leader here. Zyorstad considers this ace-9 off.
Your stat is the shortest stack, playing 11 bigs. And if there's someone you want to open against, or I mean reshove,
Fold.
that isn't Patrick, it's Roman. And he's someone who has a lot of familiarity with how he plays.
The thing is,
approaches.
you know, Roman, when Patrick doesn't open a pot, and as we've seen on a few occasions, even when he does, is so incentivized to do the same bidding, to open wide, to try to accumulate chips. So the range doesn't have to be narrow. And a suited king is dominated, unbeknownst to Mikolai, but he's going to make the investment here. Down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Looking for help and finding it.
Check.
Bottom pair on the 9-high board. 2 overs. Backdoor straight and flush prospects for Hrabets. Action checked over.
Also a texture where Mikolai doesn't normally play too many 4 and deuce X's, so Roman might feel that he's got to just sprinkle a little bit to take this one down. Suit blockers to the board, which is nice to interfere with continues.
150,000.
150. The C-bet sizing.
Quick call from Mikolai, bringing the pot up to
Fold.
850,000.
Safe looking turn for Vasco Boynicao. Let's see whether or not Roman wants to lean.
It's very hard to lean with King Queen in this spot. If he does do so, it's more so targeting Ace X that might check call with some kind of gut shot or backdoor diamonds, backdoor heart if it's a single suit.
5 seconds.
9 of course makes 4X and deuce X a bit more comfortable.
Check.
Yeah, Roman. Not a fan of the second barrel here. And an interesting opportunity potentially as an ace of diamonds rolls off. Mikolai just realizing it, as it looks like he was pouring himself a spot of tea.
Yeah, the ace is a pretty good card to bluff at. The thing is, he's also got the nut no pair, which is pretty helpful in this spot where Mikolai might be less inclined to bluff a busted hand just because the ace is very heavy in Roman's range that would never fold.
5 seconds.
I kind of prefer check back in this spot because of that.
Check.
Check. Go down. 2 2.
So does Roman.
2 2. An ace.
Knuckling back and perhaps feeling as though an opportunity was missed.
Vladimir, behind you.
Roman, not painful for you, for me nice. Not painful for you, for me nice.
Vasco Boynicao showing gratitude to Hrabets, perhaps for not having barreled the river. He had himself a terrific Montenegro festival, Randy, which we touched on in the pregame show. This is his first event here in Monte-Carlo, showing up for the big stuff, but just break down what he did over at Maestro earlier this year.
Wow.
5 seconds.
Jesus. Out of 5 events, won the main event for 4.7 million, got a second place, almost won another trophy in the PLO, 25K for 371,000. And to top it off, another final table for 300K. It's a pretty good payday over there in the Maestro in Montenegro.
Oh, yeah.
Fold.
Now, Hrabets. King 9 suited. Min raise open. Maslach wakes up with jacks.
5 seconds. Time.
I mean, seems like a pretty easy reshove off of his stack. 15 bigs. Maybe he's thinking, is there merit to raising smaller to induce or not?
Barrel in. Fold. 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 Fold.
Jam and take it down, sir. Russian Federation has performed well thus far at this festival, with Artur Martirosyan, who was part of that conversation of Triton pros that might be the best to lack a title, finally getting the monkey off his back. That was in the Turbo Bounty Quattro, where he just knifed through the entire final table for 9 bounties, each of which was worth 40K. There was other Russian talent at that particular FT as well.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Was Maslach himself not there?
Nikita Kuznetsov
Yep.
was the other final tableist from the Russian delegation.
Yeah, Maslach did not find the money in that one. Artur had a ton of support, by the way, from Israel.
Hazrat.
As Maslach, supported by King Queen, opens.
Fold.
Ace Queen has medicine in the cutoff. You see Mikita eager to survey, find out how deep exactly Constantine is.
Feels like he's going to bring in a small 3-bet and not play like
450.
cap the range with a flat. I like
That's
this.
exactly what he does.
Fold.
4.5.
Fold.
Intentions here is to 3-bet fold. If you're wondering what he would do against 4-bet rip.
Five seconds.
Korzanin.
Fold.
Eventually lets go of ace-9. And now we're back over to Constantine. Just 250 more. 1.7 back. The prospects of playing out of position against Mikita, who I would imagine he expects to have narrow range, and maybe that range interferes too much with King-Queen off for us to continue.
Yes, a lot of ace-kings, ace-queens.
Хорошо.
He's also offsuit, hard to play it post-flop. And sure, the price was good, but there's a lot of scaling back at final tables with huge ICM implications. And if you can just get away with 3-bets for that size, it's nice because you get a better price on your bluffs and reduce... You know, just don't have to lose as much in case someone behind you wakes up with a hand as well. Obviously, Badzikowski is one of those players who's very well studied, very technical. Gets his bet sizes correct every single time.
Raise 200,000.
Jacks have made multiple cameos.
Fold. Fold, fold.
This one should be interesting, how Patrick approaches. And we've seen him go hard with ace-queen and taking out Brewer's ace-king, remember?
5 seconds.
Not only do I remember, Randy, but
Raise 550.
we can still feel the reverberations in the room from that beat. As Antonius 3-bets to 550,000. I ask you, we know that his range is going to be wide as an open from all positions. But when he's
Wow.
3-betting, can we still give him wide ranges?
Fold.
I was thinking it's on
We'll
me.
give him more 3-bet bluffs than the rest of the table.
Fold.
I think a no questions asked. Realizing that these 20, 25 big blind stacks can't mess around too much. But Ten Twins got the goods. Pocket jacks.
In my mind and
They've also got involved already in the 3-bet pot earlier at this final table. Little history building.
5 seconds.
Seems like nowhere to go but jam, and expect to take it down pre at a decent frequency, I would think. Like if I'm in the spot with jacks, I'm happier 4-bet ripping into Patrick than everyone
Player
else.
all in.
Yeah, sure. You may not be so happy when you get Patrick asking you for a count because you know that the 3-bet is attached to a real hand. How real? TBD.
Check, you just want.
2-1.
Can I just check it? I just want it.
Okay, okay.
Let's check that count. 2.1 million. Patrick doesn't love this. An undergun open that's still willing to 4-bet jam off of 21 big blinds isn't just messing around. Problem is he's already put in 550K. How many pairs lower than ace queen is jamming where he's coin flipping? It's enough, so he's going to call.
This is far and away the biggest pot of the final table so far as Patrick
Inzu.
plays versus Tan. 2 overs
Fountain go.
versus the pocket pair. 4.5 million
I'll go.
in the middle.
Tan Xuan rooting for a jack.
I'll go. I'll go.
Everybody else rooting for quite the opposite, though, as they're trying to secure a ladder of 224,000 with a Tan exit, but that's not the flop that's going to help them realize that.
Will. Oh, will.
Uh-oh.
Spice.
Antonius has spade coverage.
What is
The
it?
better of the 2 flush draws. He could chop it with a 4. Clean winners are the ace and the queen.
Oh.
And the queen rolls off.
GG, Tom.
Yeah. Huh?
The deck
Yeah, very good.
Love you.
shows Xuan no mercy.
No origin.
I'm just practicing for the bounties. Never success on those.
Vladimir promptly on his feet just to show some empathy to Tan
very
Xuan there.
You're
Brutal,
very strong
Randy.
with ace queen.
Ace queen is
It's your favorite hand?
there.
Patrick,
Especially
so
off you.
fortunate with ace queen in this tournament. Tan Xuan out in 8th for 684,000. As you can see him thinking about, what if I just held one more card? I would have such a healthy stack and be such a danger to this final table.
Well, the man whose Triton titles have come in short deck proved to be quite impressive here in the 2-card streets. No 3rd title, though, for Tan Xuan. And he works his way into the 8-figure earnings club, north of 10 million now. Across 19 cashes is Xuan, leaving behind 7 players. 908,000. This is the only other 6-figure payout. After this, it's 7 figures plus the rest of the way.
So close to a 7-figure payout. 908,000.
Not to be overlooked, by the way, the fact that Patrick hauling in Tan stack now sits almost 12 million. And just look at the gap.
Look at this hand.
Jacks. Again, this time in his hands. And perhaps Maslach will seek to take matters into his hands. Ace, King. That which is lured forward, 1.6 million. Antonius snaps. And it is Constantine's turn to sweat it out against the Finn. Does not have the best of things. Shy of a 3-2 dog, but a dog nonetheless. It's looking for a bone. 3.4 million bones to be exact. And that ain't the flop. Six outs twice for the Russian.
One more chance.
Turn renders no assistance, and might he be joining Tan Xuan on the rail in short order? Only the river has our answer, and it's yes. So a wrap of the rail, and
Yeah, you're a beautiful player. Once we got to two tables, nobody busted any player at your table except you.
Good luck.
So when there was 16 players left, I mean there was people busting at the other table, but at your table you were the only one who were busting players. So you busted Chris, you busted Brian, yeah, flip. You busted Sinan, right? Did you bust Sinan yesterday? He was sitting here with 10 big blinds.
Yeah, king
Yes.
with me.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes. Yes.
Ace
yeah.
queen as well.
Mikita, it doesn't really sound too crazy for him as it sounds to you, you know?
always nice to get a little
Friends
love
like, yeah, of course.
from one's partner in moments such as this, which can
So,
be
like, you
disappointing, but
busted
to hedge
3%
that
here
disappointment,
and 3%
Maslak
back there.
What a life you
rewarded
have.
with
Take a break and I
$908,000.
work for you.
No smoking break?
Did he just cut Tan in the race to the pay desk there? A little bit steamy, maybe. One
Yeah,
couldn't blame him.
Maslak, he played very well throughout this invitational, made no mistakes. Went in with ace king against two jacks, nothing to cry home about. Third cash of the festival.
Yeah. No shame in being busted with ace-king in a spot such as that, as Xuan and Maslak fall 1-2 in that order, $908,000, as we touched on, going Konstantin's way. And now the short stack coming into this one, Espen Jorstad, one of the two rather with Morten Klein, has secured the
I'm
seven
ready.
figures.
Just like to play.
Just sitting back.
1.188 million. Next pay jump, 320, let's call it.
Yeah, that just demonstrates why ICM is so important is you can just sit around and get a $1 million payday and still have a chance to fight for all the chips. For now, though, we got raise from Patrick, flat from Roman.
Ace-8 suited, a legitimate holding for Patrick to be opening. Roberts goes set mining.
This seems like a tricky one for Espen. He's got a hand that has great odds and a really shallow stack. But then again, how good is he going to flop to be able to sail in the last 790 if he calls this 100 more? Days away.
Yep. Heads up to the A7-5 board, and Antonius is really heating up now. Forgive the obvious, but the 12 million chip man is about to take down yet another pot.
He slips it over to Roman with the best of it.
Yep.
It makes sense because he does want to proceed cautiously with his kicker. It's not a hand that can go for 3 streets and maybe he can just pot control and induce a little action from the 2 fours, which he does.
Yeah, in turn, Hrabic not exercising caution.
Roman hoping to just take it down against Broadway's that whiffed.
Patrick, of course, not going anywhere as he makes top 2, a card that gives Hrabic the bad end of a gutter.
It's actually a decent card for Roman, just given that he's picked up more equity besides the 2 outs. Patrick, of course, loving this turn card in case he was up against a bigger ace, which is very reasonable in Roman's range to flat off of 55 big blinds or so. If he bets again here, he's targeting all of the pocket pairs lower than the ace and higher than the 8.
Checks back. Dry deuce.
Since there was a check back on the turn from Roman, Patrick's got to think if Roman's got a payoff hand with an ace, it's probably not that strong. And also, he probably shouldn't expect Roman to bet for him.
So size accordingly?
Still target the ace. They probably won't fold, but I wouldn't check to hope to get a check raise in. I still think he would go big.
Oh, wow. He's coming with the overbet, trying to make his hand look weak. Unfortunately for him, really no decision whatsoever from Roman, who promptly mucks it. And there is a sight that's growing more familiar by the minute. Antonius hauling in tokens. And you heard Badzikowski kind of breaking down his resume. I believe Nikita mentioned that since we were 16 players left, Patrick has been the only player to bust people at any table that he was featured at.
Did they not call Patrick the Terminator at one point in his career?
No, I believe they did, and maybe here we are being reminded why it was.
You even hear Patrick joking every time he busts someone's like, I'm practicing bounty tournaments.
Yeah.
Like Jack Deuce suited, taking
Right.
down Klein.
Right.
So Korsinen is in second place now with Roman losing that last hand. Only Korsinen and Patrick are above average of 51 bigs. But Roman's right around there with 49 bigs. Espen's been waiting for a spot to chip up. He's got some pay jumps. Finally, King 6 suited off of 8.4 is enough.
Balling. How much is this?
Count is asked and it's ace deuce.
No way. 8-9? Oh, it's actually less than I thought. That's good.
All
There we
right,
go.
Nikita, after the count is official, saying that's less than I thought.
I feel strong about my hand here.
Your stand.
Still pick mine.
The two middling suited ones? I don't know. I
Would
think
you-
the math
would
is
you
wrong on
switch
this.
if you have
I think
chance?
the math is wrong on this.
He's going to spin the wheel.
So you wouldn't switch?
No, I keep my hand. I keep my hand.
That was a great little litmus test there from Bads, who is taking the best of it by 11% in a 1.9 million chip pot. And
I would keep to.
Yeah, I keep it.
yeah, I think Espen had a good deck read here, as Sean Winter likes to
Hard to
refer
win
to
this
it.
one. 7-7? Something to hope for?
Yeah.
Lock it up, sir.
Yeah.
6 is full of kings on the turn. Bads did
Well, at least it's not too expensive. 890?
find an ineffective ace, but
5.
a little bit of sarcasm maybe in terms of it not being too expensive. It's a decent chunk of Nikita's chips that are going to be lost.
So Espen's still our short stack, but he's got a reasonably healthy 19 bigs. Nikita right behind him with 22 big blinds now after that pot.
Наверное, мог бы открыть, спастить, но не открыл. Дамы валет разные были.
How impactful is Espen doubling off of that 10 big blind territory now as you look at
Чуть-чуть масть не
stack
попал.
depths
Как бы
that
тебе
surround the Patrick Antonius show?
It's very impactful. You know, when Espen was down to sub 10 big blinds, Patrick can be very relentless, knowing that everyone else has to freeze up. But now there's a little bit less ICM pressure in a sense that you kind of still need to get involved and not just bleed out You can see Patrick folding queen 8 off, and you know, maybe if Espen was still on 7 big blinds or so, he gets involved.
Korzinen has been largely uninvolved. Hrabic has gotten his hands dirty a few times, but queen 3 not the one. And pocket kings for Bads. This should help cauterize the wound. Left by Jorstad.
It's a hand that you could consider trapping, but it kind of depends on your opponent and what stack they're playing. Mikolai's playing a similar stack, so he probably wouldn't be attacking a small blind limp.
Хорошо,
mean, like-
вторую семерку не дала.
Oh, is there
He
like
X
a
open?
big stack sitting?
Could you have this hand before?
No
Not
action.
now.
Who are you most disappointed in? Roman or?
Yeah.
Open, I didn't open. I had
I don't know.
Open.
Unbelievable, you
I
are.
had a. I don't want to play versus Vashka. You just cannot pretend me everything. So.
Ay, ay, ay,
Giving
ay,
him
ay.
respect, you know?
Well, in terms of delegations, there were 2 Norwegians at this FT before Morten Klein bowed out, and there continue to be 2 Belarusians. Not exactly the most robust attendance at any given Triton from that corner of the world, but obviously Bads picks up a lot of slack. Do want to point out that a recent feature, which was quietly updated in the Triton Poker Plus app for those who have done the right thing and downloaded it free of charge as they stream these final tables and festivals, is the ability to search not simply by first or last name of a player, but also by country. So if you're thinking to yourself, oh, who was that Estonian guy, you know, that was at that FT? I don't remember his name. Well, you just type in Estonia, and everybody who's ever played under that banner will show up in our search results. Check that out.
King 5 of clubs. Ripping into the Mikolai limp.
Pressure, pressure. Not big.
I have to.
Not big.
Ace queen.
By the way, I bring that up because I was in the process of searching for Belarus, Randy, and if I asked you how many players in the history of Triton have played under the Belarus flag, what would be your guess?
4.
10.
Oh.
Believe it or not.
Name some names for me.
Shame on us for overlooking Yenya Gavrilovic.
Oh, I remember him.
I
yeah.
remember him as well. Alex Boyka.
Oh, of course.
I mean, oversight on our part there. Dmitry Yurosov, Vasily Firsau, Vadzim Godsdanker, Artyom Lasowski.
Remember
He
him?
also made some impact. Maxim Shornikow, Natan Chauskin, and then somebody who just went by MS. You know,
I like the
privacy-
mystery player. No,
privacy is key. There's not even a photo. So, you know, shout out MS. Of course, not referring to multiple sclerosis, which no one wants to shout that out. We'd like to stamp it out, Randy, but...
I would like you to also stop talking.
Wow, careful what you wish for, Randy. You might be alone up here. As Ace-Queen suited is going to start talking in the face of a Hrabic Ace-3 offsuit under the gun open. Do you get behind it?
Well, he hasn't been played back by Patrick in terms of pre-flop.
But
So if
he is
can
being
get away
played
with
back
it, sure.
here. Yeah, sorry. But Jorstad making it 470.
I think it's kind of an interesting decision on whether to 3-bet small like he did or reshoving. But went with 4.7 X. Korzinen turned over. It seems like he's looking at Roman.
This is 7-4 offsuit in the big.
I think he might be bleeding into time bank here.
There's a small chance that he's unaware that the action's on him, Randy, maybe?
No, he's looked over at the players who acted.
No,
Oh,
it's on you.
Oh!
There's the
I
answer.
a long time ago, guys. Sorry. I was thinking, why are you slowing down the game?
I had my read on my
Sorry,
man.
guys, I am idiot.
No worry.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
wouldn't
know,
say
guys,
that.
so you can accept.
I was also wondering if you know if it is on you or not. I wasn't
Espen
sure.
already lost his patience, you know.
What that?
Two?
Wow, I fucked up.
Give him discount. Take just one.
Yeah, you guys, you can sometimes make a sign for me.
Well, a couple of time banks inadvertently torched there by Vladimir. You hear the player saying, give him a discount, give him one back. Obviously, that would be a little bit out of bounds, but certainly in the spirit
Professional player like Santa Claus.
of this Super High Roller Series.
Roman saved you though. Saved your time banks.
You could have been at least a few more.
I think it would be
I
nice
see.
if,
Why are you looking at me? What?
you know,
Looking for advice to call for 75 or what?
I was going to say, some players don't really like it because it disrupts their thinking and thought process, most of them knowing that the action is on them. But if the dealer were always to just kind of give you that 5-second count while they're looking at you, it would immediately snap you out of not realizing that the action is on you and prevent multiple time banks from being
225.
I hear
spent.
you. Yeah. Yeah, I actually thought he was thinking, but
You
had
just
it known.
never
I
know.
thought he was in the mood to give some time banks to the dealer. Was a very good boy, I guess, at Christmas.
Let's see what kind of mood Bads is in here. Ace-10 suited open from up front out of your stad. Direct left. Makita announces a 3-bet. 500,000, trying to claw back some of what he lost to that King-6 of clubs.
Dealer, if you see I'm spacing out, just make some sign to me. But you see when I'm spacing out over there. Sorry guys, I just...
5 seconds.
Oh, it's again on me, sorry.
You see Vladimir asking the dealer for a little assist. And let's see how Espen
Try to
is feeling.
produce some time.
Yeah, thank you, you saved me. I'm looking at you and wondering what's going on, how are we going to call for 75 or not? Yeah.
Mullen.
Nice.
Oh,
play
boy.
from Espen. I don't think this ace queen is calling.
Another 1.4. Is it 100% fold in this spot, Randy?
Not 100%, but it's 23 big blinds.
I mean, Vasco Boynikau has 20 bigs. Bads has 24 coming into this one. So he covers 2 stacks, including Espen's.
It just feels like Espen isn't supposed to mess around too much in this spot, and what a play from Espen getting the better hand to fold.
Properly identifying that there would be a reasonable part of Makita's 3-betting range that would be forced to bin.
Hope it's not ace-5.
Oh, and you immediately hear Bads.
Hope it's not jacks as well. It would be annoying to see jacks.
Eight coins.
Ace queen off.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe.
Espen nailed it.
Mikita says, maybe.
Boy, you always feel a little bit undressed when the cards lose their backs.
And I think it's actually nice to note that Espen called out ace queen off because he knows how ace queen and ace jack, the better hands, will react to his jam.
Yeah.
If those hands are calling, he might not be jamming ace 10 suited.
And by the way, he's blocking ace queen, and yet he still calls it out with that ace 10 suited.
There we go.
And it's so much better To jam and utilize fold equity with your stack there as opposed to just flat and be dominated out
Also,
of position.
Look at
Now
the
I
chip
will be
counts.
faster since I
Espen moves
slowed
up to
down the
fourth.
game for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's definitely been chipping up. 3.1 in front of him now.
Yeah, 10 big blind advantage on the Belarusians at the bottom with 20 big blinds apiece. Espen now King Jack against the Patrick chip leader open. 10-7 offsuit from the cutoff. He's looking to get involved.
Let's see 3. As Jorstad has the chips with which
Dama notable.
to defend much more comfortably. And on the topic of comfort, Antonius feeling real nice about top 2 on this rainbow texture.
Could Patrick have hit it any harder? There's some straight draws to charge. Less likely his opponent's got a pair of 10s or 7s, but still possible. Quarter mil or a C-bet.
Just 2 overs. Straight prospects. No thanks. Well, Patrick has really just got a super clean sheet on the day. And no company at 15 million now.
I can't even recall him losing a pot at this final table.
Korzen in second in chips, pictured here. Patrick's got a 3-1 lead on him.
He also is the only one above average stack.
Boy, that really helps to illustrate just how dominant the performance has been for Patrick. Pocket kings now for Vaska Boynikau. Activates.
Not much of a hand here. Nine to 5 into the muck.
Yep. Free peek at the Cowboys there from his countrymen.
Ja, vad visst. Det kan vara visst.
King Jack. Now in the hands of Patrick. In raise.
The diaper in the bin. 7s now for Roman. Once again, the prospect of having a tussle with the boss stack.
We've seen him flat here earlier with pocket 4s in position, so no reason not to do so with 7s with a similar stack that he did before. Ace Queen. This looks like jam time. Chip leader opening. A flat from Roman, which doesn't necessarily need to be the strongest of hands. Ace Queen is just a powerhouse.
Different situation than the one that Mikita found himself in after 3-betting Espen's ace-10 suited moments ago and passing $500,000 over as he takes it to $1 million, over half of his stack. Committed. King Jack can't take that heat, nor can the 2 7s. Nice.
Great takedown for him. Whenever you can get that target off your back as the shortest stack, you welcome it.
По машине, скорее, да.
Short stack duties now bestowed upon his compatriot Vasca Boinacau, who's got 20 bigs. And so when we say short, technically yes, but 20 bigs at a final table, Randy, that's really the sweet spot in terms of players putting in the work, knowing exactly how to navigate.
Yeah, there's definitely room for play. Mainly, the thing is you don't have to expect to get it all in shortly.
Ace king now for Espen.
It's going to be opening into Patrick's big blind. Perhaps why he's opting to size up slightly. This could be trouble for Makita. Ace 10 suited. Reasonable hand position. Seen him 3-bet ace queen earlier. Could see him do so with this hand as well.
550.
Well, he's trying to return the favor of aggression courtesy of an ace 10 suited. Unfortunately, the occasion that he's chosen is not a good one. Jorstad dominating.
He just must be thinking, hey, Jorstad, surely I wouldn't 3-bet fold twice against you. Please just fold.
I don't think compliance is on Espen's mind. And he does jam. You see the frustration instantly.
Keep getting this stupid 3-bet fold hand.
Oh, he saved me a second time. Jack queen suited, you know.
Well, Makita understandably displeased with the misfortune in terms of timing.
Ooh, yeah.
As his chip graph turns into a little bit of a yo-yo. And 9 players turn into 6, all of whom are guaranteed 7-figure payouts. Bads and the other Belarusian, Vasca Boinacau. Sub 20 big blind stacks. Those blinds going to 50 and 125,000 with 125K big blind ante as Patrick Antoni is right where he was to start this thing in terms of the chip lead, Randy, but with considerably more in front of him than he had earlier.
I mean, he's been continuing to surge. Multiple eliminations he's dealt at this final table thus far. This could be quick, and even though things are slow, he just has so many chips that he can just steamroll this one to a champion.
Randy, will you do me a favor and adjust your headset?
Gosh, I'm like, why aren't you responding?
I was just too entertained by the fact that you brought this nouveau style to the headsets, and I was thinking, am I a fossil now? I'm not doing it right? Anyway, Patrick very much doing it right. 6 players remaining here in the Invitational. I'm going to cede the desk to Henry Kilbane. Randy's going to stick around, and we're going to get you down to a $5.1 million winner here in Monte-Carlo before it's all over. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
I mean, I touched on Mark Rubberthan, Weasel, out in Vietnam, did it for us as well, qualifying online, and then making the FT. Did he win the title? I can't remember.
He won
the trophy too, yeah.
In a bounty tournament, so he pulled a lot of extra money as well.
I mean, it was just a total fairy tale, but once we get that WPT Global Slam seeded with some online qualifiers, that one's going to be very exciting.
This is an interesting spot because Morton Klein has all eyes on him, and the chip leader is open and button, which I would imagine is a very wide range, which is what you see Jack Deuce suited. He might go with this A6. Because you need to find the best opportunity with the limited amount of hands remaining. You don't want to just fold and have the big blind come around once again. It's so unlikely that someone else would bust, as you can see earlier when Makita just flatted Ace King pre. It seems like you just got to go with this. Hope for the best.
He agrees, Randy. And in it comes. $575 in total. Chips are precious.
Korsinen asking for a count. Just King 5 offsuit.
Oh, this is gnarly. If he comes with it. But he doesn't. Just trying to pump a little fear.
Patrick is probably just priced in here of 2 live cards, unless he just wants to leave that short stack around and maybe try to steal blinds and antes from everyone else.
I mean, obviously it's not going to be as short as it was moments ago, unfortunately, but the last thing you want to do is let Morton take a spin, taking the best of it, and then pump himself up off of that sub-10 big blind territory and be playable. Nevertheless, Antonius decides that the extra 415 for a shot at 865 is warranted.
60-40.
Oh boy. Patrick finds a pair and a flush draw. Take the ace and 6 of clubs off the board.
Patrick playing bounty tournament.
You overheard someone accusing Patrick of thinking that this was a bounty tournament, just given the nature of his holding. And unfortunately, Morton Klein can't find the 4-outer.
I don't know. I need a calculator.
And perhaps as one might have suspected, just given the chip counts coming into this one, it is one of the 2 Norwegians who were at the bottom of the leaderboard coming in, who find their way right out early. $510,000 for Klein. Add that to his career Triton earnings, north of $1 million in total.
Nicole gets his bet sizes correct every single time.
Raise 200,000.
Jacks have made multiple cameos.
Fold. Fold, fold.
This one should be interesting, how Patrick approaches. And we've seen him go hard with ace-queen and taking out Brewer's ace-king, remember?
5 seconds.
Not only do I remember, Randy, but
Raise 550.
we can still feel the reverberations in the room from that beat. As Antonius 3-bets to 550,000. I ask you, we know that his range is going to be wide as an open from all positions. But when he's 3-betting, can we still give him wide ranges?
I wasn't thinking it's on me.
We'll give him more 3-bet bluffs than the rest of the table. I think a no questions asked. Realizing that these 20, 25 big blind stacks can't mess around too much. But Tan Xuan's got the goods. Pocket jacks. They've also got involved already in the 3-bet pot earlier at this final table. Little history building.
5 seconds.
Seems like nowhere to go but jam, and expect to take it down pre at a decent frequency, I would think. Like if I'm in the spot with jacks, I'm happier 4-bet ripping into Patrick than everyone else.
Yeah, sure. You may not be so happy when you get Patrick asking you for a count because you know that the 3-bet is attached to a real hand. How real? TBD.
2-1, 2-1.
Can I just check it?
Okay, okay.
Let's check that count. 2.1 million. Patrick doesn't love this. An undergun open that's still willing to 4-bet jam off of 21 big blinds isn't just messing around. Problem is he's already put in 550K. How many pairs lower than ace-queen is jamming where he's coin flipping? It's enough, so he's going to call.
This is far and away the biggest pot of the final table so far, as Patrick plays versus Tan, 2 overs, versus the pocket pair, 4.5 million in the middle.
Tan Xuan rooting for a jack.
Everybody else rooting for quite the opposite, though, as they're trying to secure a ladder of 224,000 with a Tan exit, but that's not the flop that's going to help them realize that. Uh-oh.
Spice.
Antonius has spade coverage. The better of the 2 flush draws. He could chop it with a 4. Clean winners are the ace and the queen.
Oh.
And the queen rolls off.
GG, Tom.
GG.
Yeah.
The deck
Yeah, very good.
Love you.
shows Xuan no mercy.
No origi.
I'm just practicing for the bounties. Never succeed on those.
Vladimir promptly on his feet just to show some empathy to Tan Xuan there. Brutal, Randy.
Queen.
Ace-queen is
It's your favorite hand?
is there.
Patrick, so fortunate with ace-queen in this tournament. Tan Xuan out in 8.
Welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the $200,000 Triton Invitational. And Randy, so far it has not disappointed, my man.
I mean, yeah, it's been Patrick just doing his thing, putting in eliminations as expected, and he's got a massive chip lead.
He does. I was just familiarizing myself with the Triton Poker Plus app because I'm looking at the average stack of 41 bigs. 6 players left, and only our chip leader, Patrick Antonius, with more. Second in chips from the invitee side, Vladimir Korzanin, who's been having the time of his life at this series. Roman Hrabets looking for his second title of the series. He's on 34, Espen on 28. Then a bit of a drop-off to the Belarusians, Mikolai Vaskaboynikau, with 16 bigs, and Mikita Badziakowski with 14. What can we expect there looking at the app? I mean, with those stacks?
Patrick going to continue to steamroll this final table. I think that's my expectation, just given how big of a gap it is between him and the rest of the competitors.
I think the great thing that the people can do at home with the app is, if you have only just joined us, you can go back through all of the hands from this final table whilst continuing to watch the stream. So you can see below you on your screens QR code, simple as that. Get the phone out, scan it, download the Triton Poker Plus app. You can follow along all of the hands, not only in this tournament. There's 2 other tournaments running behind us as well, so if you do want to sweat along with some of your favorite players that aren't left in this 200K Invitational, just download the damned app already.
Just download it?
Just download it. It's so simple. You can watch, you can follow hands, you can see who's won what, you can watch cash games, you know.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, of course, and you can view every single hand they play, not just at this final table, but their way to this spot.
Now, payouts, Randy. Everyone guaranteed a 7-figure payday, 1,188,000 locked up. But I mean, look at this. This is the stage of the tournament where it really starts to matter. I mean, $318,000 difference between 6th and 5th, and then it just gets bigger and bigger from there on out, all the way up to the top prize of 5.1 million. Do you see a world in which perhaps a deal could be struck, similar to the 100K and the 50K?
It depends on which combatants are at the end on whether a deal will be made. As of right now, I don't really see it happening, just because Patrick is so far ahead and he just wants the full enchilada.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's really going to depend on how Mikita and Mikolai do in the next, level or so. And if they double up, then perhaps numbers are looked at. If they bust out, then perhaps Patrick's like, you know what? Let's play for it all as we throw it down to the main stage once more. $200,000 Triton Invitational live from Monaco. Epic stuff here. I mean, Patrick looking for title number 2, 9.2 million in Triton earnings. Came 5th in the 30K for 298,000. Had a close score in Montenegro earlier this year, 3rd place in the 50K PLA for 390K. But would love to just prove that first title was not a fluke. That one, of course, came in Cyprus 2022. He knows a thing or two about these invitationals, Randy. I mean, Cyprus 2023 in the 200K Luxon Invitational came 3rd for 2.1 million. So this is a man that is no stranger to playing big buy-in tournaments, but on top of that, the experience of navigating ladders of this size, which to perhaps some of the newcomers could be a bit, I don't want to say intimidating, but when you do have that experience under your belt, it becomes a little bit easier.
Patrick's been around for such a long time. He's played longer than everyone remaining in this tournament. He's been there, done that. He knows how to play the big stack and the short stack. I think he's ready to just make a big statement in this invitational.
Well, let's see if the chip leader continues to do chip leader things. 6 left. This does feel like the level where he can really get after it. Big blind 125K. Especially against people like Espen, like Roman, who are comfortably 3rd and 4th in chips. The presence of the Belarusian sub 20 I think Patrick's
Seems like
really
same
going to
hand
start to
twice would
open up.
tilt him as well.
He's got 10-8 offsuit. However, the big blind is coursing in, playing
I
off
had-
of 40 bigs.
I had it in the last hand. I had heart in the last hand.
Ah,
Very
limping.
Finally, we're playing a hand.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I
You're
don't
winning
have
king
9-6.
But
my range.
you should not fold.
You can also check.
Because,
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Okay.
next time.
It doesn't matter. That's a present from Santa Claus. When it comes naturally, that's how it's supposed to be.
The present from Santa Claus. The self-proclaimed.
Maybe that
Santa
way life
Claus.
protected this idiot from a crash. You never know.
I love field players, Randy. They just, you know, there are times where you cannot
That was a real power
assume
limp.
what they're going to do. You can't
Really?
make assumptions.
I don't know.
But it worked.
Something inside me was.
But that was a
Try the
gift.
best hand.
That was a gift. But he was dominated. What if it came 10-10-8? And then
Jack
6 on the
four.
turn, and then he's out in 6th.
Second
He was
best.
feeling it.
He got second best hand.
275.
I think I still take a look at the flop, but I hear what you're saying. Ace-8 suited. Let's open it up for Mikita Batsikowski. But kudos to Patrick kind of just pointing out you could have took a free flop in that spot. Action on Mikolai. Sip in on an espresso.
I don't think he realised it was on him, Randy. I
Are you
think he was
copycatting me with you?
too engrossed in the taste of the coffee beans.
Also earlier, Korzinin was looking, didn't
Oh, it's
realize
again
it
on
was
me.
on him, and he
Ah.
burned 2 time banks with napkins when 2 players had already had a raise and a re-raise in
I'm
front.
copycatting him now.
That's interesting.
Hence the copycat comment.
Very difficult for me to concentrate on poker on this one. Very difficult.
So for those of you just joining us,
It's so hard to turn from enjoyment
Played
of
one
yourself
frame.
to this beautiful
gone
bullshit.
from 9 to 6. Morton Klein was first out. He did come in the shortest stack, picking up $510,000 for his efforts. Then it was Tan Chuan's turn to exit the arena. His jacks not holding against Patrick Antonius' ace-queen. And then just a few moments later, Konstantin Maslak with the ace-queen, unable to get there against Patrick's pocket jacks. He went home for $908,000, last of the 6-figure payouts. Everyone now guaranteed $1,188,000.
Yeah,
for their
Patrick's
efforts.
eliminated every single player at this final table already, and also Batsikowski went out of his way to tell Patrick that I only saw you eliminate everyone at your table leading up to this final table.
That was the case last night, yeah.
You mentioned he's going to open up 7-6 offsuit in the cutoff. By no means standard, but he knows his position.
Patrick has 3 times, almost 3 times tournament average. Has 3 times more than what second in chips has. I mean, Randy, there's only 30 million chips in play. He has almost 15 million of them. 50% of the chips with 6 left.
He's feeling good.
Dreamy spot. Vlad wants to get involved. Makes sense given that Patrick's out of the way. He's second in chips. Yeah, here we go. The King 9-0. Up it to 250,000.
Like seeing him opening it up now that he's overtaken Roman in the chip counts. Players can't really play back at him too much. Some thought given to his King 7 suited.
It's me.
Ah,
Oh, Vlad went to muck his hand. Bad's just reminding them, hey,
yeah. I can put more if you want.
Bad's is second shortest. Comes with defend. Let's see, 3 dealer. 6, 7, 5 out there. Vlad asking him to dance. Queen Jack deuce, bottom 2 for Mikita. Gut shot and King of Spades for Korzinin.
We can definitely dance on this board. King of Spades. Gut shot 1 over to the board.
Bads is just praying that Korzinin bets out at this.
250.
There it is. 250 into 675. Is this a fast play kind of spot here for Mikita?
You have more reasons to fast play with bottom 2 because you're unblocking top pair, which can get it in with you. Now he is very shallow in the sense that maybe chips can still fly in on turns and rivers.
So much value to be had by just picking up the money that's already out there. Here goes to 600, committing a third of his stack.
All in.
Oh my word!
Snap jam. Here we go. 4 million chip pot. Misstep from Korzinin.
Beating him to the pot. I mean, we didn't even have the chance to announce Mikita's jam. Sorry, raise rather. Before Korzinin had set all in.
No, you have less.
Less?
Yes.
No,
20 something.
I don't have. I only have 100%. I don't have less.
Maybe a little more.
Less, I don't understand.
Vlad says he has 100%.
Oh my gosh. Sick.
Which he's now 1 card away from.
No, 30, no, 40.
What a disgusting beat.
How do you know?
No. When you know, you know.
It's Mikita Kurski, the 5-time champion. Fireworks as we return from the first break. Vladimir Korzinin kind of, you know, asking Mikita, how much do I have? 70-80%. Mikita was like, no, it's close to 20. And then Vlad was like, hey, listen, pal.
It's 100%.
The only amount that I'm familiar with is 100%. And then boom, like magic, 10 of diamonds on the turn.
I mean,
Mikita's just out.
Look at him. That's so disappointing. 4 million chip pot. Mikita had a stranglehold. Got the action he wanted against King 9, but just couldn't get there. Or couldn't hold.
Well, he is going to add to his 32 cashes, but his 6th title will have to wait as he heads to collect another 7-figure payout, bringing his Triton earnings to almost $23 million. But that one's going to sting for a while. But with that 10 on the turn, Vladimir scoring a KO, vaulting up the leaderboard to 54 bigs. And now everyone guaranteed an additional $318,000 for their efforts, courtesy of that 4-outer.
Espen opening up with the elimination of Mikita. There's a dead small blind. But Mikolai's got a hand he can tangle with. King 4 suited against the min raise.
Owen?
And look, not just tangle in terms of a call. He's actually reshoved. Nicely done, Mikolai Vascabonikau.
Yeah, that's a crucial one for Mikolai.
Yeah, I
He showed a
still don't know
4.
how to fold. I'm learning this how to fold.
You get it all in though.
Yeah, because folding is I don't have habits to fold.
Can it be anything else than 2 different hands?
That one is crucial.
Yes.
Because he takes away from 4th in chips, closes the gap down there at the bottom.
How's he started? Let's see. Did you show Mikolai?
Yes.
You did show me.
Was it
Power 4.
Jack 4 suited?
Just 4 I showed.
4 hearts.
I had 2 hearts.
Yeah?
How dare you?
I was ahead, yeah?
I mean, if you... Yeah. Unless you had 4 or 5 of hearts, then.
Roman with an ace. Does have to be mindful that he's opening into the button. Oh, sorry, big blind rather, of Patrick, given that Makita departed.
Doesn't seem dissuaded as he opens. Espen's got King Jack in the position. Seems like a hand you could even 3-bet fold. Or he has a covered stack, so maybe he stays out of the way as well.
6, 7, 5.
Thereabouts, if he does 3-bet.
The longer he tanks, the more I feel like it's coming.
Fine-tuning the bet size, perhaps.
There are a few options on the table here.
625?
I know my man, bro. That should get rid of the ace-5, although Roman is not one to be pushed around. Certainly has it in him to find the aggressive line.
He could just maybe even click this one back if he wanted to.
This would be absurd. I'm looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. I mean, feels like Espen's been playing a very honest final table.
But he must know that Espen is willing to attack in this spot and have 3-bet folds. Even all of the better aces, not all of them are going to be willing to commit. These two have a lot of history, whether it be online or live. Thinks better of it. Nice one for Espen.
Yeah, I think Roman just staying really balanced there with the tank.
Sometimes he activates.
Those shades that went viral after a 21-minute tank during Heads Up of the World Series of Poker main event, where Espen was all in for the win. His opponent went deep in the tank and he had to just sit there stoic, meditating.
You're saying sales went up for that pair?
I need food.
I was out yesterday for a walk. He said after the main, he said without joking, he received at least 300 DMs asking for the brand name.
Really?
And the series, yeah.
Okay.
He did. I said, dude, why didn't you hit up Dolce & Gabbana and get a, you know, an affiliate or something? I mean, get a little kickback. There you go, shades on. I got a feeling this is going to be a bit cagey. This is going to be a fun one.
Vladimir Queen 3 suited in the big. He's got chips to see a flop. Not interested in playing out of position against Espen.
Decent result for the Norwegian.
He'll take it.
He moves up into third, overtaking Roman. That's how tight it is there between those two, who really do need to just avoid each other. A byproduct of Mikolai being on 17 bigs, and the pay jump between 5th and 4th being worth $361,000. I mean,
having said that, they're supposed to stay away from each other because of Mikolai's shortest stack, but you can see like Espen's like, yeah, but I want to take an opportunity to step out and put in a 3-bet here and there, as he did earlier, not too long ago.
Patrick doesn't need a second invitation.
He'd open with worse in this spot.
Who had the best walkout?
No, this time I was really concentrated. Yeah.
I can't recall someone doing anything fancy. I just remember the time that Jason Kuhn did a backflip. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Are there any gang signs being thrown to the camera?
No,
Any like shadow boxing?
Didn't see much of that. Not this time.
You never know with these Triton regs. They're always coming up with new walkouts. Seeing some fun ones as Roman flops best on the ace 9-4. We know he's going to be calling at least one street against the C-bet, which we should expect to see from Patrick. A very high frequency.
I would think that Patrick's C-betting this at a near 100% frequency with the chip distribution as it is.
Yeah, and obviously Roman going nowhere. There are a lot of spicy turn cards though, Randy. Any 5, 6, 10 jack, diamond would give Patrick additional equity in the form of an open-ender or a gut shot. Let's see what rolls off on the turn. Ah, yeah.
As good as it gets for Roman, that isn't improving his hand.
Improved to 2-pair, bro.
But you know what I mean? Like,
I know exactly what you mean.
It's also nice because Patrick rarely triple barrels this one off because Roman has a lot of ace X's that won't be folding.
That's the turn card we needed.
Roman can safely go for value. His kicker is very relevant in this spot. He's got busted diamonds that would stab as played. And he can get value from even worse hands than 9x. He likely comes in with a size that asks for some crying calls. Looks about half-ish.
No nonsense from Patrick. Just lets it go. Crucial pickup there for Roman. Mikolai needs to be careful to not let Roman and Espen get comfortably away from him. He knows that everyone's kind of eyeing him up, waiting for something to happen, either in the form of him doubling or him being eliminated. What I'm hoping is that one of you viewers around the world will be the one eliminating the masses in Vegas in December for the Club WPT Gold $5 million Invitational. That's right, it's free to enter. The winner's going to get $1 million cash. Club WPT Gold bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada. You can sign up today over on clubwptgold.com with the promo code TRITON to win your seat today. No purchase necessary, guys. So, I mean, I don't want to try and calculate the EV off the top of my head for signing up. But let's say you're like a 1 in 1,000 chance to win a seat. just by signing up. And there's $1 million up top in the tournament. I mean, it feels like a decent outing to just sign up, Randy.
I don't see why not.
I'm
doesn't
struggling.
take much of your time.
Struggling to think of reasons. This is a battle I'm looking forward to. Roman and Espen.
Espen's got
Blind
positional
v blind.
advantage.
Yeah, these blind v blind positions. They'll both be very familiar with each other's playstyles. I think this one's just a fold.
It's made it 3.5x or so.
Yeah.
To dissuade the big blind defense, he's gone quite large. 6-3 suited. It would have played against a smaller sizing, but against that one, it's fine. Take it.
I think he also needs to be careful with hands like 6-3, just because of the likelihood of it being dominated, right? Compared to like an under the gun open where you think your 6 and 3 are pretty clean outs. Blind v blind, when Roman's going to go polar there with, you know, the trashy parts of his range of like Queen 3, Jack 6, you can get yourself in trouble on some boards, Randy.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Who's been eating the most, Espen or Patrick?
I haven't seen Patrick eat just yet, but
fasting?
once he starts eating, we know who's the winner in that department.
So we had a chat with him last night, me, producer James, and Ali. After they bagged for the final table, he was sat over there on the couch with his missus, and he eats minimum 5,000 calories a day. Between 5 to 7,000 calories a day. Do you know how much food that is, bro?
It's a lot of food, my man.
5,000 calories, and it's all clean.
What's the daily average supposed to be?
Like, a healthy male, like, you meant to eat like 3,000 a day?
Yeah, so he's like 2xing that.
Absurd, man. And I would say 3,000 is on like the higher end of what he's supposed to consume. Always working out, see him in the gym all the time. It's quiet out there. I think everyone recognizing the task at hand. That this one, although it could be over in the blink of an eye, could also be
50?
a long, hard battle. I mean, after that deal was made in the 100K the other night, it took us 4.5, almost 5 hours to get down from 4 to a champion. And that was after a deal was made. If a deal isn't made, and there's just insane ICM pressure, well, we could be here for the next 8 hours.
I hear you. But we also had 4 eliminations already at this final table, which seems a bit speedy.
Yeah.
Even given the chip counts they have.
Average stack is currently 49 big blinds, which is just absurd. Espen coming with flat. Does open the door for Patrick to do something crazy.
Feels like he just calls and reacts accordingly to flops.
Nine, 2, 5 out there. Queen 8-4, rainbow. Bottom pair, backdoor spades for Vladimir.
Even though Espen's got the best hand, if Vladimir c-bets this flop, the 7s will likely have to just hit the muck. Sizing depending. Does check over to him though, so nice for Espen to get to dictate the action.
Interesting spot with 7s. Yeah, just going to check and play pot control. That's a fascinating turn card. Queen of spades does give Vlad a king-high flush draw to go along with his bottom pair.
Yeah, it might be enough for him to just start betting.
275?
Expecting to have the best hand.
275.
Instant bet.
Not to state the obvious, Randy. But there is a fireworks river card in the 7 of spades. So we don't expect Espen to fold.
The price is pretty cheap. He's got position. Could easily have the best hand. Huge river incoming.
Snap fold from Patrick. 1.5 million out there. That's a clean river card. Spades, bricking, undercard to the 7s, the Jack 10, 10-9, Jack 9 type hands.
This should check back instantly.
4.
4 no good. Jorstad up to 4.5 million. Overtaking Roman as they battle for 3rd place on the podium.
It's been a great final table for Espen.
500 push, and you had to call, and then I will be gentle.
Yeah, if you bet big on the turn, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah.
Espen came into the final table 8th in chips. Kind of just folded.
The course is too soft today. Too good people.
Espen hasn't been naughty.
Yeah.
He's on Santa Claus's good list, is he?
I like it. I like it very much.
Remember last time this blind versus blind spot, Patrick limped and
I've learned.
Vladimir just folded.
Thank you, Patrick. I've learned. Thank you. You're my master.
Yeah, I mean, that really increases the EV of Patrick's limping range, right?
You are my
When there's like a 1 in 100 chance he just folds.
Right.
The big.
Check, yeah, as a master. I will check.
Comes in and checking his wheel draw.
I know you like to trap, so I will check.
Turning
One time
top
only I
pair and
check. 2
does
times I
the
cannot
speech
check.
perhaps induce a
Call
lead
or raise?
from
I will
Antonius?
do.
There it is, a little tickle.
Got him to bet.
Yeah, Kozinin kind of
125.
saying before the turn was that, oh, I know you, Patrick, you like the
Yeah,
trap,
yeah.
etc.
125.
Look how comfortable Vlad looks, by the way. I mean,
The stakes don't phase him.
yeah, just one hand over the chair, leaning back, just enjoying the moment.
Wonder if Patrick's tempted to bet once more, given if he interprets the speech play as potential weakness. Also, ace-x raising the big blind at decent frequency. I don't blame him. Also, with clubs missing.
Cool.
Agreed. Snap call from Vlad. Big old pickup there. So he bounces back to north of average stack. 6.6 million as he ships a 1.4 million chip pot. But Patrick trying to do what the chip leader's supposed to do, but Vladimir
more
just
Nando's.
wagging the finger in his face.
Oh, you had to pay 400 for that. To learn that lesson.
There's the food, Randy.
Perfect. Yeah.
That's all going to Patrick. Look at that.
It's not just one plate.
There's 3 main dishes there.
Much different.
I didn't order it either.
Yeah. Sorry, my English is bad. Sorry.
I heard you said fruit plate.
Huh?
I heard you said fruit plate.
Yeah.
I don't think it was your English.
Wow, hang on. Did everyone just get dealt 6-9? Did Vasco Boynica also have 6-9, or am I just seeing things?
At least Espen. Queen Jack for Korzinen in the small. It's already picked off a Patrick bluff just last hand.
5 seconds.
650.
Look at this.
My man. ICM is for poor people. He don't care.
Stacks are deep. I wonder if Patrick thinks there's a lot to potentially play for if he just hits it. Not interested. Korzinen also 3-bet Queen Jack suited earlier in the tournament against Tan. Things are going well for him.
They are indeed. Locking up 1.5 million on his maiden Triton series. Cash the mystery bounty. Didn't do so well in some of the smaller events, but hey, who cares if you're going to save it for the biggest buy-in tournament of the series? I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more from the Estonian at future Triton stops after this run. Everyone here at the table, bar the newcomer with the Triton trophy, Mikolai Vasco-Boinicau, 5.6 million in Triton earnings after he took down the main event in Montenegro just a few months ago for 4.7 million. Roman Hrabets, 2 titles, 7.3 million in Triton earnings, 10 cashes. His second title coming this series in the 40k mystery bounty. Patrick Antonius's first and only title coming back in Cyprus of 2022. That was an epic 3-handed battle as well. The 25k. He's looking to pick up his second here, adding to his 28 cashes and 9.3 million in Triton earnings. Then of course Espen Jorstad after that epic 3-handed battle against Stephen Chidwick and Phil Ivey in the mystery bounty in London, emerged victorious. That's where he picked up his first and only Triton title. A lot at stake here. Roman looking for his third, Mikolai looking for his second, which would be incredible given that his first came in a main event, for his second to then come in the 200k Invitational. I mean,
he's trying.
This guy knows a thing or two. But let's not count that man out. Vladimir Korzinen, who is capable of anything at any moment.
5 seconds.
Spoke with Pauls from Sharehands yesterday, Randy. Had some fantastic viewing numbers over on the Triton Poker Plus app. We've got 14,000 people watching on YouTube right now, around 5,000 over on the Triton Poker Plus app, so love to see around 19 concurrent. For those of you watching over on YouTube, do take a couple of seconds out if you haven't already to just click that like button. Drop us a subscribe as we inch towards that 300,000 subscriber mark, which, you know, when you look back to, what, Vietnam 2023, which wasn't too long ago, when we had just crossed over the 100k subscriber mark, it really does help us grow the channel as you show your support, as Triton continue to thrive on their journey to putting out world-class poker production free of charge for your viewing pleasure. Let us know where you're watching from as well. As America slowly wakes up, Asia perhaps going to bed.
Oh, they're not going to bed right now if they're already watching. This is too good to look away from.
I agree. I think you'd have to be an absolute madman to turn your eyes away from this one.
Here comes Roman.
Patrick would love to defend against Roman. Just play post and be able to bully, but Jack 5-0, not going to cut it. What do you think, Randy? Heads up. Now, we're always impartial in the booth, but in terms of entertainment value, you know, like an epic heads up match like we had the other day between Soiser and Arts, like, where do you think the sickest heads up battle would come from out of these five? And there's a lot of options on the table,
There's a lot of different options, you know. We can have like the online grinders kind of battling, but for me, I actually really want to see Patrick versus Korzinin. And the reason I say that is we got this legend who's been playing for so long, had lots of heads-up experience, and this newcomer who plays his own style. And, you know, I'm not sure what he's going to do at heads-up, but Patrick also probably will be unclear. So I think that'll be a nice heads-up match.
That would be epic. It's worth saying, by the way, for the people that weren't with us on day one, which feels like a lifetime ago, Korzinin was the first player to be eliminated from the tournament. He used his one and only allowed re-entry immediately. Fast forward 48 hours, and he's here five-handed. 1.5 million locked up, playing for 5 million.
Yeah, guaranteed $1 million in profit. Likely more given his chip count.
That's pretty insane, man. I mean,
what about you for heads up?
Honestly, I like your pick, dude. Patrick against Vlad. I think it's one of those heads up battles, depending obviously on how deep it comes in, you know, who's got the chip lead. But even if they come in both with healthy stacks, it wouldn't surprise me if it was over in the space of a couple of hands, or if it got dragged out for 3 hours and it was just a back and forth, back and forth. But honestly, there's no slouches at this table. Mikolaj took down the main event. Would love to see him get heads up. Espen Jorstad looking for his second title. Love watching him play heads up. And then Roman as well. Obviously, he's got 2 titles. We already got to see him against Samuel Muller earlier on this series.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing the 2 online guys, Roman against Espen. That would be pretty sick.
It'd be cool, but I just think it's so unlikely given how dominating Patrick is at this final table at the moment. Opening ace 10 of hearts.
Yeah, I agree. That is a mountain of chips to overcome.
Roman loves to give Patrick some resistance with these hands, so he's in there with Jack 8 off.
Ace, Queen 6, 2 diamonds. Unfortunately for the Hrabets fans out there, this one should be over and done with, and it's not going to be going his way.
I mean, this hand is pretty nutted, this ace 10. Just go for value. And done.
Day one of the 125k main event. Got 41 runners in that one so far. As we head towards the end of level 1.
Yes, yes.
Fedor holds the chip leading.
Patrick, you look so beautiful in that hat.
Vladimir, you got your free play.
Oh, thank
There's
you.
a lot of show here, Patrick, today. You should
Yeah.
put it on.
So
I feel it here too, you know? It's also hot.
30 minutes I was wearing and I was like...
but it's so beautiful. Yeah. I love your friend Ketala, such a beautiful man.
Maybe later. I save it for later, maybe.
Wow. It's
Also worth
amazing
mentioning.
being. Amazing being, Ketala. Love him.
Event 9, the
My
50K.
beloved son.
Down to 10 players. Put up Punsri. Chip
You know
leading.
him long?
Yeah.
Looking for his third title.
I mean, 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
450.
Tell him hello from Santa Claus. Tell him that I love him. Uh-huh. Ask him. Yeah, please.
The blind v blind battle that we're all excited to watch pan out.
5 seconds.
Roman once again coming with the 3.6x. This time, Jorstad's going to respond.
And he's going to look to induce. He's going to have 3-bet bluffs in the spot with like the King X offsuits, Ace X offsuits. Hoping Roman pushes back, rips it right back into him.
5 seconds. It is.
Much?
1,025,000.
And he doesn't need a 3-bet that big because, like you mentioned earlier, the small blind raises is very polar, so the trash is not getting the right price to defend, just given how weak the holding is.
This feels like posturing. Although you never do know. There's a lot more than GTO going on here. Some leveling between the two. Kind of, you know, Roman was expecting to see some resistance from Espen eventually. Blind v blind. Is he just up to no good this time? Jack 7-0 though, I mean.
5 seconds.
Oh, he's taking the bait.
It is 1,500,000.
Wow.
Just as I predicted, Randy. The tank was a genuine one. Roman anticipating the resistance from Jorstad eventually, blind v blind. But this time, just running into it.
Yeah, note that he doesn't need to 4-bet that big because both players should be playing polarized 3 and 4-bet ranges at this point, so he can just click it. Risk the minimum, hoping to take it down pre. What a dreamy spot for 2 kings, blind versus blind, out of these stacks.
Yeah, Espen just going to pick up more than a third of Roman's stack.
Now, there's merit to calling if you're holding aces, but kings has got a little bit of vulnerability.
I agree. I agree.
All in.
He's all in and a snap fold from Roman. That is a huge blow to his stack. As Espen chips up to 5.8 million, closing the gap on Vladimir in second and creating a huge gap between himself and Roman. Roman down to 2.6, Espen up to almost 6 million.
Yeah, Espen's been playing amazing this final table. Came in short, but he's gotten a lot of pots pre, especially against Makita, where he 4-bet rep ace-10 suited into ace-queen and got the ace-queen to fold. Just been perfect for him.
Well, to give the viewers an update on how things stand now. In a spot, Randy, that felt a bit forced, felt a bit unnecessary in terms of, you know, game flow and future game. Roman, rather than kind of being tied with Espen now, as they were, and just letting him take that one down, he's now at the bottom of the counts with Mikolai
Yeah, it was a very big risk for him to take on that 4-bet bluff because, like you mentioned, if he 4-bets and folds, he's in a pretty bad situation down at the bottom with Mikolai.
400?
Raise 400,000.
Mikolai with 10-6.
Aspen would be snap calling, obviously. Mikolai with just rags. So 89 bigs for Patrick. Korzinin with 45 bigs. Aspen now playing 42 big blinds. Then a huge drop off to Hravets on 17 bigs and Vasco on 12 bigs.
That's the thing, is when you're out of position against a very strong player, it's so difficult to play, and you really just have to put in extra chips as they're attacking you, and when you're wrong, you just dwindle down.
How things stand, blinds about to go up. 75k, 150k, which means Mikolai dropping down to 12 bigs.
Winners in the main event, 1 minute remaining of your break. Dealers, 2 players of order, stop going to 10.
Oh, it's even better.
Korzinin open, Jack 10 offsuit, reshoved by the 6s. Perhaps Korzinin is thinking of rolling the dice. If he could see his opponent's cards, he would make this call, but unclear if Jack 10 offsuit. He's out. Great spot for Mikolai chipping up.
Crucial pickup.
No contest.
For the Montenegro main event champion. That 50k is shaping up to be a fun one, my man. Put up punts for each chip leader. Dan Smith in second. Jesse Norris in third. We've also got Anson Yu over there. Alex Kulev. Mario Mosbok. Peter Arts.
Yeah, the best way to keep an eye on that is, of course, the Triton Poker Plus app. Just browse it, watch the stream in this 200k at the same time. You can multitask.
Dead easy. Champion in that one will be going home with 1.5 million.
Upside down 6s into 9s from Mikolai. Open jam's a little bit surprising for me given his stack. It's a pretty strong pair. Maybe you don't mind inducing action. But then again, maybe he doesn't want to play post-flop against Korzinin, who could really put him in a tough spot, especially when over shows up.
Yeah, there's just so much money on the line. He's just happy to take it down. With that, moves up to 4th in chips. Would you believe? Kravets is now the shortest stack.
Oh, you know.
Hello, Ace Queen. I think Mikolai's looked at the ace first. So he squeezed out the 8.
You felt it?
Wow, Korsinen is going to move down to 3rd in chips. If Espin's raise and take gets through, Vlad's going to be getting out of there with the 3 deuce.
Espin climbing to 2nd place now.
Does move up into 2nd. Just above average. Both him and Vlad kind of sat on that average stack. Byproduct of Patrick having an overwhelming chip lead and Hrabets being on 15 bigs. Tens on the button for Korsinen, who hasn't been too active from what I've seen since that King 9 3-bet rip into Makita on the Queen Jack deuce.
300, yeah.
Spiked the 4 outer to shower Vasilkowski in 6. Has been with rags. Yeah, just going to pitch it. Not interested playing with such a trashy 850.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like Korzin's getting premium holdings. Might have been the best holding I've seen him get dealt, but still in 2nd place.
Am I turning a little bit into Ali Najad, where every time I see Vlad tanking, I'm like, hang on. Is he about to... Okay, see? Yeah, he's teasing me, man.
Now, Vlad, throughout this final table, has pretty much taken the consistent amount of time for balancing purposes when he really does need to think. So I wouldn't read into it.
Can we just send some love Roman's way? Because he's on short stack duties and you never know. Might be out of here soon. He's really gone for the most Monte-Carlo-esque outfit. Formula 1 style. He's got the little Ferrari, Charles Leclerc race car on there. I mean, fair play, man. Could certainly picture him getting off of his yacht down at the bay.
Nice one for Mikolai, 9 deuce off.
Didn't read my book, did he? Chapter 3, first one's never a trap, Randy. Mikolai's read my book, though.
Mm-hmm. You're telling me you haven't given your book over to Espin, your buddy?
He doesn't read much. He's a bit, you know, he struggles.
I see he's only on the solvers.
He's good with
digital.
solvers, but
yeah.
Nursery rhymes he's good with.
Okay. Nice to know.
But complex books like mine.
You're really still pushing those.
Listen, mate.
You get any sales yet?
You wait till I drop that Amazon link. It's going to be #1. Korsinen looking to become #1 hit.
300.
Ace King's going to help him.
300.
See if anyone wakes up with something behind. Oh, hello. Little Ace King violence. Obviously, there's a massive probability, Randy.
Chop incoming.
Yeah. It would be a brutal way for someone to bust. Snap call. Cards on their backs. Ace king, ace king.
I show the same hand.
Note that Mikolai has a slight equity advantage as he has 2 live flush draws. Vlad with the most powerful flush draw though.
Ace of spades.
Yes, sir. They're going to carve it up though on the queen 9-4. Don't bother running turn and river dealer.
Если туз дама была, не очень бы было.
Oh, Mikolai just saying to Vlad in Russian if he had ace queen, he would have been out of here.
Супер. Супер, супер. Я немножко сожалел, думаю, неужели ты поставил на чем-то слабом?
Opening up on his button, queen it off.
Has 20 bigs now. Ballsy from Mikolai. I mean, opening into Patrick Antonius and Korzinen.
Yeah, those two top of the chip counts. 9-5 suited. Look at this 3-bet. He doesn't even need a 3-bet that big, and he just takes it. Nicely done from Korzinen.
Опять с ерундой. Или было что?
Что-то. Но были основания.
Can't say that was true.
Okay.
Cannot repeat that one, Randy. I like my job.
You gave us good context.
Just taking the old 9-5 and saying, not today. Min clicking it.
Yeah, he made it 2x.
This is where he gets this reputation from. You know, Ali and I are sat here on the edge of our seats expecting him to just do something crazy, and 90% of the time, you're right. You're like, Henry, what are you talking about? He's just going to fold. And then, you know, that 1 in 10 times where he just hits you with the random min click, keeping us on our toes.
Actually quite dialed in because he's taking consistent timings pre-flop and trying to find a situation where he just feels as opponents are weak, and he mixes a lot with a lot of hands. It's actually been pretty smooth for him at this final table. Of course, the King 9 was a little bit of a misread against Badzikowski, but still been quite nice for Korzinen.
9-4 deuce. Roman, the immediate short stack out of these 5 in a crucial moment, flopping best. Middle pair, backdoor straight, backdoor flush, which we can see is no good. And against this 350 size, Randy, what's the play here? I mean, it feels like a bit of a guessing game when you just check call and give your opponent, you know, a free look at a turn.
Check call is the default with this hand, but we start to invite the idea of check jam because of how short Roman is. He's playing, what, 11 big blinds now going into the flop?
Just comes with check call. 1.5 million out there. Oh, the spiciest of turn cards.
That's
Undercard to the pair of 4s, giving Roman a gut shot and a 6-high flush draw to go along with his middle pair. Does Vasco Voidakau just rip this one in on the turn?
You could see it, and you wouldn't blame him, and that's actually great for Roman, given how much of a favorite he is. Roman's actually contemplating lead. The thing is, you don't mind giving a free card to Ace X because you've got the 6, so in case the 5 comes out for a wheel, you'll just stack your opponent.
That's true. That's very true. Could see Mikolai jamming this.
There was a little bit of hesitation check from Roman. We'll see how Mikolai interprets that. Perhaps as weakness, and this is going in. Massive pot for the 2 short stacks of the tournament. I just don't see how 6-4 could ever fold.
Roman's just going to ask for a count. There is some future game stuff.
Yeah, but Roman's the shortest stack. That call on the flop, you could even be crushing your opponent when they've got a hand just like this.
How sick is Mikolai, by the way? Just slides back in his chair, takes a sip of water. He's like, yeah, pal, you take your time. Do what you need to do. I'm all in. Roman just running some calcs in his mind.
His hand is just too strong in this spot, I would think, but he doesn't seem happy about it. Perhaps he doesn't think Mikolai would be opening loose.
I think there's also, you know, if he's up against overpairs, how much equity does he have?
Sure. Even 9x.
Worst case scenario is like he's, I was going to say he's like up against like 6s, but that's never really the case. But it's also like, okay, well, if I fold, I've still got just shy of 9 bigs. What does that look like? You know, how do I approach that spot? There's so much to calculate here.
It feels like Mikolai right now, as he's awaiting Roman's decision, is putting him on like a 4x deuce. Maybe like ace-3, ace-deuce come to mind, ace-4.
I do agree with you though, Randy. I do think the call is incoming, especially on this turn.
I mean, yeah.
You've check called flop, pretty large C bet to get this turn card.
And sometimes you actually do have the best hand, which is against 2 clubs.
That's true, actually. Case in point, Mikolai with king 8.
And I don't think it matters that he's holding the 6 of clubs in terms of blocking. There's the car.
Let's gamble indeed. Roman going to be thrilled to see that he's actually ahead in a 4 million chip pot with 1 card to come. 71% equity. If he can just hold here, he'll have Mikolai down to just 5 bigs. Everyone else looks on for a potential ladder. Finds the hold. Finds the hold.
Thank you. It's not easy. I don't beat a lot of things.
You see him just push that little red Ferrari into the middle and then...
Always works.
Yeah, always works.
Yeah, you have more than me.
Different types of voodoo magic going on at the table.
And the race car has to go towards his cards.
What a call, brother.
Make a little touch. Dealer pushed back the race car too.
What a call.
Wow. Roman getting a double.
Without flush draw you fold, huh?
Yeah.
Getting some love from Vladimir.
You're like
Mikolai down to just 6 big blinds.
You heard Mikolai interrogate Roman, if you didn't have the flush draw, would you fold?
I
And
had like 35%, yeah.
That's what I was hoping to get. That's what I was hoping to have.
You hear that exchange?
Mm-hmm.
Roman just saying he was trying to calculate it and hoping that he had 35%. You're getting the right price on a call. Mikolai says run it. Patrick's been pretty card dead for the last hour or so. I can't recall him playing a hand other than that misstep against Vladimir, blind v blind.
How much is it?
That's been gonna ask
Seven
for a
hundred.
count.
I would think it would be too much for this hand.
Yeah, no.
He agrees. Mikolai is in the big blind next hand.
Did you order this?
What?
Did you order this?
No.
Did you order what came? No, I didn't. Keep bringing random
Are
stuff.
people
Any of you
just-
guys order food or?
We have a buffet over here, you know.
They're just sending random food over to the table. That's like the third time now.
5-star service. Speaking of card dead, no longer for Patrick. Opens ace queen.
It's opening into the short stack as well. Worth noting.
Raise and take.
Randy, I can't believe we've reached the point in the poker world's ecology and growth where these $5 million payouts are becoming a bit of a regular theme on the Triton Tour. I mean, Montenegro, main event, which Mikolai knows a thing or two about, took it down for 4.73 million, just shy of 5 million. It's, I don't want to say we're becoming numb to it, but it's becoming a regular theme. Like, people are getting experience 4 times a year now, 5 times a year now, playing for 5-6 million.
Well, that's because everyone wants that taste of glory, and all the entries are up in these huge buy-ins, which is it's a nice thing for us to feast our eyes on.
What do you think they're going to get in the main? So the main for this series, for those of you that don't know, is 125k. As Mikolai jams is 950. I think it's going to work again. He's chipping up. He's asking for an account.
I bit more 90.
Don't
Another
think
800.
Patrick can call this for 6.3 bigs.
He's already in pitching mode.
Yeah, so main event, mate. They're currently at 62 runners. What do you think? Double that?
Seems fair.
120-ish? I could
Seems
see
fair.
it.
We got some players, of course, still in this tournament
Yeah.
who are jumping in.
All 5.
Also, you mentioned what the 50k is happening.
Yeah, that's a great point. So, yeah, these 5 players will be jumping in, so make it 67. And then the 10 players left in the 50k, they'll also be jumping in, so make it 77. And that's before we've even had re-entry. Talking about 50k, Jesse Lonis has taken the chip lead. Alex Kulev on short stack duties with 7 bigs. They're battling for 1.5 million over there. But for now, we get to feast our eyes on 7-figure payouts. Guaranteed for everyone here.
On.
Once again, all in. This time just queen 6 offsuit. Is that 3 times in a row from Nikolai?
Yeah, he's just going ham. He knows what he has to do.
Ten, 5 of clubs.
Well, just like that, he's back up to 1.6 million.
You allowed me
Practically
to collect blinds.
doubled
Now
up
I have to give it
without
back.
even being all in at risk.
And 3 not so premiums going in as well for him.
Fearless. The man is fearless.
Not the 4th time as he lays down King X suited. 4s though. Can get in there for Patrick.
Hello. King Queen O. We're going to see first and second tango.
Seen Korzinen be aggressive pre. Hands like Queen Jack offsuit.
900.
Keeping it up. These are the 2 deepest stacks of the tournament.
Does Patrick just flick this in, try and spike a set, and win the tournament kind of thing?
Well, Patrick is thinking 600 more, maybe another 6 million back, plus what's in the pot. As he's going to flick into 600, visioning the 4.
Where's the popcorn? Did you order?
2.1 million out there. First in chips, squaring off against second in chips on the Jack 8-5 2-club board. Patrick with the best hand.
But if Korzinen fires anything, he should be able to win it here and now on the flop. Great news for Patrick to see the check in front of him. Might be tethered to overcards.
Beautiful turn card for Patrick, not to state the obvious.
550.
As the delayed C-bet from Korzinen does eventually find its way in the middle on this turn.
Now the 5 also presents counterfeit cards, Jack and 8, which is a little bit problematic. But against the small sizing, if he thinks he's up against Ace King, Ace Queen, then let's make that call, which he does.
3.2 million out there as everyone else watches on. Clean river for Patrick.
One more bet can get this done for Korzinen if he can find it. This board is very nasty for the 2 4s.
He knows he can't win at Showdown as he does check it on over.
Okay.
King high, no good. Patrick extends his lead
Wow, what a play. What a play. Love you.
to 14.4 million.
What a play. What a
What
maestro.
am I gonna say? I had the best hand all the way.
Yeah. No, that's true. Not many people would play like that.
That's true.
I almost went all in the river. that would you fold, but I didn't have enough guts.
Then you probably win.
Yeah, no, if I would have at least little pair, then I would do that, but... Good game, love you.
Vlad dropping down to third after that entanglement.
Still good for 35 bigs.
Does really change the dynamics at this final table, though.
Queen Jack suited for Roman. 24 big blinds.
Pull in.
Look at that. Reshove on Patrick. Looking to chip up, which he will.
That's huge. Kravets trying to close the gap on Vladimir, and I mean,
beautiful.
It's tough for those
Doesn't
three,
have an apple this time.
especially with Mikolai on 11 bigs. Look at that man, the poster boy of GTO Wizard, showing you all how to get it done at the final table of this $200,000 buy-in. You can beat the best, crush the rest. You can win yourself a 1-year subscription. Just simply follow GTO Wizard on socials to win prizes. That's how easy it is. Head over to X or Instagram now as
Thank you.
Randy's disappeared, chat. I just turned around
Wasn't there last time.
and my booth brethren is no more. Yeah, shout out to GTO Wizard, by the way. Yeah. Truly, it's the best piece of tech out there, available to the masses, the public masses, that is. I mean, Espen being at this FT is pretty insane. Great marketing for them.
Yeah. Go GTO Wizard.
Raise 300,000.
Martin, did you find out?
Oh.
Did you find out if it's 3 levels?
Roll in. Oh.
Jam and take it. Roman tried to steal from the button.
Curious? Service?
Always get the right momentum versus me. Yeah?
Hmm?
You always have the right moment versus me.
Yeah, I saw already. The right moment again. You know?
Pre-flop, I mean.
Yeah. Thank you.
Blinds are about to go up. Currently playing big blind 150k.
5 seconds.
About to go up to big blind 200k, which is one of the biggest increases of the tournament. Clock has been reduced to 40-minute levels now. But we're down to 5.
Bye, Patrick again.
Yeah, we play.
I love you. I love you.
Check.
Calls it in with the best hand. Perhaps a bit trigger shy now against his man Antonius, who's been getting the best of him. Yeah, there it is. Let's check it back. Doesn't want to give Pat the chance to outplay him, but he's allowed him to outturn him.
How great is that for Patrick?
As a respect.
Friendly.
As a respect to check as well.
Genuine sign of respect there. Does Pat want to try and squeeze some value out?
I do believe there is a chance he could go for it.
6.
The queen.
Small pot.
Yeah.
I mean, Pat's happy with that if he gets to defend and not face any resistance.
Thank you. Not for me, nothing. Yeah, I don't know.
I've never really busted and
If players aren't betting flops and turns as much, then it becomes more lucrative to defend your big.
in the big blind see stuff, please. It's 2 and 2.
Oh, okay.
Blind just went up gentlemen. 1,000, 1,000, 2,000.
Nikolai back down to sub 10. Means he's now playing 9.5 bigs. Roman's playing 20. Vlad's playing 25, and Espen Njorstad is playing 26. That blind level increase. Chip leader Patrick Antonius playing 72 bigs. This could be the level where we see the next elimination. All eyes are on that man as it stands. Oh, hello.
Jack. This could reshove with the blind increase.
Does have to be careful. I mean, Rabets and Vaskabornikau with less than him would be a disaster to bust in 5th.
Seconds.
1,200,000.
Raised to 1,200,000.
Korzinen knows where he's at. Got the best hand.
And Espen will have received that information about the Queen X, the Jack X hands that have been 3-betting. But he's just gonna just gonna bow out of this one.
A little bit.
That was not fun.
Doesn't like folding those ones. Especially to Vlad, who 3-bet with 9-5 suited earlier on against Patrick.
Yeah, that one hurts. Perhaps if Espen was suited, he would take a flop there. But obviously, King Queen offsuit calling a 3-bet is very dangerous.
Yes.
Alan?
Nikolai, 7-4 suited in the cutoff, 10 big blind jam. He's very aggressive with his short stack.
This is wild, Randy. This is a $200,000 buy-in with a ladder of 360,000 between 5th and 4th. And it's going to work. It just works again. Talk about perfect timing.
I mean, he's tripled up with no showdown value. He was down to about 800 or so. Now sits at 2.4 milli.
Got some fun updates from that 50K. Down to the final table as Chun Tong Xiao did bubble along with Peter Arts. Alex Kulev was the first person out on that FT. They're down to 7. Punat Punsri is the chip leader, looking for his 3rd Triton title. Does have some stiff competition though in Jesse Lonis, Dan Smith, Leonard Maui, Daniel Rezai, Marion Mosbach and Anson Yu. That's one of the OGs.
All in.
The Malaysian contingent.
You made it first.
Made your move.
Sounds like Korsunen wanted to jam the 9-8.
What? No? No fault. If you would leave for a fault,
Sometimes.
my turn was. I had such a beautiful card, 9-8 spades, to go all in.
Good även all in.
Uh,
And pocket pair.
Nice. Big?
No big.
Okay.
Flip.
Flip.
Yeah.
Pocket 5.
Yeah. Ooh.
Raise, you call.
Yeah.
Flop 5, 6, 7.
Oh, with me, flop will never come to you, don't worry. Oh, worry.
I've been enjoying these exchanges between Vlad and Patrick.
But if I would go all in, would you call?
No,
Probably not.
I went all in, so I was.
Probably
I cannot
not,
reverse
yeah.
it.
So, yeah.
All in. I all in.
Roman's all in. As is the F1 car. Oh, this is going in. We're flipping. Flipping for Mikolai's tournament life.
Yeah, Mikolai shortest stack. Should be performing well against the button jam of Roman. Here we go. 4.75 million. Flip.
Here it is again, the force against the king queen.
Yeah.
Started well.
This is better. This is suited. I didn't have suited.
Oh, Roman.
Look at Roman. He's
breaking
pushing the car
tradition.
back every single time.
Just making sure that the car is correctly placed.
Magic.
Trying to use some magic. 5 cars to come. Oh, spicy. 6-3 deuce, 2 clubs. Mikolai now with more equity than he had pre-flop. Needs a king, queen, or a club to double up. Stay in the hunt for his second title. Can't find it. Roman holding with the 4s
This car is too
across 3 streets. Handshakes all around.
too strong. This
Class act as always is Mikolai Vaskeboinakau. Picks up another 7-figure score on the Triton Tour.
Was it that car placement that helped him win that key flip?
I mean, there's some voodoo magic going on there for Roman.
All right, all in, but with
Mikolai picking up his 6th cash
you cannot not to call.
since joining us for the first time
Yeah.
in Cyprus 2023. He's got quite the Triton
But
track
fold,
record.
He can fold, but if he would go first, he would fold probably.
He's only played 10 events.
But how can you not to call?
He's cashed in 6 of them. And he's now won
Even I
7 million in
understand
Triton earnings.
There's Limitless showing support to Mikolai there.
So cash number 6 for the Belarusian. Now taking his Triton earnings to over 7.1 million. That's actually pretty incredible. I mean, the guy's played 10 events, has 7 million in earnings and 1 title, and 2 7-figure scores. Got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing more of Vaskeboinakau.
Oh, we'll see him back.
Future series, but with that departure, we're down to 4. Everyone guaranteed 1,867,000 for their efforts.
Survive once more, you get 2.255 million. It's a pretty big payday.
So Espen now on short stack duties with 22 bigs.
See Roman talking to Monica.
You saw my formula? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. Then
No, I gave it.
you might win
I gave it
a
vibration.
you might win a tournament if you steal my formula.
No, I gave it to your car vibration to keep rolling.
If you take all my chips, I will gladly give it to you, but it's gonna be very hard because my formula is
Unbeatable. Unbeatable. Today is just amazing.
Oh, Vlad trying to steal Roman's Formula One run good. So as I was saying, Espen on shortest stack with 22 bigs, Korsinen in third with 27, Roman with 30, and the fact that the difference between fourth and second is $1.6 million, it's pretty cagey out there, and I think Patrick is going to be more than aware of that, looking to apply max pressure on these three.
Patrick's journey at this final table so far has been smooth sailing. No missteps, just slowly chipping up.
5 seconds.
Flats small blind 9-8 suited against Espen. Let's take it three ways.
Roman just gets to watch on and salivate over the prospect of another elimination, perhaps. 1.4 in the middle. As Jorstad flops best on the 10-6 deuce. More importantly, Korsinen blocking Patrick Antonius' gut shot.
Curious to see how confident Espen is with his top pair jack kicker. Three ways. Small blind flat for Patrick. Feels a little unclear. Could be just middling stuff. Probably some weaker broadways, especially like queen jacks, king jacks, these things I don't really want to re-raise pre.
That is 600,000. Paul?
Just shy of half pot. Gets rid of the equity in the form of a gut shot. What's Vlad thinking of? Perhaps some madness. He feels like Espen's oversea betting. Just going to let it go. Crucial pickup for the Norwegian. As he moves up into third, closing the gap on Roman.
Espen's cruising. Really just closed the gap at the bottom. Korsinen now to short stack. 24 bigs.
Plenty of playability in this one. Average stack of 38 bigs. With those pay jumps, getting really juicy. Got a funny feeling there won't be much recklessness. If anything, people will perhaps be a bit snug and let Patrick do his thing as chip leader. Try and wait each other out.
Well, that thing is about to raise this button. 10-7 suited.
Raise 400,000. Seconds.
Tens in the big blind for Roman.
Roman currently sits in second.
5 seconds.
Type of hand you want to induce a bit, because it's very reasonable for Patrick to 4-bet jam a hand that's crushed by 2 10s, you know, 9s and lower. Some kind of like solver bait, ace-5 suited type holdings that might rip it.
Yeah, Roman's not scared to play big pots, man. Not even a whisper of a deal be discussed.
No, I'm not really expecting a deal to be had. All business as we continue on.
Well, Patrick will welcome a 3-bet this time round. So looks down at ace queen. It's been the hand of the tournament for him, really. I mean, he's been winning with it and he's been beating it. That massive pot against Brewer with, I want to say, like 15 left. Yeah, 13 left. Brewer was out in 13th with his ace king in a 5-bet jam spot.
I saw that one. That was huge. Vladimir Korzinin, 3 bets, ace-9 suited to 1.2 million. I'm curious to see how Patrick's responds.
I think he just slam dunks this in his face.
Especially if he's gotten news of how wide Vladimir's been 3-betting.
We have to continue.
Asking for action. It might mean something here.
5 seconds. Time.
See if Pat announces himself. There it is.
Go.
Oh, here we go. Korzinin calls off ace-9 versus the ace-queen of Antonius, near 10 million chip pot.
I thought Vlad was going for the 3-bet fold, Randy.
I wish you luck, Patrick.
I wish you luck also.
I didn't expect him to
whether
call this
I
off, but
win
if...
or lose, I still love you.
Life.
I love that.
Life good.
Yeah.
Win or lose.
He says win or lose, he still loves Patrick. If he can convert this 28%, he's going to be tied for the chip lead. Looking unlikely on the 7-5-4, but the presence of that 1 club, plus some backdoor straight potential.
Opportunity.
Now magic happens.
And now the magic happens. According to Korzinin, 7-5 for a chop. There it is.
Did he just script that?
Yep.
Wow. I mean,
now the magic happens.
We were 1 card away from getting down to 3-handed.
That doesn't matter.
I was thinking of a chop on the flop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Magic is magic.
And how do Roman and Espen perceive that? The fact that Vlad is willing to 3-bet call off for 25 bigs.
Huh? You knew it on the turn? You already knew that was gonna chop it, right?
Yeah.
Did I lose a time bank?
Not kind of new, but inside telling me that something can happen to save my ass.
He's good fun.
I'm on time.
He's incredible.
I am on time, and I am folding.
Really incredible. I hope, I mean, I don't want to take it as a given, take it for granted. I hope after this experience, he just wants to continue coming to Triton events because he's been so entertaining from a selfish point of view, from a, you know,
I agree. Would be
viewing
nice.
pleasure.
Roman's choice to see bet or not on this board, which is heavily in his favor. Quick 300.
Man, I can't get over that hand. I was just like, okay, Patrick's found the jam. Vlad's going to fold. He's going to be down to 3.2 million. He just snap calls. with the ace-9.
You know, Roman and Espen were thinking, oh, we might get a pay jump here to get into the 2 million minimum club, 2.2.
Yeah, they feel scammed right now. They both feel scammed. That's for sure.
Ace 4 suited now for Roman. Min raise. Ace 10 for Korzinen. This could get interesting because he just 3-bet the ace 9 suited and called it off. And everyone's seen that. Now he's in a position where he's actually dominating the opening range.
5 seconds.
All in.
Play roll in.
Just rips it.
Fold.
Just loving his life, isn't he?
Life's good.
Life is good.
Remember, win or lose. Doesn't matter. It's here to have a good time.
Five seconds. Raise 400,000.
Aspen not afraid. Open things up with the 5s, even though the last 20 minutes or so has been a bit wild. Look down at 5s. Perhaps want to just kind of, you know, get out of the way, not open the door for the likes of Vlad or Patrick to do something absurd.
Still, though, we are going to go to a flop. 9-7 offsuit defends for Roman. 1.1 in the middle.
Aspen still with the best of it on the ace queen 6. One of those boards, Randy, that we'd expect to just see a small C bet.
Small C bet. Good price on the bluff. Ideally taking it down. Wide big blind defense. You should be aware that Roman is defending a lot of stuff that will just give up.
5 seconds.
1.1 out there.
Ace high texture is just so favorable to pre-flop raiser off of these stacks.
Yeah, no nonsense from Hrabets. Snap folds. What a year he's had. Roman, that is, at the Triton series. In Jeju, he cashed 6 of the 8 events he played, including a 5th place in the 25k silver main for 441,000 and a 1st place in the 100k main for 4.3 million. His first ever event at the Triton series was in Vietnam, 2023. He came 2nd in the 25k GG Super Millions for 653,000. And the guy just getting it done.
Just Prince.
And of course picked up his 2nd title here in Monaco.
Seconds.
Offsuit Jack 9 gonna kick things off and runs into the aces of Roman. Unfortunate for Roman is Patrick doesn't have much to play back with. Did already see Roman 3-bet 10s earlier, so I wouldn't really see why he would slow down in terms of 3-betting.
1.4. Raised to 1,400,000.
Gets rid of Aspen. And he also gets rid of Patrick.
Oh.
Rabbit's on a bit of a heater after that misstep against Jorstad. Blind v blind, was down on short stack duties and had that massive hold with the fours against Vasco Boinacal's King Queen. And I tell you what, I was a betting man, which I am, Randy. I'd head on over to BetACR and get some money down on this final table, and of course on future events as well. Not just at this series here, you can bet on your favorite players exclusively on BetACR, the sportsbook partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Some fun sweats on there. Me and Rusty have been meaning to get it out, get some action down. I think maybe saving it for the main makes a lot of sense, you know.
Snowman for Santa.
All in. Magical cards.
Magical cards indeed.
Patrick, let's go. No?
Double down. 11.
Oh, I double that.
Yeah, it shows the
You
eights.
split.
Patrick's been grinding the blackjack table.
Split those eights.
I wanted action.
So just 12 minutes left for break.
Yeah.
We came in today with 9 players. Morton Klein, the first to depart in 9th, followed by Tan Xuan in 8th. And it was the Russian Konstantin Maslak's turn to bow out in 7th. Makita eliminated in brutal fashion in 6th place. First of the 7-figure scores, and then most recently Nikolai Vasco-Boinacal.
Wow, I have a beautiful hand.
Funny with the 9 deuce versus ace
You
deuce
had the
again,
same
but
hand as last time. I had the 9 deuce and you had the ace deuce.
Really?
You won that hand
I
a
see.
long time ago.
Yeah, yeah. Good combination, powerful. Yeah.
Ah, suited 10 finding the mark on the button for the chip leader.
For curiosity, yeah.
for curiosity, limp. Wonder if Roman changes how he approaches this one after that statement.
Just out of curiosity.
I mean,
how do you respond?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can see the man's cards and I'm scared to play against him. So unpredictable.
So Roman's going to interpret it as a weakness. The flop check.
Everyone's blocking some of the continues. Jack 8, Jack 10, King Jack. Can also
You
turn
see the
equity.
number? 600.
Oh my, did he just check raise? King 3 off?
6 to 9. Should have not bet that. Yeah, it's something about the use rate because there was a 6 and 9.
Yeah, 6 9. Yeah. Magic happened.
There's me trying to break it down from a theory point of view. I forgot the 9-6 was on board.
I'm not paying attention that the board is 6-9. The board is 6-9.
That's it. It's just like a
problems.
problem.
Problems over here.
Whatever sixes and nines,
Yeah,
it's a magic going to happen. But you see that magic and you
I know.
going away. That's nice.
I didn't realize. Oh no! I get 9K.
I can ask.
We need this man on every TV table, Randy.
That was something. Roman beating himself. Like, oh man, I didn't see the flop. This is flop.
I'm talking about blocking continues, picking up equity on the turn with the jack four. Kozanen's like, hang on a minute, Henry. You're playing normal chess over there. I'm playing 4D chess right now with the king 3.
I also love the curiosity call. And it looks like, well, I'm curious, didn't like what I see, so I'll just check to give up. No, he actually loved what he saw, but it wasn't his whole cards, it was the flop. Keeps getting dealt this 8-6, like it's so close to his special hand.
The magic hand.
Couple sevens from Roman.
800.
Makes it 4x. Small blind versus big blind, ace queen. This is
wow,
going in.
Surely.
Especially against the 4x.
25 bigs out there.
Now, I guess the question is, does he always reshove, or does he maybe try to induce from like a worse ace to reship it on him?
1.8.
Yeah, this makes sense. Especially with the dynamic that's kind of going on before when he had 5-bet ripped the kings into Roman. There's a lot going on in this hand. As long as Roman thinks he's got fold equity, then he's probably going to push these 2 sevens into the middle.
This is so sick. There's the all-in and a snap call. One of the biggest spots of their tournament careers.
I have Patrick's hand. How do I lose?
Ooh, but I have.
Patrick, can you touch it real quick?
I have a very powerful power hand here.
Ace queen being tricky.
9.9 million chip pot. All in brought to you by BetACR. Queen 5-5. That's been said that is Patrick's hand. It's a tough one to lose. Has been the hand of the tournament so far. Can it hold? Needs to fade the 2 outs once. Which it does. Jorstad up to 50 bigs. Hrabets down to just 7.5. And with that, Jorstad's just 14 big blinds less than Patrick now, Randy.
Jorstad very well in contention with Patrick, as you just mentioned. Problems, though, as yours, Roman, I mean, is on fumes. Don't blame him. Thought he had the fold equity. Got it in flipping, which is certainly more than fine.
You sure about that?
That little Ferrari car just ran out of fuel.
You're right, you're right.
It did indeed. Just getting confirmation there. From the dealer on the count. So yeah, it looks like I bet it's down to just 1.5 million. Huge double against 2 online crushers.
Maybe get rid of some of these white ones.
Patrick, we are flipping
Doesn't
next
matter.
with you. I have a feeling that we are flipping with you next.
Okay.
I take that. Looking forward to that.
I'm not looking for the flip anymore.
I
I
know
flipped
for-
enough
I
on
know
this
for
tournament.
who he will be rooting.
That's brilliant. Calls it in saying, I'm going to flip against you next. Doesn't matter that Roman's on 8 big blinds. I don't care. I want to flip against you, Patrick.
He just wants to get involved.
Yeah.
Should I take it back? What? I thought I put. I'm not taking it back.
Right with an ace, but does need to be mindful of the fact that Roman's on
Me?
a real short stack.
Me, I 200. Well,
Just
I
comes
will
with the
make it
limp.
simple for Patrick to jam.
No, it's possible.
What does Espen know? He's getting 7-1 on a call, but he's got a dusty queen 6. He's going to try and C3. See if Patrick allows them.
Let's play.
Espen dominated in 2 spots. Oh, everyone interacting with the 975.
Little piece for all.
300.
Queen 6 is down. But this Queen 8's got the backdoor flush draw and 1 over card. Cheap price. Should see him flick this one in, which he does.
Let's see the turn.
Exactly.
Well, Patrick improving, but remains unpaired as he's picked up additional outs in the form of a jack now.
Should I be greedy or I should be polite to master, to my master? I will polite.
So what you feel?
I will be polite to my master.
So it checked through. Korsunen will win at Showdown. Does Patrick, given what he's seen, think that Vlad's ever folding a pair here? And if so, does that mean he's just going to wave the white flag and give the Estonian a free showdown? No, just comes cheap.
300.
This
Looking to
bet.
shake out some random high cards better than Queen High. And this is a difficult call to make for Korsunen. Look at that board. Your opponent check called you in a flop. There's not many bluffs, but Queen 8 suited is one of them.
If he flicks in the call here, Randy.
When you have birthday? Which month?
December.
December? Okay, then I will present to you.
Oh, that's when you call.
Yeah.
What?
It's not today. It's not today my birthday.
No? Aye.
Randy, WTF did I just witness? He just asked the man
Unlucky.
when's his birthday.
Unlucky.
Wrong month to be born in.
Okay, next time.
Was he randomizing with Patrick's birth month there on whether or not he would call?
No, he wasn't randomizing. He just wanted to give him a
For
gift.
that 8 which you were hiding.
Wow.
Patrick just said the wrong month. He should have bluffed his birthday.
I mean,
It's like, yeah, it was in March.
how about it? Lad calling it off with the ace high. Oh, this is go time for Roman. Blind's going to be going up the next hand. All you can eat. You're stud with a spot with the ace deuce, four-handed. He knows that Roman's going to be wider than usual, given that he's going to be in the big next hand.
Still a bit too much with 2 players stacked behind him. He's too suited.
Yeah, well, he got the best hand to fold. Can he get called by a worse one? Just gets the jam through.
From you off.
So he's up to 2 million.
I
But like I said, blinds are going to be going up when we return from this upcoming scheduled break. So when we return, big blind will be 250,000, which means Roman will be down to just 8 bigs. Patrick is still the chip leader with 47. But how about this, Randy? Espen Jorstad, who came into this final table 8 of 9, is second in chips with 4 left with a very healthy 39 big blinds. Everyone guaranteed $1,867,000 for their efforts. Battling it out for 5.1 million as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lew alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, what a frame, man. I mean,
it's been very chatty, you know, Korzinen driving the action, giving us some really fun hands to watch. But like you mentioned, Jorstad has been playing great. He was getting pay jumps, but in finding opportunities to get Roman to play back at him. And then he finally got that key double there with ace-queen against 2 sevens.
yeah, it was a bit of a slow pace with 6 left, and it felt like Korzinen was just in a bit of a chill zone, and then all of a sudden he just activated against Mikita with that gut shot, spiked it on the turn to shower the Belarusian in 6th, and then since then he's really just been enjoying himself out there up to all sorts of shenanigans. It's really tough to tell when he's going to activate and when he's not, and with that in mind, that just puts Roman and Espen in a really tough spot because they're like, this guy is willing to flip against Patrick with 4 left.
I mean, my favorite part is when Vladimir asks Patrick, when's your birthday? And expecting to give a gift, you know, 1.5 EBs over there, and actually gets a return as Patrick said the wrong month, even though he wasn't bluffing, but he should have.
Absolute scenes. Patrick and Tony is still chip leading this 200K Invitational. Randy's going to be stepping out. Brian Rass is going to be stepping in as we continue to work our way down to a champion here. Don't go too far. Continuing coverage in a few moments.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Just look at the gap.
Look at this hand.
Jacks. Again, this time in his hands, And perhaps Maslach will seek to take matters into his hands. Ace, king, that which is lured forward, 1.6 million. Antonius snaps. And it is Constantine's turn to sweat it out against the Finn. Does not have the best of things. Shy of a 3-2 dog, but a dog nonetheless. It's looking for a bone. 3.4 million bones to be exact. And that ain't the flop. Six outs twice for the Russian.
One more chance.
Turn renders no assistance, and might he be joining Tan Xuan on the rail in short order? Only the river has our answer, and it's yes. So a wrap of the rail, and
Yeah, you're a beautiful player.
Once we got
Love
to
you.
two tables, nobody busted any player at your table except you.
Good luck.
So when there was 16 players left,
Vlad wants to get involved. Makes sense given that Patrick's out of the way. He's second in chips. Yeah, here we go. The King 9-0. Gonna up it to 250,000.
Like seeing him opening it up now that he's overtaken Roman in the chip counts. Players can't really play back at him too much. Some thought given to his King 7 suited.
it's me.
Ah,
Oh, Vlad went to muck his hand. Bad's just reminding them, hey,
yeah. I can put more if you want.
Bad's his second shortest. Comes with defend. Let's see, 3 dealer. 6, 7, 5 out there. Vlad asking him to dance. Queen Jack deuce, bottom 2 for Mikita. Gut shot and King of Spades for Korzinin.
We can definitely dance on this board. King of Spades. Gut shot 1 over to the board.
Bads is just praying that Korzinin bets out at this.
250.
There it is. 250 into 675. Is this a fast play kind of spot here for Mikita?
You have more reasons to fast play with bottom 2 because you're unblocking top pair, which can get it in with you. Now, he is very shallow in the sense that maybe chips can still fly in on turns and rivers.
So much value to be had by just picking up the money that's already out there. He goes to 600, committing a third of his stack.
All in.
Oh my word.
Snap jam. Here we go. 4 million chip pot. Misstep from Korzinin.
Beating him to the pot. I mean, we didn't even have the chance to announce Mikita's jam. Sorry, raise rather. Before Korzinin had said all in.
No, you have less.
less?
Yes. No,
20 something.
I don't have. I only have 100%. I don't have less.
Maybe a little more.
Less. I don't understand.
Vlad says he has 100%.
Oh my gosh. Sick.
Which he's now one card away from.
No, 30, no, 40.
What a disgusting beat.
I know. When you know, you know.
It's Mikita Mazurkuski, the 5-time champion. fireworks as we return from the first break. Vladimir Korzinin kind of, you know, asking Mikita, how much do I have? 70, 80%. Mikita was like, no, it's close to 20. And then Vlad was like, hey, listen, pal.
It's 100%.
The only amount that I'm familiar with is 100%. And then boom, like magic, 10 of diamonds on the turn.
I mean,
Mikita's just out.
Look at him. That's...
I've been enjoying these exchanges between Vlad and Patrick.
But if I would go all in, would you call?
No,
Probably not.
I went all in, so I was
Probably
I cannot
not,
reverse
yeah.
it.
So, yeah.
All in?
All in.
Roman's all in. As is the F1 car. Oh, this is going in. We're flipping. Flipping for Mikolai's tournament life.
Yeah, Mikolai shortest stack. Should be performing well against the button jam of Roman. Here we go. 4.75 million. Flip.
Here it is again, the force against the king queen.
Yeah.
Started well.
This is better. This is suited. I didn't have suited.
Oh, Roman.
Look at Roman. He's pushing the car back every single time.
Just making sure that the car is correctly placed.
Magic.
Trying to use some magic. 5 cars to come. Oh, spicy. 6-3 deuce, 2 clubs. Mikolai now with more equity than he had pre-flop. Needs a king, queen, or a club to double up. Stay in the hunt for his second title. Can't find it. Roman holding with the 4s across 3 streets. Handshakes all around. Class act as always is Mikolai Vaskaboynikau. Picks up another 7-figure score on the Triton Tour.
Was it that car placement that helped him win that key flip?
Continuing coverage here from the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. It is the $200,000 buy-in Triton Invitational. Brian Rast stepping in for Randy Liu. Brian, we're down to 4, and it has just been madness, mate. It's been pure madness, led by none other than the Estonian Vladimir Korzinin, who's guaranteed to be #1 on Estonia's all-time money list, regardless of where he finishes from here on out. He's been hero calling with ace-high correctly. He's been willing to flip for 25 bigs with ace-9. He's been 3-bet clicking with 9-5 suited. He's been check-raising with king-high. I mean, how does one adjust to a player like this who is willing to put it all on the line?
Yeah, I think that you have to go in knowing that he's going to be making some kind of random acts of aggression. Maybe you try to get a feel, especially with knowing the hands after the fact, like were there any differences in sizing? When he made some of these plays, you know, your rail can obviously help you with that. And you just try to do your best to figure out like the method behind the madness, because there surely is one. It's just hard to know exactly what it is.
Well, he needs to be careful as Roman is down to 10 big blinds and Vladimir is comfortably in third. In fact, sorry, Roman's going to be down to 8 big blinds as the blinds are going up to 125k, 250k. So average stack's going to drop down to 30. Vlad has 29. Espen has 39. Patrick with 47. It would be a disaster for either Vlad or Espen to bow out in 4th. All guaranteed $1,867,000 for their efforts. But of course, with just how close it is there between the top 3, all eyes are going to be on that top prize of $5,130,000. That's the tail of the tape so far. Shortest stack coming into the FT. First one out, Morten Klein, picking up 510,000. Then it was Ten Chuan, who then came 8th for 684,000. followed by Konstantin Maslak, 7th. Mikita out in 6th after getting just brutally 4-outed against Vladimir. Mikolai out in 5th after losing a flip against Roman Hrabec. Was looking for his 2nd title of the series, but has his work cut out as the shortest stack.
600.
Patrick raising it on up. Flat's got the 9-6 suited. All in?
No, this is... He's getting pass vibes.
On me. Yeah, you know what happened, right, at this moment.
I'm shocked to see him pass that up. It's his favourite hand. He's been playing massive pots with it. Does allow Roman to defend off of 8 bigs, 2 already invested. Just 5 bigs back.
Wow. He would have flopped an open-ended straight flush draw.
Insane. Patrick, top pair, very decent kicker.
Yeah, and Roman, not that much. He does have backdoors and overcards. Will that be enough for him to stop and go this?
I think it's a thing, Brian.
Yeah. Okay, he was considering it. Would not have worked, as we can see, against Patrick's hand.
Patrick, who came into this final table as chip leader, overwhelming chip leader.
I wonder if Patrick's going to kind of small bet and deuce, or if he'll just rip it. I mean, we're talking about less than 1 SBR.
250.
Okay, he's going with option 1.
Roman with 2 overs, backdoor clubs. That 9 of clubs wrapped around the 8-7.
It's small enough that he could peel this, actually, I feel. I mean, he's so much shorter than everyone else. There's not really ICM for him at this point. It's kind of just playing this pot for chips. Wow, he lets it go.
I had 9-6 diamonds. I was going if no three bet.
You don't play 9-6 suited today?
Yeah, 9-6 diamonds. Yeah, I fold 9-6 diamonds. I was. Yeah.
Oh, Rabbit's down to just 5 bigs now.
But I had the best hand.
All eyes going to be on him. All eyes on our official timekeeper, Jacob and co, who have been, you know, blessing the Triton Super High Roller Series with that collaborative piece between Triton and Jacob and co for our main event champions, one of which will be given out in event number 10, the 125k main here in Monaco. They are our official timekeeper. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, they really are just the one brand to check out.
You know, Henry, I just want to bring attention.
It's okay.
We caught a little bit of that conversation, and then obviously it got cut off. Patrick was like engaging Vladimir there. Like, oh, 9-6 of diamonds. You notice how, and I noticed like, say, Hrabets being a counterpoint to this. He was like asking people's hands yesterday, but never telling.
I hope
Patrick
one
knows,
time will come again.
like, this is the experience you get when, listen, he's north of 40. He just made the Poker Hall of Fame. Well deserved. But it's like, he understands that, okay, I'm going to get back to this point. Let's go to this hand.
This is very close.
Do it for the show.
How much is it?
It's not much.
Bearing in mind
29.
that Patrick
Dude, I don't
has
know if
seen
you
this.
call 30 blinds here with ace-10-0.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But he's seen him do it with just...
You can have it.
Okay.
Wow. You can have it, you can have it.
I gave you, you gave me maybe.
Big fold. Ace 10.
Yeah.
But see, Patrick did it again. Do you notice the difference dynamic? And this is my point I was getting at. Patrick is engaging Vladimir. Like this last hand, he's like, no, but I had the best hand. They probably kept talking about it. We didn't get the conversation, which is true. Now he showed his hand that he's folding. You think Patrick's doing that versus anyone else? Of course not.
100%.
Listen, man, this is the experience you get when you've been playing huge cash games for a while in these spots. You don't just like stone face, like fish for information and give nothing to a guy, you know, an invitee who's playing crazy, making some aggressive plays. Clearly there, he's talking. Sometimes he shows hands. You give back.
Yeah, he's having fun, and I think that's a lot of praise being sent Patrick's way for the right reasons. He just has that live experience.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it makes people feel like more comfortable, like you're not taking all the edges, fishing and not giving. I don't know. It's just a different feel, and I just am pointing that out so everybody can see that and know it's kind of like the better way to operate in this situation. That's going to make, you know, invitees or whoever also just have a better time, feel more comfortable at the poker table because someone else is kind of treating the situation more like them and less just like an EV mining operation.
100%, man.
Flopping time at least.
Patrick with the option to make this a three-way affair. Everyone's suited and booted.
Yeah, he's got a real nice hand to overcall here.
Vlad's loving it. Roman's loving it. He's down to 4 bigs.
Yeah, he's loving the three-way pot between the other stacks. Oh my goodness.
Well, Vlad's just found a way to win this one.
Does he just open jam though? No, he bets. Okay.
Snap bets 1 million. And 2 snap folds.
Too easy.
Moves up to second in chips. Wow. You know, the fans were calling for a Vlad-Patrick heads-up battle, as did Randy and I. Does seem fitting, doesn't it, given the back and forth they've had.
They have the most chips right now, but Espen has quite a few, and you know he's going to try to do something about that outcome. But it does seem like maybe we'll get Vlad Patrick.
In it goes. It's going to get through Espen.
How much is
Wow, it says only 4 blinds.
I might even get through Patrick. I will get through Patrick. Will it get through that man, though?
So he has a really bad hand. Let's see what he thinks about. I mean, it's not that much more, though. 750. Yeah, it gets through.
You did that?
No, no.
I'm loving this.
Okay, so this is Roman's Monaco outfit.
It's fantastic, right? Yeah, he's really dressed the part.
If I would have 9-6, of course I would call.
Long live high-stakes poker, my friend.
Oh no.
This is insane.
Spontaneous for me.
This guy's just become an instant legend overnight. Vladimir calls in, and that is, of course. Got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing a ton of reels and memes and love over on socials.
I mean, it's been a magical run.
Talking of magic, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
On one card I call.
My doorbell buzzed earlier on today. Rasty just there with a dime in hand, paying up. The man always pays his debts. Courtesy of this man who folded aces in this very tournament. I just want to let the viewers know that Rasty...
He's limping off of like 5. I mean, sorry. Roman has 5 blinds. And Roman just thinks he just has garbage too often and is going for it instead of checking back.
He's going for it with Vladimir's hand.
Yeah.
Be very careful. Very strong hand.
400? Oh, I saw this.
It's going to work.
Win.
What's your favorite hand? I am not gonna tell you which one, but it's one of your favorites.
Yeah, I had the ace too.
See, Vladimir knows who to lie about hands with. He figured it out. It's the guy who never shows him any hands. Gotta love it.
I wish you luck. Yeah, enjoy. Enjoy. Not many people have such kind of experience in life, you know. We're so lucky. Yeah.
Oh, Vlad hitting us with the final table stoicism.
Yeah, with a little...
Yeah, just enjoy the present moment.
Drop some gratitude.
Yeah, not many people get to experience the final table of a 200K. Just appreciating how lucky these four are to be here. Talking of lucky, right at the right time.
Wow.
What happens with the blades?
Some real decision here about whether to limp. Or I don't know if you really have a raising range off of.
Yeah, limp it is.
Yeah.
Does give Fjordstad a free look in.
I think your raise is jam, right? For like 7 blinds. So it's limp or jam.
I think so. Fjordstad not taking the bait. 750 out there. SPR around 2.5. Oh, little deuce in the window.
But no more help. This is... How much trouble will Espen get in? Does have a pair.
At least one street's worth.
Yeah, it seemed like it. Oh, Roman checking it over.
So pure. Aces, ace of diamonds.
I mean, neither player has a lot of ace-X, right? Given how short it is, so many ace-X hands are just getting jammed. But there's no ace on board.
Surely Roman now looks to try and extract some value across 2 streets.
I think this street he can check or bet. I think betting is probably standard, but checking as a minority play seems reasonable to me.
Comes with 2/3 pot. I don't think that's going to get rid of your stat.
I don't know, it might, man. I mean, you want to let me 10 to 1? Get that 1,000 back.
Gentlemen and leaders, if you start your shuffle, please complete your hand on. Otherwise, send the players on 15-minute break. That's 15-minute break.
Does make the call. 1.75 out there. So far, the trap working out for Roman. Extracting max value.
I mean, I think you just get value at this point. You have like basically 70% pot left. I think aces is good enough. Espen has a lot of 1-pair hands that might decide to bluff cash. I'm not really sure if 6 deuce will, but yeah. I like this value bet.
So almost all you can eat on request from Roman.
Not really sure Espen. I mean, you have to think he's probably folding here.
Yeah, you need Roman to have like 10-9 Jack 9 that didn't jam pre-flop. Jack 10.
Yeah, no, I mean, he could have hands like, you know, 3-9 of clubs. I think some of those hands you're saying are a little bit more likely to jam pre. So, but I mean, he's going to have some suited combos that are limp folding that have no pair. But
I wish I could bluff like you.
That's years of experience.
Yeah. But I knew exactly that you were bluffing.
What's that?
I knew exactly that you were bluffing.
Okay.
See television later?
You will see later, I guess. I can't
Yeah.
tell you now.
Yeah.
Who knows?
No need. But I don't know. For me, it was like kind of
Suspicious line.
250.
But for
It
him,
worked.
he was in different spot, you know. Here, big, you know. Beautiful. Beautiful.
oh, the hooks.
Hello, Pocket Jacks. Calls and then singing the praises of Roman's bluff.
600.
Korzinin is a little bit more thoughtful today, right? Taking a little bit of time with these pre-flop decisions.
Yeah, he hasn't been rushing it.
Patrick.
I actually think that's really instructive for people. You know, you get here in one of the biggest poker spot of his life probably, and yeah, take your time, settle down. It's okay. Think through it a little bit. Give your brain some time to work out what you think the best play is. You don't need to rush it.
Most popular player the last 7 days on Hendon Mob.
Oh, is Vladimir?
Second.
That's strong.
Brand new. Brand new.
He like doesn't really have results in Hendon.
He has none, bro. He has the 31K that he cashed here, this series. And then he got his first ever cash in the 10K mystery bounty at the EPT 3 weeks ago in Cyprus.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising. He's very entertaining to watch in terms of just his style of play. And then the aura that he brings to the table definitely helps.
5 seconds.
See what sizing he comes with here.
350. 350.
He's...
Oh, it has to be...
he tried raising less than a min raise.
That's what I said, yeah?
More.
Yeah.
Needs to be one big blind, yeah?
500?
See what the floor comes with.
Okay. 500.
So it's just going to be a min raise.
If you're Patrick here, I think you're just super happy to call 250 and C3.
I don't think he even needs to call 250.
No, that's perfect with me. That's perfect.
I mean, he
Just
can't
listening.
call, he's in a big blind, and there's a limp. He's in a big blind, and there's a limp. He can't call.
Yeah, Espen's right, I think. I mean, it's a dicey one. I don't want to say too much from the booth.
My feeling is that this should be ruled a min raise, but let's see what the tournament director comes. I mean, Luca's always good and fair. So.
Yeah, Luca's dialed in these spots. Patrick.
I decline the option. We understand the 50% rule. So you don't have to do any action in the big line if you check, or if you said before. So it's still going to be erased, the minimum.
Yeah.
Even if it's less than 50%. Because in reality, you do
That's definitely
So it's 500, yeah?
the most fair outcome in my opinion.
I agree. Well
Even
played,
though it was
Luca.
less than half, I mean, he should just be forced to raise the minimum.
Yeah.
So nice decision by Luca.
Yeah, great find there, Luca. Well done, mate. Shout out to Espen. Kind of just voicing that as well. He's like, look, he's in the big. He wanted to raise, obviously. Good job, guys. 1, 2, 5 out there.
let's pay attention. What about that raise? He was trying to raise 100,000 because
he said 350, and in his mind he wanted to raise 350 more than the 250.
Okay,
but
even
because he didn't
any
say
of those options are suspiciously small, aren't they? Even 350 more is like
2.4x.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
It is, yeah.
I mean, these guys are 40 bigs deep.
Patrick with the open ender. Queen high diamonds. Comes with the probe. Kosonen just wagging the finger.
Wow. This puts Patrick in a really uncomfortable spot here. This raise is big enough that it's kind of hard as Patrick just to call this out of position with queen high, which is like not that likely to win in a check-check showdown on the river. Yeah. I mean, he could actually sort of maybe re-raise, but that also, you never know what you're going to get versus Vladimir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new chip leader for the first time at this final table. And it's that man right there.
And I'll tell you what Patrick is wishing. He's wishing he checked the turn.
The floor man.
Vladimir Kosonen taking the chip lead off of Patrick.
What the fuck what I was going to do? Whether I was going to really race or what? Yeah, confused, and I'm confused.
Tough decisions to everyone.
Oh, how about it? The man who was the first player eliminated in this tournament.
Yeah.
It just lets it go.
Used his
9-2
re-entry option and now finds himself chip leader with 4 left.
We were ahead. I had 8-3.
But you had suited? No? Suited? No?
You're lucky.
That's okay.
Guaranteed to move up to number 1 on Estonia's all-time money list.
Very kind of you.
No, I don't want to push anybody.
Such an incredible storyline. Updates from that 50k final table. 6 left. Punat Punsri, chip leading. 1.5 million up top in that one.
5 seconds.
Kravitz now been chipping up. I mean, he's over 10 blinds. Look at that. Just looks like 12 blinds. Or see how he decides to play this.
5 seconds.
Yeah, feels maybe it's just a little too much to jam. Might be considering calling versus a raise here. Espen has a hand he can, one of these kind of garbagey type hands that you can raise to attack limps in this spot, decides not to. And this flop is all Espen.
Jack 10-7, middle pair for the Norwegian.
It's It's much more interesting to me how Roman approaches this situation here with just like queen deuce and really nothing going for it. Like, how does he decide to play? You know, Espen kind of has a middle pair, you know, heads up, unraised pot. So Roman's starting out immediately min betting, which is kind of one of these clearance bluffs. Like, his hand getting stuff like 6 high, 5 high to fold is a pretty nice. Might even be able to get like king 3 off, which decided to check back to fold.
Oh, hello. One of the benefits, I guess, of barreling with an overcard is that you can always turn top pair.
Yeah, now I think if you're Roman, it's like you can kind of just go bet here. These ranges are wide enough. Turning a queen is a good enough hand to bet here, and then on most rivers that aren't like a heart or an 8 or a 9 or a king or something, you can bet again. Yeah, and so Roman's taking this line, and I like this. He's leaving no value on the table.
Really uncomfortable spot for your stat, obviously. Unblocking 8x, 9x.
Yeah, turn is immediately a very tough spot. How does Espen navigate it here?
He's going to get out of there. Wow. Well done, sir. Roman back up to 3.8 million after being down to 5 bigs. He jammed the 960 out of the big blind against Vladimir's limp. Got the fold from the 10 deuce. He's just been cruising ever since.
Yeah, he was so short. No ICM pressure, just can play to win chips. But now he's chipping up a little bit. He's got almost 4 million. Espen 6.8. So he's starting to approach the area where he does have some kind of ICM creeping in. Also, just even though Vladimir has a bunch of chips, you never know if there is just some big collision because Vladimir rips it on somebody and, you know, call. I mean, what if Patrick, instead of having ace-10 off, had ace-jack suited?
Right.
Now they're playing some massive... Patrick decides it's too good to fold.
100%. This is too good to fold as well on the button. Roman, who's been on an absolute tear.
Good enough to min raise. Yeah. You're trying to induce pairs to bluff back at you, or even some like ace-x hands. You can get it in good here, not just flipping. You know, Patrick has ace-7 suited in the big blind. He's rejamming, probably. Pocket 5s for sure. It's one of the Christmas gnomes. He really is rolling with the Santa Claus story.
That's what he's going for. Would be magical. Let's see him pick this one up. 5 million and change.
Raise.
Yeah, another min raise. Now this is the opposite story of last hand. It's a min raise where he's very likely folding to any aggression. Someone 3-bets him. But now perhaps one of the outcomes he's looking for here. Oh, not that one. He was definitely hoping Vladimir would call, but
what timing from the Estonian, just taking the king 6 suited and asking for it all. Absolute legend. That's how things stand. I mean, right, this is anyone's game, surely. 16 bigs for Kravets. All he needs to do is double through Vladimir and he vaults up into second. Bjorstad with 27 bigs, Patrick with 36. But the man is the talk of the town. Vladimir Kozinin, chip leader with 4 left.
Dude, look at these pay jumps here. I mean, 400K, then 1.2. How about that jump from 3rd to 2nd? I mean, that is a meaty jump right there.
It's actually insane, bro.
Like
400K.
ICM
1.2.
in these spots are actually getting pretty absurd.
And then 1.6 million. Wow.
Raise.
What a time to be alive. These tournaments have just become a regular thing as well. Just have them 4 times a year now. Now you can easily do 10 mil in buy-ins.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a hard worker, it's pretty easy.
Especially with this 500K coming up in the Bahamas, you fire 2 bullets in that, that's a mil right there.
That's why the winnings on the Hendon Mob are just exploding in the last few years, right? Because, I mean, most of the guys that are in the top 20 now, they're doing like, unless you've been on there, like you're doing 5 million in buy-ins a year. I mean, like you could win 3 million a year and you're a pretty big loser, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's rough. This is rough. This might be
400.
out in 4th for Roman, after defending his big blind and flopping top pair against Patrick on the Jack 5-3.
I mean, probably will be.
Struggling to find an exit.
He might just, I mean, it's over if he check raises flop. If he takes that line, it's just done. But ICM, like I said, he has enough chips that like maybe he doesn't want to do that. Nope.
There's the flop check raise.
It's curtains unless, I mean, there is some chops here. And, I mean, obviously a 7, backdoor hearts or a straight. It's where he gets that 18% equity.
How does Patrick proceed? He just asks for all of it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, this is one of the problems with check raise here. I mean, it's such a natural line when you're this short for chip EV, but ICM, it's just like, ugh, getting it all in here when you're roaming.
All in, brought to you by WPT Global.
Really curious on this hand in terms of like running it. No, I mean, I know Roman's plays fine with chips, but with like an ICM calculator in this spot, like an ICM solve.
Roman did an incredible job to bounce back after losing that huge flip against Espen. Now finds himself 1 card away from elimination. Needs a 7 and a 7 only to stay alive. Doesn't find it. The 4 of Spades River. As Patrick Antonius reclaims the chip lead once more.
Love you.
Back up to 13.2 million. Kravitz out in 4th for another 7-figure payday here in Monte-Carlo. Just having an incredible Triton run. He's up to 9 million in Triton earnings now, making his total haul for this series 3 million. I mean, what a trip to Monaco for that man.
The 4 big blind. Rush was becoming a dangerous rush.
Was becoming a bit of a dangerous rush.
One all-in pot.
Yeah.
No show that.
It was 6
4 big blinds.
4, 7, 10.
Yeah, as Patrick was just mentioning there, it was becoming a bit nervy for everyone else as Roman was on the climb.
Yeah, he was spinning it up. I mean, Roman's always a danger to do that. He's kind of a fearless, aggressive player who, I mean, you can even see his bust out hand. Like I was saying, like that's a fearless line to take in that spot for sure. So he's always a threat to spin it up. And great result. GG, Roman.
Yeah, relief for everyone else, that's for sure. So with that, we're down to 3. 2,255,000 locked up for these final 3. It's Patrick Antonius out in front with 53 bigs.
And this spot is crazy, bro, because the way Triton does their payouts is there's always like a big jump third to second relative to second to first, I feel like, compared to other places. It's like I said, 1.22 million difference third to second, and it's at only like 1.66 difference second to first. In other words, this jump is like 75%, more than 75% the jump from second to first. 1.2 million, fam. That's, I mean, staying alive here is massive. And I know this is not, I would guess Vladimir might not know what ICM stands for, but Espen certainly does. So really want to see how these guys navigate this, because it's kind of an insane situation here. Three-handed, where you have to imagine, I mean, Vladimir obviously realizes it's worth it to ladder, right? Like, that's clear. But just like how that affects your play, like, he seems pretty willing to take risks for his whole stack.
Yeah, I honestly am pretty confident going out on a limb just saying he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Like, he just wants to win. It's either win or nothing. And if it means he dies by the sword, then he dies by the sword. He's been 5-handed, 6-handed against Mikita with 6 left. He 3-bet flop, Queen Jack Deuce with King 9. Just thought Mikita was up to it with the check raise, just ripped all in, spiked the 4-outer.
Well, what did Mikita have?
Jack Deuce. Defended big blind off of 10 bigs. Yeah.
Oh, so bottom 2.
Bottom 2, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Just spikes the 4-outer on the turn, bro.
Wild.
And he called it as well. He was like, oh, like, I'm just going to turn you dead. He just spikes the 10 on the turn. But so many spots like that. The ace-9 against Patrick's ace-queen. Just happy to get it in for 25 bigs. Limping button. Guaranteed to be #1 on Estonia's all-time money list, which is pretty absurd given that his first cash on Hendon Mob came less than a month ago.
Wow, so Espen flops an open-ended straight draw, which is
1.2.
Oh my goodness, and Vladimir just pots it. So Espen, who was definitely looking forward to check calling, that might just be out the window here. I mean, I think at this point we just let it go.
Otherwise, they will not.
How tough is he to play against?
You just don't get to realize your equity, right? I mean,
like, he's trying to figure out his options right here, but I would guess he comes to the conclusion that fold is the best one, and he's probably not happy about it. I mean,
what a boss. Kozinin closing the gap on Patrick.
I mean, it's kind of an insane bet with middle pair, but it actually ended up sort of being the best size because it got a real draw out and just took it down.
Now just a 1 big blind difference, half a big blind difference between Patrick and Vladimir. Espen with 19 bigs. All he needs to do is double, though, to take the chip lead. Sounds easy. Sounds easy enough. But when there's 1.2 million on the line between third and second, it becomes a lot tougher.
I know Espen is thinking, let me just stay alive, play a little tight, ICM, but you still got to find a way to pick up chips, and I think just a suited king on the button is too strong. So we're going for it. But what is Patrick going to have to say about this?
Yeah, I think Patrick's going to be wagging the finger in Espen's face. Oh, he just comes with a call.
I mean, he probably likes the idea of Vladimir coming along.
Also going to have King X and Queen X dominated on the button, as we can see. That's been opening the King 5. Wow, Vlad just going to pass up on the 7-4 suited and let these two battle it out.
I mean, also, if you're Patrick, you 3-bet. Like, normally, in most situations, you'd feel pretty good about folding versus a cold jam from the big blind with Vladimir. But, like, the way Vladimir plays, you can't really feel that. I mean, you're still probably folding, but you don't feel good about it. I don't know. To me, Patrick's play in this particular exact spot makes a lot of sense.
Patrick finds the lead. Perhaps saving Jorstad some chips here.
Yeah, I think Patrick is thinking that my kind of condensed flat range just drills this board, which is probably true. And therefore he gets some leads. And this hand is one of his kind of stronger hands that takes this line, that it ensures he gets multiple streets of value. I would guess that's kind of Patrick's thought process there.
Well played both. Jorstad down to 17 bigs. 2.25 million locked up. Espen looking for his second Triton title. As is Patrick. But the man who has just blown us all away with his magical play style, Vladimir Korzinin, looking to put a stop to that, pick up his first.
These guys are 40 bigs deep.
Korzinin once more, pulling back the difference to less than a big blind at the top. Update from event number 9, the 50K 7 max. Down to 5 in that one. Punat Punsri is still chip leading by quite some margin with 62 bigs. Jesse Lawrence in second with 30. Dan Smith in third with 29. Daniel Rezai in fourth with 25. And Leonard Maui in fifth with 21 bigs. A bit cagey out there. 1.5 million up top in that one.
From a strategic standpoint right now, I think kind of things have been going the wrong way from Espen's standpoint. I mean, Patrick and Vladimir have 3x what Espen does, so the idea anymore of kind of waiting around sort of doesn't apply. Like if I'm Espen now, I'm kind of just playing to win chips.
100%.
Right? It's shifted. You know, 10-20 minutes ago, he had 7 million and was a lot closer, but
Vlad takes the chip lead with that raise and take. What a storyline it would be. First ever Triton series. Pick up his first title in the 200K Invitational. Given that he was the first player eliminated from this tournament, you are only allowed one re-entry.
I think this is a pretty clear open jam. These offsuit ace-x hands, I mean, he has like 14 blinds. You deny equity from Vladimir, who actually doesn't like calling too loose usually. Yeah. Nice play by Espen. I think this is the right play.
That's going to make him sweat. But this is just posturing. Little bounce back from Jorstad. Who would have thought, eh? Vladimir Korzinin just becomes the poster boy of the Triton Invitational. Blind v blind.
So this is a really clear jam. Ace deuce off here into about 15 blinds, but let's see what Vladimir decides. In terms of what theory would say the right way to play the hand is, at least.
Comes with just north of min.
And this will illustrate exactly why. Versus a jam, Jack 7 suited, which has tons of equity, is just going to get binned. But versus a raise, even if this was 850, he just gets the call and realizes equity in position. So
1.6 million out there. Ace 10-6,
Oh
two
my.
hearts. And does he get to realize?
Oh, he's gonna, well, yes. Espen's not folding. I think he even calls a jam. Yeah, and versus this, he probably jams himself.
1.5 into 1.6.
Are you letting go Jack High Hearts here?
I mean, Korzinin, against Korzinin? No.
No.
Like, the guy is just so tough to play against, just breathless with his sizings and barreling. And, you know.
Yeah. This to me is a real easy shove in this spot by Espen.
Finds the jam. Would love to see a fold, but I don't think Korzinin's come this far to fold top pair. And Jorstad is going to be looking for a heart or some runner straight draw.
All things considered, this is a very easy call, where you do expect to see quite a few heart draws, I think, if you're Vladimir. And a bunch of hands that beat you would have just shipped it pre-flop like other ace-X, but Vladimir's probably thinking, hey, this guy's been playing really tight, so I don't love top pair bad kicker here, but I mean, this would be like a wild and kind of bad fold if you were to make it, and I just don't really see that happening. But that's probably trying to get into his brain what he's thinking. I would guess it's more based on that feeling than actual range construction.
Yeah. He says, okay, cool.
Okay.
61% equity to shower the 2022 main event champion.
I'm happy either way.
It will come.
Two cards to come. Heart needed. Now remove one of those hearts. Jorstad with just 18% equity to get back in this fight. Doesn't find it.
GG, Patrick.
Handshakes all round as always.
Yeah, love you, brother. Love you, brother.
Good luck, good luck.
Really enjoyed your energy. Really
Yeah, you too.
enjoyed your vibration.
You too.
Yeah, love you.
You too. Lot of fun playing with you.
True gentleman of the game.
What a send-off. Really enjoyed your energy, big hug. I mean, dude, he's kind of a boss. Love his attitude, Vladimir.
Espen Jorstad picking up another 7-figure score on the Triton Tour. 2.25 million being added to his 4.6 million in Triton earnings. Now picking up his 11th cash in this 200K Triton Invitational as he continues on his journey.
I mean, listen, since I've gotten in the booth with you, I think Espen played great. You know, he didn't have a lot of chips, didn't have a lot of opportunities, but every decision he made seemed pretty reasonable. And given that I believe he started this final table pretty short on chips, I mean, sliding all the way up to third is an accomplishment. So, I mean, GG, Espen, well played, sir.
Yeah, to come in 8 of 9, I think even just then when he was all in against Vlad, he's just saying, look, I'm happy either way, man. I mean, I've got 3-handed coming in, you know, pretty much near the bottom of the chip counts to start off the day. So, yeah, has to be thrilled with that result.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of EV and money to be gained in tournaments in these final table spots where, I mean, listen, oftentimes it's like 10x or more the money from 9th place to 1st place.
Yeah.
You know, listen, you can't always be the chip leader just mashing and taking down pots and putting people in ICM jail and no one picking up any hands and getting it in good versus you. Sometimes you're on the other side of that and you're the nail and you just figure out it's like you're like running around the forest with a bow and arrow, like taking down the man in tanks and just figuring out how you can stay alive against these guys with chips and hammers and whatever, you know? And there's a lot of money to be made figuring out how to be the nail and dodge.
Well, the magic of Vladimir Korzinin continuing as he comes into heads up with 61 bigs, reigning supreme over Patrick Antonius' 41 big blinds. It would be quite the start to his Triton Super High Roller Series journey if he can close this one out. We're stepping away for a very short break, around 7-8 minutes time, as we set the stage for this what's to be an epic heads-up battle. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be crowning a champion.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code TRITON and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code TRITON for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
But if I would go all in, would you call?
No,
Probably not.
I went all in, so I was.
Probably
I cannot
not,
reverse
yeah.
it.
So, yeah.
All in?
Play all in.
Roman's all in. As is the F1 car. Oh, this is going in. We're flipping. Flipping for Mikolai's tournament life.
Yeah, Mikolai shortest stack. Should be performing well against the button jam of Roman. Here we go. 4.75 million. Flip.
Here it is again, the force against the king queen.
Yeah.
Started well.
This is better. This is suited. I didn't have suited.
Oh, Roman.
Look at Roman. He's pushing the car back every single time.
Just making sure that the car is correctly placed.
Magic.
Trying to use some magic. 5 cars to come. Oh, spicy. 6-3 deuce, 2 clubs. Mikolai now with more equity than he had pre-flop. He's a king, queen, or a club to double up and stay in the hunt for his second title. Can't find it. Roman holding with the 4s across 3 streets. Handshakes all around. Class act as always is Mikolai Vaska-Boynikau. Picks up another 7-figure score on the Triton Tour.
Was it that car placement that helped him win that key flip?
I mean, there's some voodoo magic going on there for Roman.
All right, all in, but with
Mikolai picking up his 6th cash
you cannot not to call.
since joining us for the first time in Cyprus 2023. He's got quite the Triton track record.
He can fold, but if he would go first, he would fall probably.
He's only played 10 events.
But how can you not to call?
He's cashed in 6 of them.
Like
400K.
ICM
1.2.
in these spots are actually getting pretty absurd.
And then 1.6 million. Wow. What a time to be alive. These tournaments have just become a regular thing as well. Just have them 4 times a year now. Now you can easily do 10 mil in buy-ins.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a hard worker, it's pretty easy.
Especially with this 500K coming up in the Bahamas. You fire 2 bullets in that, that's a mil right there.
That's why the winnings on the Hendon Mob are just exploding in the last few years, right? Because, I mean, most of the guys that are in the top 20 now, they're doing like, unless you've been on there, like you're doing 5 million in buy-ins a year. I mean, like you could win 3 million a year and you're a pretty big loser, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's rough. This is rough. This might be
400.
out in 4th for Roman after defending his big blind and flopping top pair against Patrick on the Jack 5-3.
I mean, probably will be.
Struggling to find an exit.
He might just, I mean, it's over if he check raises flop. If he takes that line, it's just done. But ICM, like I said, he has enough chips that like maybe he doesn't want to do that. Nope.
There's the flop check raise.
It's curtains unless, I mean, there is some chops here. And, I mean, obviously a 7, backdoor hearts or a straight. It's where he gets that 18% equity.
How does Patrick proceed? He just asks for all of it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, this is one of the problems with check raise here. I mean, it's such a natural line when you're this short for chip EV, but ICM, it's just like, ugh, getting it all in here when you're roaming.
All in, brought to you by WPT Global.
Really curious on this hand in terms of like running it. No, I mean, I know Roman's plays fine with chips, but with like an ICM calculator in this spot, like an ICM solve.
Roman did an incredible job to bounce back after losing that huge flip against Espen. Now finds himself 1 card away from elimination. Needs a 7 and a 7 only to stay alive. Doesn't find it.
GG,
the 4 of spades river. As Patrick Antonius reclaims the chip lead
Roman,
once more.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
Back up to 13.2 million. Kravitz out in fourth for another 7-figure payday here in Monte-Carlo, just having an incredible Triton run. He's up to 9 million in Triton earnings now, making his total haul for this series 3 million. I mean, what a trip to Monaco for that man.
And we're back with continuing coverage of this action jam-packed 200K Invitational from here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad in for Henry Kilbane. The Czar, Rast, here with me. And you've had a front row seat, Rast, to what has sort of been a two-horse race since the onset of this one. Patrick Antonius, the Finn, coming in with the chip lead now. He's got his hands full of the sorcerer himself. Vladimir Krozinen, who has captivated hearts, minds, and several players' hopes here at this FT. Sitting right now, 18.2 million as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for the lay of the land quickly before we send it back out. 12.4 million in front of Patrick, 15 million the average stack, and these guys are playing a massive heads-up freeze-out when you consider that the payout up top is 5.13 million, 3.47 going to the runner-up. Now, Rast, if I stick you in Vladimir's corner right now, you're responsible for guiding him through the one last player that stands between him and a Triton title here at his first festival. What are you telling this guy?
Yeah, the number one message is don't play small ball with Patrick, right? You need to up the variance pre-flop, play big pots, right? What you can't do is die the death of 1,000 cuts. Like, I would guess Vladimir doesn't have a lot of heads-up experience. He's not used to playing like every hand the way that you see guys with heads up and incorporating that into the range. And I think you just tell him it's time to get aggro, play big pot poker, and don't let him just bury you and steal every small pot.
From your mouth to Vladimir's ears, we send it back down to the arena. Let's see whether or not any of that sage wisdom will be soaked up here as the difference between second and first, impossible to overstate. 1.7 million roughly in this sit and go, and it looks like Vladimir may have solicited a charm of sorts.
I mean, he's supposed to be Santa Claus, right? So this is one of the Christmas elves, Christmas gnomes, however you want to put it.
I mean,
it's red and green with a Santa top hat.
It is a
salient
being.
but right now it's in costume, okay?
Yeah,
it's an elf. It's a gnome. All right,
and it's
when he takes
massive
the costume off, we can, call him by his name. I don't know it, but I'm sure it's great.
It's a massive 150-300 blind altercation here that rates to give us everything we could ever hope for in an invitational. The invitee with the 20 blind advantage, the veteran pro. 41 bigs deep. He's going to know exactly how to operate, but I would imagine some awkward spots are going to be on his hands, not unlike the ones that Vladimir has put others in en route to this date with destiny.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the opposite advice is true for Patrick. It's like, hey, let's try to play small ball. Let's keep this post flop with a very large SPR. I'd imagine Patrick's going to do some limping in position. If I was talking to him, I'd definitely be like, limp a lot in position, especially now when it's pretty deep. Play small ball. Get to post-flop spots, let him make a big mistake when the pot's small, right, rather than inflate. So it's almost the opposite, and it's almost at this point a game of, to me, like who's going to control where the fight takes place, to make an analogy. Like in MMA, you got a striker fighting a grappler. The grappler's going to try to take him down and wrestle and submit him, and the striker wants to keep it standing, right? It's like, to me, this is the battle between someone who wants to play small ball, play small pots, versus someone who, in my opinion, should want to do the exact opposite.
So the self-anointed Santa has been dashing children's hopes for the most part to this point as he's stocked
What are we?
his
250?
or stuffed his own stocking rather to the tune of a minimum of $3.5 million. That is what's guaranteed to both of these guys. And remember, this is a man whose first recorded live tournament cash came roughly a month ago, Rast, and here he is playing for a sum that many professional players will never even come within sniffing distance of. 5.1 and change. On the button to kick things off.
I can check, I guess, yeah.
Not just playing for it. I mean, he has a pretty decent chip lead here. It looks like there's...
I can fold, right?
It looks like there's basically 30 million chips in play, and he has 18 million of them.
Poker, so yeah, just.
Anything you want to know, you can ask.
Yeah.
When's the last time you think Patrick was playing for 7 figures heads up and had a man on the button ask if he can check or
So
fold?
now I'm on a big blind.
That's just how pure Vladimir Krosnin is in terms of his inexperience. We don't say this in order to somehow slight the man. Whatever it is that he's doing, it's working. But dream come true territory, fantasy land kind of stuff for Vladimir.
I mean, also, to a certain extent, you know, pretty cool spot for Patrick. Like, when you're Patrick and you get to the end of some of these Triton tournaments heads up, it's like you could end up playing, who knows, Jonathan Jaffe, like heads up wizard, or just a bunch of other people who have a ton of heads up experience. And as you said, his opponent now is asked about whether you can limp on the button.
Or
So,
check. Yeah, you know,
yeah.
What's interesting, though, as we see 9-6 suited
1 million.
getting raised, and all of a sudden Korzinen activating courtesy of King 10 offsuit. Playing against opposition like this, where we really don't understand the framework or the infrastructure that he's built his poker home upon in terms of strategic approach, it's difficult. I mean, you know, when you speak the same language, you can have a conversation that maybe makes a little bit more sense. When you don't, now all of a sudden you're really in the weeds a bit more often, just trying to deduce.
Listen, do we just digest that hand? I feel like that hand was the perfect example of Korzinen has taken my advice. I'm sure he didn't actually hear me, but I'm sure he's, you know, this is a pair tournament. I think his pair is none other than
talk to me.
Look on the list.
It's Alex Ponikoff.
Yes, it's one of the best. And I would guess Ponikoff has given him similar information that King 10 off 3-bet might be indicative.
Cool.
To me, Patrick had a nice limp call a raise from the button as opposed to raise it up. So
Check.
This one played as a limp. Jack 8 dominated by the Ace 8 of Patrick, who is not looking to play an inflated pot by shooting that one up. 9-9-7 board. Antonius checking over. Gut shot, straight draw on the spade dangler.
yeah, I'm curious to see if Patrick changes his strategy up now after getting 3-bet on the first hand and does more limping. You know, maybe he was feeling it out to see if Vladimir would 3-bet or not. Yeah, this
full pot,
which he's been doing a lot. He's been choosing pot as his bet sizing quite a bit. This hand actually makes some sense in terms of forcing folds immediately from queen, king, and ace highs that don't have much going for them. Some of the time at least, but not this time for Patrick.
Call is made, and the board double pairs. This is going to make things a little tougher on Korzinen in terms of the ability to maybe get Patrick off of ace high. He checks back and he finds a boat on board. Rest.
This creates an interesting spot for Patrick because given Vladimir's check back,
Check high.
you know, does he want to, he's the one who has way more 9x and 7x. Does he want to bluff there? Would Vladimir fold call or even raise with hands that aren't full houses with chops? It's hard to say, and Patrick decides not to explore that and is just happy to chop
Would
it.
you call
It
if I
appears.
go all in? What would be fun, huh?
Yeah.
That would be fun show, huh?
How can you not love this guy?
It's
I mean,
tough on
just
either one who goes all in.
Yeah.
an incredible demonstration of the fact that as favorable over the long run as maybe a GTO well-studied approach is going to be, any given Sunday is still a real thing, even in a 200K buy-in against the world's best.
Oh, yeah. And that's what makes poker such a great game.
Three, four off now.
So to me, this is a hand that's a little bit more appealing as a potential raise. You don't mind getting 3-bet off the equity. But limp, I think, is always fine as Patrick. Again, keeping the pot small.
10-8, checking back and flopping a gutter versus bottom pair.
This is an interesting board for these two hands.
Check. Check.
Neither of which bet.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Patrick just instantly navigates it with pot control with bottom pair rather than trying to get clearance.
Diamond draw and a straight draw. Now the equation for Korsinen, but he does check.
You could see that was a authentic card check there to see if he had a diamond, right? Wasn't fake. He couldn't remember and looked to see if he had a diamond. Does in fact have an offsuit hand.
Check. Check. Shut down.
Antonius never put a chip in here. Shows the 3-4 down.
I expect to a certain extent, especially in the outset, Antonius to play hyper straight up. In other words, he's really just going to try to get the showdown with weak showdown hands, not risk getting check raised and whatever Vladimir might come with, which we just saw in that hand, and really just try to make big pots when he has good hands. Kind of like simple straight up poker. Doesn't mean he won't take some stabs, maybe try to bluff some spots. That's a somewhat separate question. But just in terms of his value hands, playing them pretty straight up.
I would imagine that Patrick does reserve the right to make adjustments if he does see or receive kind of some data points that would guide him in another direction in terms of approach out of Vladimir,
900.
who he's still getting familiar with in spite of being here at this FT for so long. And Rast cannot overstate the delineation between heads-up poker and every other form.
It's very different, for sure. You get to the end of the tournament and you're stuck in this spot where you're always putting money in the pot and supposed to play a bunch of hands.
And here's Vladimir in a spot where 2.1 is in the middle. Brought to you by the 900K Open, which Patrick defended against, dominating. Neither player connecting with the King High Rainbow board. It goes check, check. No change to the running order on the turn.
Again, here's a spot where Patrick, with a hand that might win at showdown, is playing very straight up. Not trying to bet to get ace high to fold.
Vladimir playing things straight up as well.
Check. Check. Shut down.
Queen.
Now, worthy of mention the fact that once Queen Jack is rolled over, Vladimir does not need to turn his hand face up, Rast. He can concede the pot and put it into the muck. By turning it over, he is offering Patrick free information with respect to ranges associated with a button open raise.
Sure, and I think there's a couple ways I'll respond to that. The first is, when he heard Queen High, he might just legitimately want to make sure his Queen High is good.
Right.
But the second is, and I pointed this out earlier, Patrick has really developed a rapport with Vladimir by talking to him about hands, by showing him hands, sometimes completely unprompted. One time, Vladimir reshoved on him, and Patrick showed him that he folded ace-10 off. And then after he did that, Vladimir showed him what hand he reshoved on. So I'm just saying Patrick has approached this very different than EV chiselers who just always ask and never give. And I think because of that, Vladimir's a lot more comfortable with him. Because a little bit ago, he actually lied to Roman about one of his hands at the table.
Well,
And
Roman had been EV chiseling him.
Exactly. So Patrick just has all this experience of playing in these games and kind of knows how to deal. In my opinion, everybody has a different one. Kind of better with, you know, invitees in this type of spot who like talking about hands and giving. You got to give a little back. Once you're a super hard chiseler in that spot, you know, they know. Now all of a sudden he's not showing Roman hands and he's lying about hands. But not doing that at all with Patrick. Much more authentic.
So Patrick limped in with 9-7. Korzinen took us upstairs on the strength of ace-jack, which is now weakened on this board and trailing top pair and a gut shot.
900?
900,000.
Korzinen showing a bit of a different look than the straightforward. If I miss, I don't put more chips into the pot, as he takes this ace high and delivers another 900 into 2.1.
And this is an example of Patrick already instantly adjusting in this way. Limped the button, made sure he could call the raise in position.
Korzinen without a club.
Did he dark check? Was it before the 4 got there?
You know, it's funny. I didn't really clock it.
I kind of feel like it was.
I do too.
Patrick likely will bet the river for value on a blank. That's not a blank.
Oh, and it would be curious. If Vladimir were to look back at his 2 cards and then barrel here, Antonius would have a tough time making a call, and this is a not insignificant 3.9. In the middle, Vlad does shut down, though, as does Patrick.
I honestly think Patrick would have looked him up there. That was my read.
Even if he looks back at both of his
Either
cards
way,
and barrels?
Just if he bets the river. And maybe not if the bet starts getting huge, but stuff like half pot or 2/3 pot, I don't know, man. It's just one of these spots where I think Patrick's just going to get a little curious, and we've all seen Patrick made huge calls before, so I just feel like that was a spot that might not have worked. It's not like 100%, but at even money, I definitely take call and probably even lay a price.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Dead even.
Good job.
One of my favorite things about watching this FT play out and being in the booth for it has been just this warmth that Vladimir has had when people are busting out, coming over, giving them an embrace, having so much real human sympathy. You know, in the zero-sum game that is poker, oftentimes you can get a little bit apathetic. You can sort of become callous to the disappointment, the emotion that is associated with things. I think top-tier pros really work hard to kind of eradicate emotion, almost as a competitive advantage from entering their headspace and the arena. And here's Korzinen showing us a different path.
Yeah, all great observations, Ollie. I agree.
Suited king on the button. Vladimir happily checking back the Jack-8 as Antonius continues to limp with raisable hands. And he trails by a wide margin on a Jack-10-8 diamond-free board. 2 pair for Vlad.
300?
300,000.
The thing I'm curious about now, because Patrick has shown this limp strategy, is the next time he gets a hand he wants to get 3-bet with,
okay,
if he'll raise it up. So like ace-queen or something like that.
As opposed to simply limp and hope that Vladimir puts
Again,
the extra
just
chips
playing,
in.
as I said, super straight up with his value. Just putting in money when he has really good hands, and otherwise like trying to keep the pot small.
We'll keep an eye on that.
All right, Vladimir's got a premium hand, heads up. Calls behind.
So a little bit of a slippery limp out of Korzinen, It was flop top pair, not much on the stovetop for Patrick.
900.
Bet 900,000. Oh.
Bet and take it.
You're in the big one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So your ante's already in, sir? This is the 300 and then 300.
Ah, yeah.
Pocket tens now for Antonius, and a chance to find out, Rast, whether or not that which you suspected might be the case is going to take shape. There is straightforward approach with value.
Yeah, I felt more confident that he would raise ace queen than a pair like tens, because there's some value with tens in just letting the pure junk stand to flop a pair more than like ace queen off, although both are happy to get 3-bet heads up. But he still even raised with tens. And actually, Vladimir folded a king high, which heads up is I mean, I'm not going to call it a big hand, but it's playable.
Listen, any ace, any king is in heads up play. Much stronger than it is in any other spot.
Raise to 600,000.
So again, I think Patrick will just call, sticking with what I think his strategic adjustment is.
An ace on the button, clicking. Pretty one for Patrick, defending and out flopping on the King Jack 8 board. Second pair, 2 rapid fire checks. Now it's trips for Patrick.
Will he check here? This spot is less clear to me. Or will Vladimir's shown that he likes betting when he has something?
Bet 500,000.
Patrick bets but finds a small size, which is an interesting decision. And he's going to get action.
Another million into the middle, courtesy of the 500K bet call. Blank river.
I'm going to guess Patrick goes a little bit bigger here, but probably not really big. I just feel like he's going to come with something like 1.5 or maybe a little bit more. And
2,500,000.
no, he comes for the pot.
And makes a believer out of Korzinen, who did peel one time. I think I spied Alex Ponikov's there on the rail. And look at Patrick just showing Vladimir the jack. But listen, when we do that,
I had ace 6. Cannot call.
we can potentially leverage it in a future opportunity to make a lead, look stronger in a line like that. So plenty of leveling afoot.
Patrick has taken the chip lead. Looks like it's about 16 to 14 million.
Sure has. Pretty one for Vlad. And Patrick is going to be all too happy to play in position versus Korzinen. And this is a bit different. Rast, 7-8 offsuit taking us up.
Yeah. He saw the last time he got a fold. And
2.1.
someone who overfolds the big blind, you do want to raise sometimes.
Well, that's not a fold, but a 3x, Rast. Pardon the interruption from the King-Queen predictably, and Patrick's out of there, costing himself 700.
Yeah. Now, Patrick doesn't know at this point what all the hands are. What he knows is that he's raised 3 times, and twice he got 3-bet for 3x, and once he got a fold, which is interesting, albeit very small sample size, but interesting range of data points. 0 calls.
And depending on how long this one goes, There could be a point at which some of Patrick's curiosity could be satiated, where he would go back and maybe have somebody in his rail filling him in after the delay catches up. Back to roughly level stacks as 5-6 limps. 50 big blind poker heads up, considered deep or average?
It's deeper than normal.
Okay.
Right? I feel like from doing Triton now for years, I'd say when you're at 50, most of the time we're not seeing 50 blinds heads up, right?
I mean, in the invitationals, obviously you start with a massive stack, you get long levels.
Oh my goodness, he just ripped in 6-5 here.
Antonius with 2 overs and an open-ender can't continue.
But this is one of the reasons why, when you're Patrick, you want to keep the pot small. Like, I mean, obviously, what if Patrick has trips, but what if he just has, like, Queen 8? Now, that's a tough decision, but if he calls with Queen 8, he's a big favorite.
I'm sorry, Rast, I was captivated by the fact that Santa's little helper had come out from behind the rail for a closer look after he heard the all-in. 200, 400,000 now. The elf might have a piece, Rast. I mean, he's sweating this thing like his job depends on it. December's still going to happen, bro. Relax, you know. Shouldn't he be making toys? I mean, what is it, November?
Blinds just moved up, Ollie.
Yeah, 2-4.
Notice Patrick limping the A7 off. Not a hand he wants to get 3-bet with. Happy to call a raise, likely.
8-5 deuce. Nobody hits the board. Both players with a fairly big club.
Okay. Bet 400,000.
Patrick betting in position, maybe putting chips to work that could have been employed in the form of a raise pre. And happy to simply take it down. By the way, glory be that extra large Triton trophy. Good news is with 5.1 million, you can afford the extra bag fee if you go overweight. Maybe we ship them. I'm not sure. Thing's heavy.
Yeah, that's a big trophy.
Call.
Vladimir limping 10-8.
Check.
9-5-3 board. Double gutter for Antonius. 10 of diamonds working. Bookending that 9.
Pretty sure Patrick would call a pot-sized bet here.
Now the 4 comes in, giving Antonius the straight. Vladimir does have the flush draw.
Patrick has a decision here whether he wants to check raise or bet. Yeah, I think check raise gets a little murky. And bet's just like a cleaner, easier to play line, in my opinion. So finds bet. Now Vladimir doesn't really have much going on here except the 10 of diamonds.
He's raising in spite of that, Rast, and you got to admire the heart as he is asking questions of Antonius. But unfortunately for Korzanen, Patrick has an answer.
Yeah, if I'm Patrick here, I think I'm very happy. In fact, Vladimir checked his cards again. I'm very happy just calling and then probably folding the river to a diamond and calling anything else.
Patrick does flat, pot up to 5.2, and there's no magic on the river for Korzanen. who could get himself in some trouble here, but doesn't. Rast checks back, took his shot, and had the discipline to shut it down.
He did, yeah. That bet was not going to work. Oh, he even shows.
I'll tell you what, Patrick might be a bit surprised that Vladimir came after him on the turn with a hand like that.
2 million.
Probably not too surprised. He's been playing with Patrick for a while now. We've seen, I mean, he gets after it sometimes post-flop, makes some moves. Pre-flop, post-flop, all the spots.
Love to see it. And listen, it's so key to not develop any straightforward pattern for a guy like Korzanen sitting out there against some of the world's best. They are paying keen attention. You're giving a lot of information away. But if there was some single thread that they could unilaterally connect all of his approach to, it would make things so much easier on them. But he zigs, he zags, and he gives us so much to sink our teeth into here as an invitee in this 200K. 10-8 once more. This time,
This
turning
could be an
into
action board right here, man.
Open-ender against top pair, limp pot pre.
I mean, Vladimir might even just open jam and probably gets called. Wow, yeah, he bets more than the pot. But Patrick has top pair pretty good kicker, so, I mean, he's not going anywhere.
1.5 into 1.2 as a lead.
Yeah, Patrick just calls in position.
Pot grows to 4.2. And the 6 rolls right off, giving Korzanen the 10 high straight.
Yeah, that's a brutal card for Patrick. Probably not quite as bad as a jack, but...
$4.5 million.
500,000.
Have we gone too greedy?
Potentially. This will give Patrick to fold right now. I believe if he bets smaller, Patrick probably calls and evaluates river, but he's asking for so much right now. Like, think about it this way. If Patrick calls this, there's 13.2 in the pot with only 5.7 behind. So he reserves the right to fold the river, but he'll be getting a great price on the river, almost 4 to 1. So, or 3.5 to 1 or something. So this was a very greedy bet. And Patrick might get away right here.
Well, like you talked about, he understands 13.2 is going to be in the middle, and he'll have 5.7 headed his way.
Listen, the
some frequency.
Sorry, the other thing Patrick is thinking about is, listen, what's been happening? They've been playing small ball, which was not the advice I would have given Vladimir, and Patrick's been chipping up. It went from 18-12 Vladimir's favor to right before this hand, it flipped. Patrick was up 18-12. Does he stake it all on top pair here? So he is going to, it looks like he's going to continue. Okay. I mean, listen, the call's pretty normal, all things considered. He has top pair, good kicker, heads up.
He's drawing dead, Rast.
Will he be able to get away on the river? No.
Trip 9s on the end. 5.7 effective.
If there was any shot of getting away at the river, you have to think it's gone.
Is Vlad at all worried about being up against a boat, given that 2 chunky bets were called?
I mean, potentially, but listen, they have, I mean, he has 5.7, there's 13.2 in the middle. You just take your chances if your straight's no good. Like, what, are you going to check fold? You might as well get value when you're good. I mean, he's probably considering it.
Time banks being utilized.
Seconds.
All in.
Play roll in.
Oh my goodness. Patrick's going to make the call. And this is going to leave him with just 6.1 million.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Rasty Korsenen's going to be sitting with a 4-1 plus chip lead now.
Patrick was seriously considering folding top pair on the turn. Used time, he was going time banks, but the turn is a tough spot.
If he did call on the turn, was it a given without trip nines that he was going to call the river?
Probably on like blanks, but you know, there was, I think it was like something like 3, 9, 7, 6.
7, 9, 4, 6, 9 was the run out. 2 clubs on the turn.
What if an 8 comes or a 5 or like the 10 of clubs and he jams? It's kind of like, okay, we can probably fold those runouts, but most blanks I think Patrick ends up calling after calling turn.
This is an incredible turn of events as the fairy tale begins to take shape here in Monaco.
Thank you.
See, another thing that I was getting at, well,
we're going to pay some bills, but we're going to do it in a benevolent way. In the spirit of Santa, we're going to give you 10% off. Triton merch. You see the players wearing it. You see us wearing it here at the desk. Head on over to the Triton site and get involved. That 10% discount code valid during the Monte-Carlo event period only. Whether it's stylish apparel or exclusive accessories that you're after, show your support for the Triton Super High Roller Series in style at the Triton merch shop. And while we're on the conversation of support, Rast, we encourage those of you who have been enjoying this final table, and who the heck wouldn't, to click the like button, click subscribe, engage with us here at the Triton community. We love to see you. We love to have your support, and it's all that we ask in exchange for the best in streaming poker entertainment, as Antonius does jam over the top of the limp with the suited connector and begins the process of clawing his way back into this one. And Rast, you were going to say something.
Yeah, well, I knew Antonius was going to jam there, and I like it, and the reason why is Korsinen hasn't shown a proclivity to over-defend in those spots. If anything, slightly the opposite. So it makes it just very appealing to jam with 9-8 of hearts. But what I was going to say is part of the calculus, if you're sitting in Patrick's shoes in that pot, is like, okay, he folds there. They would have been about even with 15 mil each. We're playing whatever 40 blinds deep. And so far, I've just been kind of winning the best of a lot of these really small pot wars, which, as I said, the strategy Patrick should take. So let's say it was very small plus EV for him to continue the turn there. Is the EV of the turn continuation and maybe playing this pot, this massive pot where he likely either wins the tournament or busts, is that worth more than just continuing his small ball poker in spots where he's getting over folds and all this? Because, like, that's part of the equation, too, is like the future games of folding and playing 40 big blind poker heads up.
Well, we're going to play 2 big blind poker, a man. The result of the Queen 9 open from Patrick, who clicked. King high for Korsinen. Neither player improving on the paired Rainbow 10 high board. 2 million in the middle.
Oh, 1.2.
Check raising is Vladimir after Patrick just slipped the little 400K C bet out there.
This is A spicy little play by Vladimir, isn't it, Ollie?
I love this dude, man. Patrick's my boy. I've known him a long time. We've rumbled against one another. But you just can't lose in a heads-up battle like this. Giving us everything we could wish for. Now, credit to Patrick for finding the call and perhaps an opportunity down the streets to take this one away from Vladimir, who doesn't come off the gas, Rast. But it's small.
It's very small. Patrick's going to have to chew on that a little bit. I don't think he's going to fold getting 10-1, but will he call or will he do a small raise? I think he thinks queen high might be good here too, right?
This would be completely insane if it got to showdown.
Oh my.
Backdoor clubs arrive. King high still good, but
Patrick's going to bluff this.
I mean,
yes. On a jack.
He has no showdown at this point, he thinks, right? There's no immediate draws on that flop.
Listen, the jack, now if he was ahead queen high to jack high, I mean, he probably gets called, but
he's only got 4 million left, Rast.
He's got a club. Patrick is sailing this in. Yeah. You got to bluff here.
He's risking his tournament life right now. Korzinen could easily have a sticky 10 as played, perhaps concerned about the arrival of the overcard and the backdoor flush, but questions being asked. And by the way, all Vladimir would have to do is click call and hoist the trophy. Rast.
This would be a sick call, I'll tell you that much. If he calls him with king 6 off here, no club, that is bananas. That is a crazy call. Oh, wow. I mean, that was his chance to win the tournament, Ollie. It would have been a sick call.
Rast, he reached for orange chips. Credit to Antonius. But Vladimir just achieving legendary status with each and every pot we observe. Circle that exchange. If somehow, someway, Antonius flips the script and ends up champion. That was the bounce.
Yeah, most certainly it was. It was a huge pot for Patrick. He also kind of stepped out of the strategy of playing very straight up with showdown
Yeah,
hands.
he did. Called the check 3x
yeah.
with queen high, and then called the undersized turn bet, which is where it sort of went wrong for Vladimir, who had the right idea. Now, Patrick jams all in with a7 out of the big blind. Vladimir has limp called. We're playing for 18.4, and jack 10 offsuit is the hand that Korzinen's hoping to vanquish Patrick with. What's going on?
I mean, his equity's not that bad, but I would guarantee you when Patrick got snap called, he's probably happy to see jack high.
He'd be even happier to not see a jack or 10 on board. He does find a 7, but still needs to fade the 6 outs. Turn is safe. Are the bells jingling? Will Santa bink and win this thing? No. And Antonius now flips things back into his favor after being on the precipice of elimination, all in with queen high just moments ago.
You know, we're right back to where we started, Ollie. 18 million to 12 million. Or actually, no, sorry. Vladimir was 18 to 12.
Yeah.
Patrick's right back to his high water mark.
Yeah, it is where we
12.
started, just
Yeah.
inverted in terms of Antonius having the 18 and Korzinen having the 12. And that was an unnecessary opportunity granted to Antonius by Vladimir. A gift from Santa, dare I say?
I mean, it was a light call, but like ultimately he had 44%. 44% of the time, this is just over.
It would have been great if the elf ran out from the rail and just began attacking Patrick after.
Yeah.
Antonius doubled through. You know, like where you got to like pull him off, like biting his leg kind of stuff too. I don't know, man. I got a wild imagination. Like he just comes off the top rope kind of thing, luchador style, off the rail with like a crazy... Anyway. I think Antonius would probably be able to ward him off. Patrick's in shape. He can take the elf. You're an MMA guy. You can handicap it, Rast.
I mean, it's probably pretty close to break-even chips. Let's say it was a 20 big blind shove. He's calling 19 blinds to win 22 blinds.
I thought you were going to say it's probably close to break-even between Patrick and the elf.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, definitely not.
You caught me off guard, Rasty.
Yeah. No, I was busy thinking about the poker hand. But yeah, no, the Patrick versus Elf, not that interesting of a matchup, I think, in a cage fight.
It's got to be an undercard, not the main event.
I mean, they have weight classes for a reason already.
So 1.4, courtesy of the King 7 activation from Korzanin. Patrick got himself into a big one with Queen High not long ago. That was the bounce. Here he is again versus King High, unimproved, ace 5-4 board. Three-two in the middle. No follow-through from Vladimir. Third spade out there, nobody with the flush draw. King High still best.
I wonder if Patrick finds a bluff either on the turn or the river. I think he might on the river.
Ace pairs on the river.
It's not the card I think Patrick bluffs that often, is the ace pair. But like a fourth spade, like a 7 of diamonds, or I guess Vladimir has like a 7 or a 6.
So that one ends less eventfully than the prior King High, Queen High altercation. Korzanin narrows the gap ever so slightly. This has got to be such a unique experience for Patrick at this point in his poker career, given the fields he finds himself in, given all of the FTs he's ever had to navigate to victory.
Yeah.
This is an absolute standout banger.
And Vladimir folds 7-5 off in on the button.
He's shown us
a bit on the tight side.
A little bit of everything, Rast. Good luck trying to freaking put a finger on this man's pulse. Ace-4 suited for Korzanin in the big. Patrick is going to play Queen-8 off.
I think Vladimir just rips it. I like that.
Only.
Yep.
Gobble up 800,000 as he begins to creep back toward level stacks here. This is something else, man. Regardless of outcome right now, I don't think anybody who's been with us since the onset of today's action at a bare minimum, let alone 2 days ago when we embarked upon this journey in this 200K Invitational in Monte-Carlo would think that they haven't gotten their money's worth. Now, granted, we bring all of this to you free of charge, but the proverbial essence of what I'm conveying remains. This has been a delight.
It's like, to me, Patrick just kind of wasted Queen 8 off there. Just limp, call the 3x that comes. That's usually what Vladimir's been doing versus limps. Comfy. You want to raise and deal with a guy that either overfolds or over-aggresses back at you. Raise with like 4 or 8 offsuit.
Something that has plenty of clarity as opposed to value.
You're super happy to get King Deuce off to fold, and if you got he rips or 3-bets, it's just great. 8-4 off in the muck, no problem.
Well, Korsunen the limper on this occasion. Patrick, 2 overs and a gutter. Slips it. Suited queen, checking back. 3rd 5 rolling off. Little 400K. Question asked by Patrick. Vladimir has 0 draws, just queen high. His hand is best. 2 million out there.
Patrick has a heart, and he only has 8 high, which is definitely not good. Let's see if he follows through with a bluff here. He doesn't.
He shuts down. And Vladimir shuts down. And this is going to be a big surprise for Patrick, that the bet on the turn got called by Queen Deuce of Spades, Rast. But it's also going to allow him, from this point forward, to recognize that being called on the turn doesn't mean that Vladimir is interacting in any meaningful way with the board.
I mean, it was versus a check back big blind with trips on board. Queen high can just be good. It was a min bet. So, but yes, no, I see where you're coming from. I think the call was totally reasonable for what it's worth. Ali, that was not like crazy. He's getting 4-1. He's got queen high. What would have been crazy?
You think that's what he's thinking?
No, that's not what he's thinking. I don't think so, but like, you know, I'm just saying it wasn't a crazy, like Patrick doesn't look in that goal. This guy never folds.
No, but I don't know how much he expects that from him. You know what I mean? If he's squaring off against Jaffe, as you mentioned before, a heads-up killer, maybe we anticipate that.
Yeah.
But here, maybe we don't.
Well, yeah.
Patrick raises and takes
which then lends Patrick to say maybe barreling the river can work more than I would have thought previously.
Mm.
These guys are almost even. This
has been wild. Ace-Jack now for Vladimir.
Okay.
Clicks it. Now the offsuit big little, we do see sometimes used as a candidate.
I agree, but again, you know, there's some game theory which would make that a reasonable play, but I just don't think that fits in with Patrick's overall strategy of what he's trying to do right now.
Well, this flop fits in nicely with his queen tray. Queen's up, checks it over, and faces a 1.1 million chip barrel just north of half pot.
Yeah, Patrick's got to like his hand quite a bit right now. Feels like you just call and keep in all of Vladimir's bluffs and go to the turn.
10, now giving Korsunen the Broadway gutty.
Might give him reason to keep firing, but no, he checks back.
Does it in a hurry as well and finds an ace on the river.
Yeah, definitely not the card Patrick wanted to see.
I wonder how much value is actually available to Korsunen as played.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of ace-X in this line, like raise pre, bet flop, check back turn, and now just getting to the river, he hits the ace a bunch.
But there's sizes that Queen 3 is going to call,
Oh,
and 800,000 might be one of them, Rast?
Yeah, he's not folding for that small a bet.
Patrick paying it off.
And that's, to me, that bet actually belies that Vladimir sort of knew what was going on in that pot. It's like, okay, what can my opponent call here? He's going to know I have the ace a lot, but like, what can I really get paid? He's like, okay, if I bet small enough, he's just going to call me with a queen or whatever he's got. So, yeah, Vladimir's definitely, you know,
there's synapses firing.
Oh, it's just like, listen, we're so used to some of this. We watch truly great players and even like great amateurs who have done a lot of studying and this, and they have this complicated theory about how to play. Vladimir probably hasn't done a lot of that, but you can see his poker mind at work. Like, he's in there, you know, doing calcs on the fly, like Rain Man style.
Yeah.
Okay.
Patrick with a rare fold on the button. 8-deuce offsuit happened to be the same holding for Vladimir there.
Big or small?
Blinds have gone up 250, 500,000 now.
By me, I'm small.
Stacks being thinned out relentlessly as these abbreviated levels don't give you much time to sit back and wait. But 45 bigs for Korzinen, 32 bigs for Antonius, as Vladimir restores the advantage that he brought into this one. Korzinen returning the favor from a pot ago. All your years of poker, Rast, what's the closest to a heads-up match like this you've observed? Tough to come up with one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, nothing comes to mind off the top of my head.
And personally, I would imagine, you know, you don't end up in this spot in the 50K PPC, do you?
No. No, you don't. I
Jack
mean, I've
3.
gotten heads up with like non-pros before, but just maybe not in the exact same way. Just like with such a wild style.
Yeah. Raise and take it there from a dusty one for Patrick. Well, chat, let us know. Who you rooting for here? Be honest. Is it the Terminator, as so many have described Patrick, just based on the aesthetic? Or is it the man who emerged out of poker's wilderness to give us an incredible run here in this 200K Invitational, who you've christened Gambledore affectionately?
800?
Yeah, I love this matchup.
1 million.
To me, this is fun because I get to approach this from kind of like the old school poker standpoint, which is one of my fortes, as opposed to the, like, what does game theory say about how you should play heads up, et cetera, which actually isn't, because I haven't played that much heads up in my career. But, you know, I just have been playing years of poker, sometimes with non-professionals out in Macau, and just like, how do you approach somebody who's not thinking the same way about poker as like all the pros or regulars or whatever?
And it's actually one of the cool diversifying elements of the arsenal that you need in order to successfully navigate a Triton Super High Roller Series that is going to have a decent amount of novice participation. Allows you to kind of flex your intellectual will, exercise that muscle in a different manner. than you would in maybe some of the very incestuous fields, laden with nothing but world beaters. Antonius opening with Queen 8, dominating Korzinen. This one over. King 8 suited on the button. Raise and take it. Note that he went to 1.3 versus the minimum.
Yeah.
Well, Club WPT Gold is bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the U.S. and Canada to celebrate. They're hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner's going to pick up a cool $1 million. Sign up at clubwptgold.com. Why wouldn't you? Use the promo code Triton and win your seat today. Just got to be 21 and up. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary. (9-7) for Patrick. On the button here. Plays it as a limp. Ace in the big here for Vladimir.
Blinds have been going up. We're up to 500 now, so we're only like 25 bigs effective. But see, notice Vladimir, 3 X's out of position.
Patrick calls it, and you kind of suggested that limping and just calling a lot of the normal range raises, playing pots in position, would be a favorable manner in which to proceed for Patrick. He's employed the strategy here as the ace-high does not follow through on the 10-6-5 board. Gut shot for Patrick and an opportunity to take control of the betting.
Given the way this has been going, I think Patrick is going to bet this more often than he might have at the beginning of the match. He's already shown he's willing to call check raises light and very well might do so should one come here. And how about let's just take down the pot with 9 high versus, you know, the ace and king highs.
$2,100,000.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Patrick's not going to fold to that.
Vladimir again giving us a glimpse at some different ideas. Check raising 3x, but not able to shed Antonius as the pot grows to 7.7, and Patrick finds the 8.
Oh my. If Vladimir keeps bluffing at this pot, he's going to find himself in... Okay, well, he started off with a check. Now, how will Patrick proceed? Honestly, his hand's so strong that if Vladimir's just giving up here with air, check back's like not crazy, in my opinion. I mean, sure, we can bet and try to build the pot. And if Vladimir has a pair, he'll call. If we bet, Patrick could find really small bets too.
$2.5 million on the small side. Korzinen with the dusty side of a gut shot and ace high.
5 seconds.
Always leaves us wondering before he actually acts on his hand, but does find the fold, Rast.
Yeah, he does.
He does some cool stuff out there, does Vladimir.
Yeah, he likes fighting for hands aggressively.
Yeah, he's not like weak, tight, passive, you know, and it's so important to have a measure of aggression in all forms of poker, but heads up in particular.
Call. Check.
Limp pot. Brought to you by 10-4 suited, which unfortunately is dominated by Patrick, who checked back and gets out flopped. Ace high board, middle pair for Vlad.
Bet 1,200,000. Oh.
Bet and take it. Stacks roughly level here. Who will reach out and wrap their fingers around that extra large Triton trophy and be presented with a check for 5.1 million plus on top of it? Yet again, both players sharing a card, and again, the disadvantage belongs to Vladimir. Raised to $1 million from Patrick, and Korzinen just concedes. Given the math, are we obligated to fight with 8-5 offsuit? I mean, if you're in Vladimir's corner, are you encouraging him to C3 for one extra big?
I mean, it's a good question. I believe you're supposed to fight, but it's definitely, you know, one of your weakest hands that you continue with. And if I'm in his corner, I'm not making too big a deal out of that. If I was in his corner, I would tell him to up the aggression. Like in some of these button spots, start making it like 1,300 pre. You know, like 2.6x it. It's like play big pots when we're in position, put Patrick in tough spots, don't min raise. I'd take away limping.
Which is what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
All in.
Play all in.
Patrick trying to up variance as he rips fours. Maybe not giving Vladimir credit for any traps, but remember, it was Jack-10 offsuit that Vladimir gave Patrick a spin with before.
Seconds.
Jack-3 suited, though, is, I mean, that 3 is so low. Yeah.
We'll wait.
Too early.
We'll wait.
Antonius, 9 blind advantage now.
Yeah, Antonius just chipping up when there aren't big collisions. So Vladimir, despite finding aggressive lines, still overfolds some.
Antonius limps Jack-10 off. Ugly one checking back. Patrick connecting with top pair here. Korzanen, as per usual,
Back 500.
making us hold our breath ever so briefly before checking the 7 deuce. 1/3 pot bet. And this one's over as Vladimir reveals.
7 deuce.
I was teased by those cards to jam.
My friend would jam.
Yeah.
You know who, man.
Yeah.
He loves 7
I love him so much. He's so... But he doesn't live, right? He doesn't live in Finland. Yeah.
No.
He has here.
He's been here also, but now he's moving to Dubai, I think. I'm big blind, yeah?
Yeah.
You have a 250 small blind, yeah?
Just a fish.
– 10-4 suited for Vladimir.
All right, and Vladimir's 3xing, and let's see what Patrick decides to do versus that.
550,000.
Vladimir hasn't been raising that much. Going all in's very reasonable as Patrick, but if your opponent just calls you with a bunch of weak hands, you don't really want to have deuces. Opponent's calling with Jack 10 off, and then obviously not folding bigger pairs.
Patrick plays it as a flat. Swing and a miss here. Korzanen doesn't pair, but he does find an open ender with 3.6 in the middle.
Likely finds semi-bluff because he does like semi-bluffing when he has equity. Yeah, all in fact.
Could I have service, please?
Sounds like Patrick's going to order food, Ollie.
It's remarkable, by the way. I'm not sure. Maybe he thinks he's going to be here for the long haul.
Yeah, of course. I haven't slept much last few days.
I'm not like tired. I would like just to smoke, enjoy.
No, I'm not like that tired, but I'm hungry again. I gotta eat.
Patrick raised this up, try to steal.
What you got?
You know what now would happen?
On the 6-9?
Yeah, I was already put my hand and then I see you.
I had that hand so many times today. 6-9 suited.
6-9 suited is my favorite. 6-9 suited is the... Yeah, your best friend knows about that very well.
Six nine, you've had success with that hand? It's a good hand for you?
9-6?
Yeah.
In my past, but it's my age, 6-9. Yeah. And I like that number for different reason. 69.
This dude's a stone legend. By the way, not to put a read on things, but note that he didn't say it's my age. He said, in my passport, that's the number that it says. This dude might have a few of those.
9 every hand.
I don't mind.
You know, I didn't really pick up on that all week, but that's quite the swift
You didn't say it's my age. You didn't say it's my birth date, you know. In my passport, that's what it says. The one from Grenada.
Oh.
Hello, Cowboys. And Patrick with a playable one. Ace-7 on the button.
Patrick ripped Ace-7 last time we had the confrontation versus Jack-10. He's going to limp here.
Raised to 1,500,000.
Limp 1.5. Antonius starting off decently, given that he didn't limp jam it. 3.5 in the middle in top pair against middle set, Rast.
This might work out badly for Patrick.
It certainly rates to for the time being. Forgive the obvious, but 95% to 5%.
1.8.
There, 1,800,000.
1.8 the follow through. That's just north of half. Top pair club dangler. Patrick's not going anywhere.
Yeah, of course not. Not yet.
Pot grows to 7.1. Now, Patrick officially drawing dead. The 9 is innocent looking.
Vladimir does not need to bet big here. Oh my goodness, he's checking. This is very unorthodox.
Wow, and Antonius doesn't take the bait. Checks back, front door flush arrives.
And actually, Patrick can have a lot of flushes here. Given the way this hand is played, probably has that. Doesn't have an ace that often, given the way pre-flop went.
3.5. Again, Korzinen coming with what feels like the right size to get paid. Sure enough, Antonius pays off.
Good.
And Korzinen emerges from that collision as a better than 2-to-1 chip leader.
Yeah, I would like to order. One beef. One beef.
That pot could have gone even worse for Patrick.
Oh, for sure, because if he comes with just standard progression in terms of turn sizing and then on the end puts Patrick in a blender.
I mean, maybe Patrick folds the river on a club.
He blocks clubs.
Maybe he doesn't. I'm not saying he would. I mean, as played, Patrick's not folding the river really, but he wins just as much and like maybe a lot more, right? Just bet, bet, bet.
Yeah. In fact, he could have come with the river sizing on the turn and set himself up really nicely for maybe all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh? Hot milk, yeah. All in.
Korzinen finds the 9-6. Snap rips it with zero hesitation. Is he going to show it?
No.
He has to show it.
Already.
6-9 attack. I forgot.
I'm teaching you guys, and you forgot.
He just said he's teaching.
Listen, I watched Karate Kid, Rast. Miyagi had a few things figured out. Don't sleep on the elder statesman. Lessons to be learned from him. Now, I don't know if they're going to be poker related, but, you know, in terms of the 6-9 or other Kama Sutra-based techniques, maybe. I've gone on record already, Rast. I don't know if you're with me, but before we leave Monte Carlo, I want to hang out with this guy. I want to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, likewise. Now this would be a spot Vladimir just rip it in.
2.5.
Raised to 2,500,000.
Oh, that's mine, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Wow, and Vladimir is starting to run away with this. Is Patrick going to be able to turn it around? Or is Vladimir in the process of just closing it out?
TBD as he approaches a 3-1 chip lead.
Yeah.
Note that he took it up to 2.5 million that time. With that same Jack 10 offsuit that he gave Patrick the spin with.
Call.
Call.
Ace Queen played as a limp, and Patrick's got the 9-6 special.
Check.
Different feelings about it pre-flop.
Yeah, he's... I don't think the hand holds any special significance to Patrick.
Certainly not pre-flop and not post-flop either, one would imagine. As Ace Queen is under-repped, 2 overs, Broadway gutter.
3,500,000.
3.5 into 1.5.
Monster.
And Vladimir shows him.
Monster.
Where are my big hands?
Yeah.
It's coming.
Not open. It's not called open-ended, right? Like when ace at the end, it's called. It's not open-ended.
I go
With
all
one
in.
both sides, right?
Pure. Authentic. And incredible to bear witness to. Unadulterated joy is what's coursing through that man's veins here. Pocket fives now.
All in.
Yeah, just jam. I mean, Patrick's pretty short, 14 blinds.
Seconds.
Nine 4 perhaps given a little bit more of a stage there than it deserved.
Two minutes left.
We made it to the first break. Maybe. Maybe made it.
Offsuit queen on the button.
For variety, I will fold.
And Vladimir says, for variety, I will fold.
More solid, maybe.
Patrick was ready to play one.
This is
standard
the
in nature.
Second time we're playing together, right? One time we played in Barcelona.
Barcelona, yeah. Yes, yes.
1 or 2 tables together, yeah.
Yeah, I think we played a few times.
Few times.
Barcelona maybe 2 times, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Small tournaments.
Yeah.
Small tournaments.
For you, small is what?
Small, like
50K?
How many players? You know, not so many players. Not small buy-ins.
I wouldn't go playing big bank, take little bank with our man Corzin and Rasty.
Gotta love Patrick.
Has anyone surmised whether or not there's any possibility that Korzinen is actually Satoshi Nakamoto? Rast? I mean, I'm just, not to put it out there, but, you know. Putting it out there.
Wow, that was an interesting little connection you just made.
Oh, and on the topic of interesting connections, potentially bottom pair for Korzinen in a world of hurt here. Limp pot pre, Antonius with bottom set.
Patrick, it's a great spot to bet, yeah. I mean, Vladimir loves check raising. Interestingly, Patrick is sized up here. And in response, Vladimir just calls. Patrick can now feel pretty good that Vladimir actually has some decent showdown, maybe a pair. And oh my goodness.
2 pair on the turn. It couldn't get any better for Patrick in terms of prospects for getting a full payday. 3.5 in the middle.
Yeah, wow, what an unlucky card for Vladimir. I mean, this is... Patrick's just going to get a double here. He's going to bet, and Vladimir has 2 pair. He's going to raise them all in. And he's going to think he has the best hand, and I don't really blame him.
2,500,000.
All in.
Play roll in.
Check jam. Snapper coming.
Fold.
And a double
Call.
is going to head Antonius's way. Korzinen drawing dead. And what what a terrific way to head to the break.
What a turn.
I'm so happy. I didn't want it to finish.
I mean, I wish I dealt with every hiccup in my life with the same carefree spirit of Vladimir, who just said, I'm so happy I didn't want it to end, even though that ending comes with an extra $1.5 million. In the moment, in the zone, zen, and
Really
just
is zen.
a beautiful spirit on that man right there. It says smoking break. I'm not going to speculate on what it is exactly that we're going to be smoking on that break, but we're going to bring you back to the desk. And normally, Rast, I like to use words to convey things, but I think this, and I've taken the liberty of making you involved in this, is really going to be an apropos way to kind of describe our feelings here in this one. Can you see that? You see it, Rast?
Yeah, I think should I translate this? I feel like I saw the crack the code.
Go ahead.
I believe that's Brian Rast and Ollie Najad love Vladimir Korzinen.
You're damn right it is, Rast. You're damn right it
Always
is.
been good at puzzles, Ollie. Can you put a star on my little card over in the corner next to producer?
Congratulations to you, Brian. You win a car. Listen, we're going to duck out ever so briefly, just like Patrick and Vladimir have done, and we're going to come back with even more from here in Monte-Carlo as this Invitational seeks a champ. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
And welcome back to what has been far and away one of the most entertaining and memorable final tables in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series, and that's really saying something. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast, the 200K Invitational that's given us everything you could ever ask for at an FT.
Oh, yes, it has, Ali. This has been action-packed, and, you know, I think we have Vladimir to thank for that, don't we?
Yeah, very much so, and we're not long from getting things back underway as Patrick doubled right before the break and did so with a set against bottom two pair. That's going to leave him currently with the chip lead as we resume 35 bigs versus 26 bigs. Blinds of 300, 600,000, so things thinning out a little bit, Rasty. Buckle up.
Yeah, I mean, this was a big double by Patrick. He's now taken pole position and his tournament to lose at this point.
It's also his tournament to win.
Yeah.
As we dive back in to Sporting Monte-Carlo. And one of the purest comments of all the pure ones that Korzanen has given us was as he realized he was drawing dead on the turn, heading to the break, and not going to win this one, he said, "I am so happy I didn't want it to end." And he and his buddy, Santa's little helper, the elf, working their way back to play for a $1.5 million plus ladder and 5.1 officially up top. Would he be allowed to use the elf as a card protector?
I mean, the physics on that one seem pretty tough to me, but
where there's a will,
we'll see
there's
if
a
Luka
way.
can make that work, won't we?
13.2 million for Korzanen. My apologies, those big blinds that I issued heading into this one were tethered to the prior big blind, which was 500. Now 600, things thinning out even further than I thought. 7 big blinds separating the two. It has been a seesaw affair in the wilderness. Once more we venture. 3.5 million on lockup. The two biggest payouts of the 20.4 million collected across 102 total entries. Still TBD. Earlier today, Klein, Schwan, Maslak, Bads, Vaska Boynikau, Habits, and Jorstad in that order gave way to this moment. Patrick's eating, Rast. I mean, I suppose at this point shouldn't be surprised, but you know, he's going to refuel.
He's a big guy, Ali. He's got to keep the energy up. All right, we know this by now.
It's a machine. But really, I mean, to be explored whether or not there's some sort of unaddressed tapeworm situation, you know, because where these count, not since Michael Phelps was taking down like 8 golds in the pool have I witnessed this sort of caloric ingestion. What was he? With Phelps, he was on 20,000 a day calories?
Was he?
I'm pretty sure.
20,000?
Yeah, I know. It sounds insane, but he was.
Really?
Yeah.
That does sound insane. I don't even know how you between all the time you must be exercising in order to burn that many calories, how you actually eat that many calories.
Stick of butter goes a long way. As Jack 9 suited, raises it up a little north of 3x from the button to earn Korzinen the first pot.
$20,000 calories is more than the average person eats in a week.
Say that one more time, Rasty.
20,000 is more than the average person eats in a week.
I think you're right. 2,500, the recommended?
I mean, it depends. 2,500 is even high for most people unless they're exercising regularly.
So let's call it 14,000 a week is standard? Yeah. Patrick, choose on dinner and the ace deuce.
Oh.
Raises to 1.2. Korzinen just jams it here.
Action.
No action.
No?
No action. No action.
No?
No action.
Wow, that's you for flat. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know, my 9-7 is powerful.
Wash it down with a grape.
Yeah.
Vladimir's hilarious.
He really is.
Patrick's like, I should go all in. And he was like, yep, you should have.
Yeah, 8-3 you would call, but ace deuce.
Now you win. One big buy.
The only thing that would make this better in terms of the imagery of the grapes and the 9-7 jam would be if the elf was there with the palm frond just fanning Korzinen.
Oh, exactly. You taught me. Yeah, now I know.
In sort of ancient Roman
Now my action.
royalty
My action was
fashion.
very simple.
Or Greek.
Yeah, the grapes were making me think he looks like Zeus now.
Poseidon, I mean, you name it. This dude's a legend. A mythological creature, the likes of which we've never borne witness to.
I mean, these guys are they back to even?
They are, Rast.
Actually, Vladimir has a 600K chip lead, which might actually be out in the middle right now. So they're as even as it comes. Patrick find a raise with this. Kind of a junky hand. Get our opponent to fold.
That he does.
Again.
And out goes the suited combo. I'm a little bit shocked they didn't negotiate to just go to dinner together in the middle of this one. Rast, as much as they've gotten along.
Maybe that's after they're done.
I mean, you think Patrick can just house another entree?
The winner pays. I mean, if Phelps can house 20,000 calories, man, anything's possible.
Yeah. Maybe I'm overselling it. Maybe it was 10,000.
It was. I'm shorting 20,000. Serious.
I mean,
10,000
Google's
seems
our
more
friend.
more reasonable.
1,200,000. Yeah, one more. Try to be cheap.
8 and 10,000.
Yeah, okay.
I oversold it. It made for good TV for a second, but
I mean, 8 and 10.
Nothing gets
8
by
to
you.
10,000 is still a lot.
All in.
Oh.
15.9 is a lot. Too much for the King 9, which raised it up. Is this what, like, warring generals back in ancient times kind of did, you know? They're like, hey, I'll meet you at Monte-Carlo and we'll just play a heads-up 1.5 milli thing. I'll bring the grapes, you bring the steak. As you get a look at Hubert Hurkacz. A professional tennis player on Patrick's rail, by the way.
Yeah, because that was Patrick's girlfriend.
Yep. Mirza looking on. Antonius calls Monaco home and swings the racket here quite a bit.
Yeah.
Loves the game of tennis, as many on the Triton Super High Roller Series do, by the way.
Although he's spending more and more time out in Vegas.
Yeah, he likes the cash games available over there. Out in Bobby's. His limp gets taxed by the King 10 suited. Jack 4 hangs in, $3 million in the middle. And this is top pair versus second pair. Advantage Patrick.
Yeah, this could be a situation here. It could spell trouble for Korzinen. He's got middle pair, really good kicker versus top pair, bad kicker. And that is a brick.
1.1 a man brought us to said brick. Korzinen let out. Understandably, having connected. Of course, Patrick was going nowhere. He does find the check back, however, and now he finds jacks up on the river. Backdoor heart arrival.
The check? Me first? Ah. Now I'm in position. It's good. I like it. I call in position when I'm power of position.
Jacks up is pretty strong here. I mean, we can rule out straights for the most part from this run out, especially because Vladimir raised the limp out of position. I mean, maybe ace-5 actually, but not 5-6. Flushes, yeah, but other than maybe ace-5 and maybe a flush, again, Vladimir might barrel flush draws again, considering how much he likes semi-bluffing. Patrick might feel comfortable raising jacks up. Especially versus a small bet like this.
5.5?
Yeah.
Up we go. From 1-6 to 5-5. Another 3.9 required to get to showdown now for Korzinen.
Korzinen doesn't have too many of these time banks left. It looks like he's down to 2. You know, there are a lot of draws that missed. If he decides to put Patrick on a busted straight draw, he's beating that.
I believe you.
No bluff.
Correctly.
Good bluff?
No bluff.
Yeah.
Binning it.
No, I was feeling, yeah. I pretended to have a flash.
Here's Vlad.
And you had it, a flash? Oh, jack.
No flush blood, but
jack?
very good.
But jack, yeah. I had 10. Mm-hmm.
Had 2 per. 6.
And you, again, just pointing it out for another time. You see the dynamic that unfolds?
Yep.
Patrick says something, and now Vladimir's just kind of talking shop with him during the poker game.
Humming his way through as he bins. And credit to Patrick, because I think it is incumbent upon those who have been able to enjoy as incredible a lifestyle and, you know, time on earth as Patrick has, courtesy of this game, to give back in certain ways. And I think it's not a big ask to make one of those ways, creating a welcoming environment and atmosphere for those that would seek to maybe be new participants in the game and not leave them feeling like outsiders or, you know, foreigners, you know, not shaming, not ridiculing, just appreciating and
We're
doing their
very
best.
Respectful. I like that.
close-up of that trophy. It feels close. Have a winner hoisting it soon.
You know what would be cool is if we had some kind of continuum, right? Where in terms of who has the bigger percentage of chips, the trophy actually begins to slide in that direction as like a visual indicator.
Of like how this is going?
Yeah, like a tug of war. Anyway. Yet again, Korsinen on the wrong side of sharing a card. Here he is, 8-4 suited, limping versus Queen 4 suited. Patrick checking back. Jack 9-4, both players connecting with bottom pair.
Ooh, a fake bet.
Check, check brings us to a very pretty turn if you're Patrick. Picking up the club draw.
Uh, 1.5.
Second check in front of him, and now Vladimir decides he wants to get chips forward. 1.5 million.
Yeah, Patrick should feel real comfortable calling this now that he has queen high flush draw to go along with his bottom pair, or flop bottom pair.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Checking and jamming is Antonius, looking to clear a lot of what might be beating him.
To finish here. Go.
Oh my goodness, Korsinen has just decided to call.
All kind of things. You called, yeah?
Oh, I have only 4.
4 also.
Ooh.
This
Well, he said he has to finish here.
I mean, and he rates to do exactly that.
But he called it because
magic.
if he wins the pot, actually, the tournament's not over, Ollie. And, I mean, he does have 2 outs, but that's pretty grim.
And it's all over as the queen kicker plays in spite of the board pairing. And abruptly and unexpectedly.
You gave me so much hard time today. Really? Yeah, you outplayed me very much the first half of the day.
Patrick Antonius has won the $200,000 Monte-Carlo Invitational for 5.1 million plus.
I don't know how to play poker at all. Okay.
Listen.
Yeah, Patrick just told him what we've been saying all along. Like, what you did was amazing, some of his play for the poker. It is, right? I mean, how much fun. Listen, the stream has loved watching Vladimir, and so have we.
What's not to love?
Yeah. His attitude, some of his lines, how aggressive he is. And, you know, I mean, and there's Patrick, who just played a great tournament, you know, had some good luck run his way yesterday with some of the all-ins, and then just closed it out playing great at the FT.
So Vladimir Korsinen may not have won the trophy, but he absolutely won over the entirety of the poker community. 20,000 strong, soaking this one up on YouTube, 3.5 million going to the Estonian, and I speak on behalf of everyone, I would imagine, when I say I hope we haven't seen the last of Vladimir here at Triton and beyond.
No, definitely not, Ali. Definitely hope to see more of him. I mean, the final table was fun, but yesterday when I was watching him here in the booth, and he was just going bananas yesterday with reshoves and this, and they were all working, and his whole, like, whether or not he has a feeling in the hand, it was just like magical to watch. Really, it was a lot of fun.
Tough not to be enchanted by the storyline the whole way through, and it began to emerge yesterday as we merged the fields. And, you know, I think anybody that crossed his path would maybe agree with Patrick, who leaned in after he won there and said, you made it really tough on me. You were so difficult, but you are great for poker, and we couldn't concur more. So without further ado, we're going to send it down for the trophy presentation to Patrick Antonius. Our Marianella Pereira is standing by with that. However, that does not end things here. We're going to come right back, and we're going to dive into something else taking place in the room right now. 50K final table. So soak up this trophy presentation and then come back, because we got more on the docket from here in Monte Carlo. See you in a few.
Standing alongside our 200K Triton Invitational champion, Patrick Antonius. Patrick, this is your second Triton title. You are taking home $5.1 million, career best score. Now, last year, your hometown wasn't so nice to you. This year, it turned out to be a very good year for you. How does this win feel?
Yeah, obviously feels really special at home, a bit surreal, and especially like last year, I came here with the jet lag and did not have any results, did not play my best, and I came back better this year.
I would definitely say better. Even the way the day started, you were clinching the chip lead before the bubble burst. You held on to that chip lead pretty much up until the final table. Vladimir brought some of his magic there and made things like, he made it a battle for you. But overall, how did you feel throughout the day? Did you wake up feeling that you were destined to clinch this today?
How would I describe? I just came to play, and I always, as long as I'm rested, I just play hand by hand. I adjust to the situation, what happens, and I'm aware that it's never easy. There's always up and down. You just never win straight away all the hands. But yeah, it was definitely not easy today. Like there were many moments that things were not going so well for me, and I was even all in a few times in this tournament for my tournament life, like heads up and in heads up. But yeah, it's. I'm kind of happy the way I focus for these things. Like I don't really look at the prize money. I know what it is. I know the ICM, all this stuff, and I just come and play my best.
Yeah, I mean you're the OG Iceman. So let's talk about that. You are widely recognized as one of the most accomplished players in the world. I feel like the name of the game for you has always been consistency and longevity. Talk to us about that, because it's easy to win for a few years, but to kind of hold that spot for decades is no easy feat. Talk to us about how poker has evolved, and do those challenges motivate you to stay on top the way you're doing?
Yeah, I love the competition, and it's been a really nice one to be from the very beginning to seeing the poker grow, the boom, and also how the game has evolved regarding players, how we play nowadays compared to back in the days, and I love it. And like I've been saying, that I'm kind of still getting started. Like I'm planning to be a long time playing the highest tournaments, highest cash games. I love to play. Without the passion of the game, I wouldn't have these results, and I wouldn't be playing so much. But yeah. What else can I say? I'm always working hard. Like everything kind of evolves around poker. I keep myself really fit physically, so I can play these long cash games and tournaments, and so I can feel decent. Like everything is, I'm living like my dream life as a kind of an athlete, the brain of sports, and I want to keep living like this.
I love seeing that passion in your eyes, because speaking of the passion, I mean, you were inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame this year, and I heard that the night before being inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame, the game, speaking of passion, the game was calling you that you were up until 3 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we played cash game late that night, and then I went to play straight. It was a bit weird because I don't play the World Series tournaments, and to go there and pick up the trophy while not playing any World Series events, it's just been my choice that I've been playing cash instead of the World Series. But look, we have amazing tournaments all around the world, and I think Triton is the biggest stage by far nowadays. So.
And talk to us about the experience at Triton, because I know you've mentioned you love the flexibility of cash games, but as of late, you've been really drawn to high-stakes tournaments because of the complex dynamics. Tell us more. What is it about the Triton Poker Series specifically that makes it a can't-miss for Patrick Antonius?
I mean, Triton is just the best poker experience you can have as a player. I mean, all of us, we know that how well things are being taken care of, and then once you play these events, you will realize how amazing is all these app with the hand histories, and also you can see how how good is the vibe here with players. Like everyone is on such a good mood, on their best behavior. Like I would say, it's a bit different compared to other organizations. And you know, we all know what Triton has done to poker, and there's no higher quality production. And we can all thank for the organization. We can thank for the players. Thank for everyone who's playing these tournaments. And I think Triton is definitely one of the reasons why poker can be closer to the mainstream one of these days again.
Absolutely. We love to hear that. We also keep you well fed. Thank you to the person who brought you that steak right before this interview. You were quite hungry, sir.
Yeah, it's a dream for me. The food is free, so I'm just eating and playing all day.
The food is free. All right, let's not delay this moment any longer. Let's get title number 2 in your hands. I'd like to invite Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi out here to hand over this stunning hardware. Ladies and gentlemen, your 200K Triton Invitational champion, Mr. Patrick Antonius.
Well, a member of Poker's Hall of Fame, and now some of the illustrious emotions of taking down a 250K Invitational to add to that. And while we have you here, Rasty, you too are a member of the Poker Hall of Fame. You know, one of your peers, there's not too many in the hall. Give me your thoughts on Patrick overall as a player. You've played with him throughout the years. You watched him evolve. Now he's cobbling his trade out in the cash game streets predominantly, but still comes back and plays these Tritons. Just sum him up for us.
Sure. So, I just want to say that it's super well-deserving. I mean, I actually wrote, going into the WSOP this year, I wrote an article, because see, like, one of the ways the hall works is while the people in the hall decide who gets by voting, who gets on the list so we decide, is chosen by like media and just people who submit stuff to the WSOP. So for the 2 years prior to this, Patrick wasn't even on the list. And I mean, I know that because I was on the list those 2 years. The first year I didn't win, Lane did, and then my year. And I just wrote an article like basically saying to the poker world, like, hey, Patrick Antonius should definitely be on the nomination list for people in the hall to decide. The dude is a legend. He was one of the biggest winners back in the day in online poker. He's won, in the cash game streets. He's won mixed games, legendary PLO player. Now he's even though he didn't used to be a tournament player, he's now playing the biggest tournaments all around the world as well. There's just no way this guy shouldn't be for consideration. And, I'll just say it publicly, like I gave him all 10 of my votes this year. So, I think Patrick totally deserves to be in the hall. He should have already been in the Hall of Fame. And here we are. And he's just adding to, his legacy at this point.
All right. Well,
Did that sum it up for you?
Yeah, very much
Yeah.
so. One thing that we couldn't do is be in two places at once. So now let's get down to the 50K final table with a recap of how it all played out. We began with 8 players. Leonard Malva on the button would open to 225,000 with Jack 10 offsuit off of 1.9 million-ish coming in. Kulev would wake up with a couple of aces, 1.1 million deep.
$375.
Decided to 3-bet to 375,000.
Wow, and look how small the sizing is. Again, instead of jamming here, this is a sizing that implies, hey, I have like aces or kings, maybe queens, probably just aces and kings, or I've got some kind of bluff that he could actually fold, like who knows, like maybe ace-8 off, or like king-5 off, or something like that.
$194,000. The 8th place payout, immediate ladder of roughly 70K. Just to bring some of the ICM considerations into focus, this had 125 entries, $6.25 million. The total prize pool. Malva recognizing that clicking it up to 375, asking us for just another 150 is not a hand that's looking to shed the competition. Tempted by the price, he would make the call. 950 in the middle. Uh-oh. Nut straight for Leonard Malva. Overpair for Kulev.
Well, aces kept the Jack 10 in, and not exactly a great outcome on the 9-8-7 flop, is it, Ali?
You know, it doesn't take the insights of a Hall of Famer to come up with that one.
Yeah, and this is just a board that's going to be really much better for the in-position flatting range here. Like, if Kulev does have a good hand, it's basically an overpair. Or I'll have, like, ace or king high, kind of, with not much going for it. So, check here kind of makes sense.
And check back as well, by the way.
I mean, listen, they have less than a pot size bet, and his hand is so strong that he doesn't really, it's not like he needs to start betting here.
Queen on the turn. Improving Malva to a queen high straight. Still largely irrelevant in terms of board development.
225.
So Kulev is setting up for a 2-street situation here where he bets, and then if called, it's going to be about third pot left to play for. I think if you're Mao here, probably just call. Why not?
Exactly.
Keeping the bluffs, and the best hands probably still drawing dead.
You see Kulev shooting him a look here. Down to 525,000. Roughly 1/3 pot. Board pairing queen does counterfeit potential coordinated 2-pair combos. Although I'm not sure that Malva would have approached that sort of kit in the same way.
No, I agree. I think he plays 2-pair faster because of the counterfeit.
Oh, caught a little lick of the lips there. Out of Leonard. who can all but taste this 1.4 and maybe even another $500,000 on top of it.
The cool of 500K value bet, keeping 25K back, along with probably Mao jamming and asking for the last 25K, which makes you sick, but you call. No, he's just jamming. Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Kulev. Tough to really regard it as a self-inflicted wound, showered in 8th place by Malwa. Pre-flop optionality. But when we click in the way that he did, we accept the risks that from time to time we retain hands that end up getting lucky against us, as Malwa did just then. Kulev left to collect 194,000, 260, or 194 rather. Locked up by him, 262.
Gut, Plan A läuft, ne?
Would be the next payout. Blinds would go up to 50 and 125,000. Anson Yu, 7-8 suited, would jam his remaining 425K. Lonis, flatted from the cutoff.
5 seconds.
You see part of the reasoning behind it, sitting 6.7 plus, coming in. Mosbach on the button with pocket eights. He would move all in for an additional 4 1/4. And Jesse would make the call. Opportunity for him to bust not one but two players all at once.
Jack 10 off actually has the most equity three-ways here.
Very good. How do you see that? Jack 10 off. The best hand.
Which Leonard identified without the help of the percentages.
It's not exactly what Mosbach wants to hear, as he and Anson were all in for their tournament lives. Oh, but that case 8 found its way to the board. Middle set for Mosbach. Some backdoors to potentially worry about. Take them all off the board as Anson would declare GG. And Mosbach would find a chunky triple. $262,000 awarded to Anson. And that very healthy pot awarded to Mosbach. So 6 players would remain. First place prize money, one of 2 7-figure payouts in this one. $1,021,000 would go to second, 1.5 to the eventual champ.
Wie viel zu weit? 1 Wie viel zu weit?
Wie viel zu weit? Für ihn.
Punsri, Ace Jack, his stack sitting at 6 million. 300 of it in the middle.
All in.
Mosbach would jam with the baby suited ace. Punsri asking for a count. $1.8 million. And Punat would call and see exactly the kind of kit that he was hoping would be across the way, a dominated ace. And no sooner had Mosbach enjoyed the triple than he found himself with his back up against the wall in a $4.5 million chip pot. trying to avoid collecting the $350,000 sixth place payout. And this board not helping him do that, as Punat made aces and jacks. Just 0.3% was Mosbach to pick up a clean winner, and then all of a sudden opportunities in the form of the 10 on the turn. He hunted the king to keep his seat.
Or the queen.
Yeah, great point. And instead he would find that 4, but too little too late. As Mosbach would get showered, that 350K would go his way. As Punsri would chip all the way up to 8.7, giving Lonis company. $446,000 would be the next payout. Back-to-back cashes for Mosbach in the form of final tables as he finished 4th in the 100K 8 max for 1.5. Here's Daniel Rezai. Queen 7 offsuit. Declining to participate. Lonis, ace deuce suited. Dan Smith rocking that Monte-Carlo Country Club hat. Likes to get out there and swing the racket, but doesn't like to play that hand. Ace-6 offsuit would find a jam for Rezai. Blind versus blind. He ran into 8s. Only one overcard. King Jack 3 would not render assistance, but the Jack would, as additional pathways unlocked. King or an ace would do the trick to keep Rezai planted in his seat. But the river had other ideas. As a 7 of spades would push Punat Punsri up and over 8 figures and would push 5th place prize money into the pocket of the Austrian Rezai. $446,000 richer for his efforts here in this 50K, leaving behind 4 to do battle. Minimum outcome for those 4 would be $556,000 as they enjoyed a 110K ladder. Punsri starting to run away with things at this point. Leonard Malva would find his way all in with an ace-jack offsuit versus an ace-king for Punat Punsri. $13.1 million chip pot was seismic. You see Malva just shaking his head, really disgusted with the spot he found himself in, which grew worse on the turn. Reaching for the mic. Only 7% of the time would he be doing so prematurely, and this would not be one of those occasions as he briskly exited the arena, leaving behind a whopping stack.
I was rooting for you.
As he balance transferred over to
Me and Dan were
Punsri.
rooting hard for it. We were your two biggest fans. Right?
We would transfer 556,000.
Danny, but
Huh?
close.
Probably still Danny.
Into Leonard's account.
Tank.
Why? They have a crossbook?
They're tight. No. There's
Like close friends.
Oh.
just making a joke.
Yeah, but he's joking.
I thought maybe they had a crossbook, him and Leonard.
Okay, so big blind only, guys.
So Dan Smith had a whole lot to contend with, as did Jesse Lonis. When things got underway, three-handed, 1 point Lonis was flirting with the top of the leaderboard.
Lulun, A6 Queen Jack.
Dan Smith chose Queen Jack,
A6.
jammed the button. Punsri small blind A6 would move in over the top just to usher Lonis out of the way. Jesse happy to sit back and try to realize a pay ladder. Jack 8-5 board. Smith poised for the double in a 6.6 million chip altercation. Turn, though, was a bit annoying as the gutter added to the 3 outs Punsri had prior to. He hunted an ace or a 7, and he found the ace as Smith would find nothing further than a third place finish. 675K going his way.
Another big score for Dan Smith to add to the collection.
I don't mind. Can look.
Total of $21 million roughly
It's a
in
bit of
career
a
Triton
one,
earnings for the two-time title holder.
Well, I mean, I guess 675K isn't that big for this Triton stop, at least. Right, so many
Yeah.
seven-figure scores here.
Yeah. 26th cash of Dan's career, a fixture.
We have to play for trophy, right?
Dan has been one of the best tournament players for a really long time, man. Really long time.
You would not give up the trophy, right?
Do you feel like he
You would
doesn't
not
get
give
his
up the
flowers
trophy.
enough?
You play
Probably
the trophy,
not.
right?
I felt that way myself.
A little bit,
Yeah,
like,
if we deal and they give
just
you it, and for
because
example,
I
give you a bit
mean,
more,
we're
like it-
talking like 15 years at this point, really. I mean, I think Dan Smith played the first one drop, 2012, right, 12 years ago. So, you know, here he is playing Tritons. Just Dan Smith still doing his thing.
Near 3, Lulun.
Well,
Near
Lonis
3.
was poised to do his thing as he got all of his chips into the middle. And this one was 21 million. Punsri covered. Six deuce board though.
Diamond.
Nut diamonds available. Ace 9 was in front.
Still in front.
Blocking. Danny Tang on hand.
Great card for Lonis because there's can't chop now with a board pair.
On the river. Punsri unable to find the necessary 3 or the diamond. And Jesse Lonis would deny Punsri anything further than $1 million payout. Title number 3 would not be Punat's. 13.7 million in career Triton earnings. Now with his 20th cash, but here, Jesse Lonis at his second ever Triton Festival would earn title number 1 as a 5th cash.
Yeah, no problem.
$1.5 million added to the $500,000 roughly that he had coming into this one. Total of $2 million across the course of his very young Triton career. So a look back at all the payouts in the 50K. Kulev first out at 194, and we worked our way all the way up to those 2 7-figure paydays with Lonis claiming a trophy. Yet another one of these, not first-timers to Triton, but very, very young careered characters earning one. As the bulk of that $6.25 million would go to Jesse. And Jesse's a guy that can give you a lot of excitement from the pro side of any given bracket.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Jesse is a guy who doesn't always... He can be a bit of a field player out there at times. Like, you're not going to do what the solver says with certain hands if he's got a feeling, and, you know, he'll go with it, whether it's aggression or otherwise, yeah.
What we're not going to do is call it a night, Rast, because we've got more poker still. We crowned a champ in the 200K Invitational. We showed you how the 50K shook up. And now, for the dessert course, we're going to bring you the last few levels of the 125K main event that's taking place over our shoulder. So stick around. Here we go. Coverage of the main. We're going to stay here. Producer James, okay, hang on. Let's dive in.
Yeah,
Forgive
this is
me.
the 2-star Michelin restaurant, and Chef Ali is over here cooking. Please take it away.
I think I might have just started a little fire in the kitchen there. Producer James with a brief bit of panic as I was ready to send it to the action. He said, not yet. Pump the brakes. So let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for a lay of the land. 943,000 in front of Poland's Viktor Malinowski. Limitless, finding no limits as he works to the top of the leaderboard with 79 of 106 entries remaining. 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 are the blinds. Alex Foxen up there at the top of that leaderboard. Kaihan Mokri, who already has a title here in Monte-Carlo, working his way into third. And looking at those two features, let's zoom in on them, Rasty. First one features Aussie Katola. That's a guy that's got plenty of spice.
I mean, look at this table. It's just all people who have been in coverage, big names. I mean, what a table. I mean, Danny Tang.
Reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year.
Exactly. Boss man Paul Foy. You know, a bunch of other great pros, and Aussie Katola, just to throw a little wrench into the mix in case you wanted a little spice.
You see how many bigs he had? 106 of them. This guy does not show up on a feature without a big stack. We're not sure what the recipe is, but it certainly is working. Let's take a quick glimpse then at the red table here, and we find Peter Ertz and company at that red table. Ertz earned a Triton title already here in Monte-Carlo. He is to the right, unfortunately, of the chip leader Malinowski.
Yeah, here, this is the table chip leaders. We got Brewer, David Yan, who's made some deep runs, the man Fedor Holes himself, along with the hometown Frenchman Reard. So, another great table. A little bit more excited about the blue table, if I'm not going to lie. But
Listen,
that's a good table, too. I mean, they're both great tables.
No shame in it.
Yeah.
Jan, 75 big blinds. Holtz, 81 big blinds. Rayard with 112. He's going to be the second biggest stack at that particular exchange. So let's look now at the bottom of the leaderboard, if you will. Scrolling all the way down to 70-some-odd are left. We find Emilian Pitavi, 44,000, 11 bigs. The only other teenage stacks, Curtis Knight of Canada and his compatriot Kristen Foxen, who's having a little bit of a different go than hubby Alex is. Resting up at the top, Seth Davies, 27 bigs, no cause for panic, but obviously would love to find a little bit of a spin. You find another Belgian there, Thomas Boivin, 29 bigs. Joe Chuen out there as well. What more can we say? Payouts not yet defined here, so TBD what the eventual champ is going to be taking down, let alone what the min cash is going to be. So, Rasty, it's been a heck of a day for us. We're going to be ceding the desk over to Henry Kilbane and to Randy Liu as well. Any final thoughts as we crowned both Patrick and Jesse Lonis today?
I mean, two fitting champions here at Triton. I mean, I had a great time when I came in for the final table. Vladimir just made it fun and special. And, yeah, no, that's about it.
All right. Putting a button on things, we do send you down into the arena for coverage of this 125K as we sign off. Thanks for joining us. We're going to give you over to Henry and Randy, guys. Enjoy.
The 125K main event. Just as you guys and gals thought that the 7-figure paydays were over and done with, that's pretty much guaranteed here. Obviously a long old ways to go before we start talking about payouts as we work our way down through The rest of day one coming in to level 7. So we'll be playing 4 more levels before bagging and tagging for day 2. And what a field it is, as expected, in the main event. As Brian and Ali step out, with myself and Randy Lou step in. Victor Malinowski in pole position. Alex Foxen in second. Kyan Mockery in third. What a top 3. No surprises there. I mean, 107 runners already with, I want to say 4 more levels of late reg. So Randy, that guess that we had earlier of, what was it, 130? I got a funny feeling we're maybe a ways off there, pal.
It feels like we're going to go over that. 107
really
already, registration open for the rest of the day.
Well, well, well. Take a look at the blue feature table and look who has the chip lead. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. This guy just always seems to have a monster stack. I don't know how he does it. Ossi Katola over on the red table. Tournament chip leader. Victor Malinowski. And on the orange table, Surzat Hissau. 140 bigs. Elton Sang in second over there with 139. Who else have we got? Boss Paul. A little look in at him. Haven't got to see too much of him this series. Byproduct of just having a rough trip. You know, he's a man that's been around the block, Randy. 39 cashes, 1 title, 19 million in Triton earnings. He's been through stretches like this, but looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, 0 for 6 so far.
You know what? This would be a great tournament to break that bad run.
Oh yeah.
Main event.
Tell me about it. He's got his work cut out. Some tough competition in Danny Tang, Ivinger, Maui, Tollerine, and Alex Kulev. There we go. Cards back in the air for the 125k main. 3 tournaments in one day, Randy. We had Patrick Antonius taking down the 200k. We just saw Jesse Lawrence take down the 50k. Now we're jumping into the 125k. I mean, all in a day's work. All in a day's work, my friend.
If he was ranked top 1000 in the world, then he would be better than me. But
Talking to Boss. Looks like he's got bang on starting stack.
Jadi, so sure. Why did you needle me just
I don't
before?
know. And he opens as well.
I fold, no give you action.
2 out of 2.
2 out.
Dead big blind. Free money.
They need nice boy.
Very nice one.
This guy no good.
Yes, not a nice
Show me a deuce.
Ban him from the tournament. Did you get the message sent to your room?
No. She said it's good. I should challenge Paul.
I think it's double rate for the next stop. Just for you.
I re-entered. It's not quite double rate, right?
It sounds like pre-dinner break there was some table shenanigans going on there, Randy. I think Ibinger flashed a deuce. Perhaps a little bluff being shown Boss's way.
Yeah, how big of a bluff, we don't know, but showing a deuce is never a good thing if you're on the other end.
So just familiarizing ourselves
34.
with the table. After 2 tournaments of heavy ICM implications, we can now just come back and chill out, play for chips, you know.
Deep stacks.
Yeah.
A lot of fun to watch.
Depends on my cut holdings. Why is it a small trophy, right? Huh? Isn't it the same size? No? Main event should be big trophy, no?
I don't know, I've never won the main.
Hey,
I just had one of those small
disrespectful
trophies.
guy. Main event is big trophy, no?
I hope so. Otherwise, I'm not trying to win it again.
Danny just pointing out that maybe they haven't brought out the main event trophy yet.
Yeah, just haven't brought out yet.
It was even here, right?
Yes.
Promise you, it's bigger.
I am gonna defend the title.
What if it's not Randy?
No, I just know it is. Seen it before.
What if they forgot it this time?
Oh, it's just because of the other tournament I was running before. You know,
I know.
There's no explanation. That's
I know.
You know it.
What's he just going to let go of the ace-5? So all the way around to Ibinger. Ah, Leonard.
Not getting better.
Just getting the old raisin take.
Looks like he flashed one of the two cards, whether it be 7 or 6 of spades. Friendly vibes in the early goings.
What would you give yourself, like, the chances of having to buy in for the 3rd time right now? You have 60 bigs.
50-50.
You would say 50-50. So I'm fucking like 70-30.
Danny asking Kulev what are the chances of him having to fire a 3rd bullet in the next 4 levels, given that he has 60 big blinds.
Such an odd question.
And Kulev said 50-50.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I know my image. There's a 50% chance that I rifle this in. That was a very quick raise there from Leonard. Saw him in the gym on dinner break, along with Brian Kim.
What can, you don't play Omaha,
using their breaks.
What can encourage
wisely
the Hold'em guys here to play more?
No, isn't the wise thing to do on breaks is go back to the solvers?
Nah.
So right now it's all
You don't want to. You want to just give your brain a bit of time to not be thinking about poker.
Hold'em Omaha. Now you're forced to be here for 2 weeks. You think
I think the studying needs to get done, like
before you come.
Yeah, you know how it is. They put in all the work, a few months leading up to the event.
Oh, so you like to rest? You rather rest?
When you're here to battle.
The Ibinger limp called pre-flop ace-7 off.
Yeah, really nothing to write home about on this one. Or Leonard. Has options, every option on the table.
Well, not open fold, but I know what you're saying.
Decides to just
But also, even
check
if
it back.
well during this
With bottom pair and a gut shot, backdoor diamonds, turns 2 pair, does now give Ibinger a Broadway draw, but I mean, I feel like we're stretching here with this blind v blind nothing burger.
In general, though, it's a good turn card for Leonard, despite it bringing the 4-liner, just because he could be up against a better pair.
Between Hold'em events and Omaha events?
Numbers?
Yeah.
It's not
125k main, eh?
Hold'em guys leave and a lot of Omaha guys come in.
Yeah.
With 111 people already in the mix, this is
both, maybe.
Yeah.
pretty insane.
So is that something that you want to increase, get your Omaha even bigger?
Looks like Leonard's
Natural progression.
shedding a little bit of equity.
Where's your Triton watch, Leo? You didn't win a title yet?
Being successful at events or playing total?
In progress.
I have an idea,
I
Danny.
mean, that will increase. Yes, let's say somebody
Sick
has
speech. Really sick speech. I got some I thought the check raise is coming.
even if they're losing a little.
What an insane needle that was by Ibinger, by the way. Just asking Leonard where his Triton watch was as he flashed his on his left wrist. You can flash what you got over on Club WPT Gold. Online poker is coming back to the US and Canada. The online sweepstakes. And to celebrate, Club WPT Gold is hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter. The winner's going to get $1 million cash money. You can sign up today. Use the promo code Triton to win your seat. No purchase necessary.
Jump into Hold'em 2. Yes. Because they're not bad Hold'em players, right?
Love that flex from Heibinger, though. He did win the main event in Monte-Carlo last year for $3.4 million. Hence why he's got the watch.
Yeah. Yeah, we dropped Wiseman. So we need to think of things to make both.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was struggling to recollect where he got his from. I know he has plenty of titles, but I didn't know one of them came in a main.
I'll give you a direct example.
I believe his 2 other titles out of 3 is from Turbos.
That would make sense. He is one of the best in the world at that format. He's having a rough trip here. Final table bubbled the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Since then, it's been Brick City.
Tallerine in there with King 3 high.
I guess he'll be alright if you play Omaha. I'm not sure, but that's what I'll. Yeah. Probably. Thank you.
Tallerine picks up a gut shot. Leonard open-ended. Expecting Leonard to go passive just because it's hard to get called by worse, and he's got a lot of equity in case he's behind. Doesn't have to inflate it.
And that includes the 5K. No, just.
July. Too little time.
I understand.
So that one you want to separate things like that.
How about that run out?
Wasn't the way I was expecting Tallerine to take the lead.
The runner 4-5 to back into the mug's end of the straight.
Might benefit short back too.
It's pretty difficult for Leonard to induce bluffs, just given the run out. So he's still going to try to get a little bit of value out of his 2 pair.
There you go.
See what Ben 86 comes with.
Yeah, I believe against a bigger sizing, it's a mandatory call, but there is merit to raising now against 25% if you think that Leonard is going to size up with an 8x. Nice read.
How about it? One of the OOGs with online tournaments. And cash games.
I mean, yeah, he's primarily cash game specialist. With the N-Boss and Nolan Hold'em, and then N-Boss and PLO for a long time.
Now venturing out to Triton events. Trying to show these young kids what's up. Joined us for the first time in Cyprus of 2022, which really isn't that long ago. This is his 3rd ever series. He's got 1 title and 2.5 million in cashes. If Leonard can get away from this. Oh, goes for the old 1-chip flicking. Gonna get the bad news. 76k pot going BT's way.
There was a straight almost on the board.
That's max value with the bottom end of the straight.
Please put me on the list and.
Heibinger just continuously needling Leonard there. What is going on?
Yeah.
Is this friendly needling, or do these guys like actually they're going to go out to the car park afterwards? He just said, "Did you not see there's a 4-liner to a straight on board?"
Yeah, there's a point when maybe you need to pump the brakes.
Yeah, you can do it. Jeju
I
is
think
lost
that would have been a...
Here is a headache.
And
The money.
Yeah, yes. And also, I know the stream game is massive, but people sometimes want to see, even if it's for lower amounts, pros battling pros.
Yes.
But it's not easy to find 8 pros to play amongst themselves either.
You think Ben
Maybe
would ever bluff you in
some
a
will say
million
yes.
years?
Adrian will say yes to everyone. You know, not everyone. Limitless. You know.
I'm only getting dull bluffs this trip. So are
I still
you.
think you're gonna get 8 people.
We need Hanshan against the world. Han
You're right,
fight.
that one
And then,
You wouldn't mind.
But the big
I know.
ones have not.
That's why I suggested it. I know.
Had very
I know you'll
many.
not mind.
Yeah.
Apparently Ben's
My
only been getting
50-50
dealt bluffs this trip.
Every time
Story
it says
checks
I
out.
have
He's
to
only
bluff,
got
I
one
get
cash
called.
here in this series, coming in the 30k Turbo Bounty Quattro.
Say that again. You're 50-50.
Yeah, like if I have a good candidate, I still don't have a bluff every single time with it, so I make 50-50, and then okay, I need to bluff like the hand against right.
You keep hitting it.
There's some strong needling going on, man. I like it, especially in a 125k main.
This happened in Montenegro.
Leonard's also going to like this bottom set. It is monotone.
Honestly, I've brought it up a couple of times.
Half and half what?
Complete whiff for Kulev, but it's going to continue. 20% pot.
Yes. At least they participate. I feel like okay, they're not getting absolutely dismounted. They get enjoyed the game too.
Maybe we do one in Jeju.
Interesting raise size
After
from
the
Leonard, by the way. I
non-limit
mean,
finish.
just 2.5x.
30k?
Blended. It's like no limit ends, then it goes half and half, then it goes
Oh, that's
kilo.
cool.
The blank level the same?
Big bag.
I'm sure Luca will figure something out. Luca will be very good at this.
Was it 15k?
15,000 he raised to.
But it's
Yeah.
very possible. I mean,
A little
WSOP has
2.5x.
that
Yeah.
every year. Yeah, every year has it.
They get a massive.
Yeah.
My friends have been working on it. Since you've added it to the schedule, a bunch of my friends have started to try to learn how to play Omaha.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because you need to grow the Omaha market, right?
But I guess that's also because Omaha is just booming in the States so much.
Yeah.
Booming in the States.
Yeah, you just have massive
Massive
Omaha
field.
series and like the poker go doing the.
Wasn't this year the WSOP did have more runners in a PLO than in no limit?
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
9,000.
I don't think it had 9,000 runners.
But it's very popular in Europe also.
True. I'm not saying it's not.
Well, the lads just taking their time while sat
Yeah,
at the
running-
table with the
running
boss
great.
We bluffed a lot this trip.
about implementing more PLO tournaments to the series, trying to get them perhaps at the start and the middle rather than the end, where what often happens, Randy, I believe, is the Hold'em players, after all the Hold'em events are finished, they just kind of go home. Whereas if you put like a 25k in, you know, on day 3 or on day 6, does open the door for, you know, someone that's curious, like Ossie, for example, one of the invitees, to say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna flick it in, see what it's all about.
Yeah, whereas at the end of the schedule, I suppose it's more just specialists showing up.
Yeah,
that's playing.
exactly.
Feedback taken. Look at these three tangling. Malinowski, David Yan, and Fedor Holtz.
Oh, Yan, though. Well, the Fedor's been checked to. The backdoor straight. And the backdoor spades. You see how I see the backdoor straight, Randy?
The backdoor straight. Yeah.
Oh, he's got a backdoor straight.
You're right. He he also has backdoor Broadway.
No,
you see that?
He has a runner Broadway, Randy.
Okay.
9,000.
If Fedor sees it.
And Dave Yancey's 9K sprinkle, top pair. Check calling as the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, very quick call there from Yanni. Normally takes a little bit more time in these spots. I don't know whether I'm reading too much into it.
Possibly.
Felt like a very quick call.
There's something about the earlier day of the tournament where people play it just a little bit quicker than average. You know, day one.
Because we're playing for chips, there's not as many calculations to be done with like potential ladders or money bubble or ICM.
Yeah, I think so. And also person to person. There's some that would just play as normal, like Fedor.
Fedor just correctly recognizing that King of Diamonds hitting on the turn is going to be tough to get Jan to fold like an ace. Certainly not folding a king.
I wonder if Fedor bites here with the four-liner. If he is betting, he's targeting like an ace, as you see.
Check.
No interest.
Different forms of discipline in this game. And I think one of the ones that I personally really struggling with is knowing when to give up, Randy.
You don't. You know, if your
I
foot
bet-
is glued to the gas pedal and it's down.
If I've bet flop, then you know. I'm coming with the 2-3 combo.
I mean, obviously aggression is a good thing to have. It's just how to taper back at the right times. Getting your frequency right so that you're not over bluffing in spots so you can't get exploited. Obviously, these guys playing, they've mastered that craft.
Folks. Folks.
Eight.
Raise to 8,000. Folks.
8K for Ponakovs. Man, he soft bubbled that 200K when he got it in with Antonius for 50 bigs, 2 away from the money.
50 bigs each.
40, sorry.
40 bigs each.
Yeah, he had 3-bet ace king, and Antonius didn't believe in jam nines, and they ran it. Antonius won with ace king. I'm sorry, with nines against ace king.
So Antonius just went wire to wire pretty much from the bubble all the way to the victory.
Yeah, and I remember it was 2 away from the money, and Ponakovs was 1 to bust. Immediately after, it was Haxton busting with 30 blinds, reshoving ace 10 into Roman's kings. So Ponakovs ready to get some vengeance here in the 125K. We've said it over and over again too that he seems to make deep runs in the biggest buy-ins possible. And from what I've seen this week, he's been really accumulating, especially on day one, and showing up with a big stack.
That's true.
Not so much today as of right now, but still plenty of time to go before registration closes. Burr, also one of those guys that got brutalized in the 200K by Antonius.
Yeah, Antonius was, he wasn't folding, was he? He wasn't folding much during that tournament. He's running very hot in all ends. So Ponakovs with the stab, Burr with the call as Alex turns top pair.
Oh, so unlikely to get there, and he does. Gotta be careful betting an ace in the spot just because the opponents are so tricky and strong where they can just really pounce on an ace X given the texture. So check back makes a lot of sense on the turn.
See if Brewer wants to turn this into a bluff.
Still has decent showdown value.
Five seconds. Check.
Yeah, he agrees with you. How does Ponakov's respond?
This would
to
be
check
thin.
now? I mean, if anyone's able to find a thin value bets, it's this man.
I agree with that statement. Targeting 9x.
5 seconds.
15.
Oh, you sick
15,000.
SOB.
Wow. This is thin.
How on earth does this man do it?
Can he get Brewer to pay off?
Five seconds.
Brewer pitches it, but props to Ponakov's finding the value bet on the river. Doesn't get much thinner than that.
Yeah, that was a good read where he was at in the hand. Although he didn't get called, but that's not on you. That's on your opponent to figure out if they should be calling with the worst of it.
Randy, we're up to 283,000 subscribers over on our YouTube channel. You absolutely love to see it. Still got 6,000 people with us watching day one of this 125K. Obviously, we peaked earlier, over 20K across the board.
I heard.
For that 200K Triton Invitational that Patrick Antonius took down for 5.1 million. What a day to be a Triton fan.
It's a good day to be a Triton fan, a good day to have the Triton Poker Plus app to follow along. And, you know, in, 2 days' time when we play the final table of this, it's going to be another big day because that prize is going to be juicy, given there's already 115 entries with several levels of registration still available.
Oh, it is in 2 days, of course.
Yeah, we should play down to final table tomorrow.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Does sound about right.
Small c-bet from middle pair, getting looked up by worse. And there's at least 2 more entries coming at some point because I don't see Patrick's name in there yet, or our runner-up, Korzinin.
Yeah, a lot of people asking about Korzinin.
Allowed to celebrate a little bit first?
I would hope so. I would hope so. I mean, he struck me as the type of man that enjoys the moment. He was even saying to people like Espen and Roman at the table, he's like, guys, like, just enjoy it. You know how lucky you are to just be here in the first place. Like, to be able to not only play a 200K, but to reach the final table. And he was really channeling that real, like, positive energy. And then, yeah, obviously he ended up coming second. But the fact that his first recorded cash was less than a month ago in October on Hendon Mob, and he's gone to #1 on Estonia's all-time money list in the space of a month. I mean, with that $3 million score just a few hours ago. But yeah, do watch it back.
Check,
9.
Later on, of course. see Fallow saying the final table and heads up was the most entertaining I've seen in a while. It's been a great day for poker. It has been a great day for poker.
I heard that heads-up match was very swingy. At some point, it looked like Korsinen could have just took it down had he just held or just, won the all-in.
Yeah, he got it in the Jack 10 against A7 for like 25 bigs each. If he just converts that 42%, Randy, I mean. But you know what they say? If my auntie... I can't say that one. What one can I say? No, can't say that one either.
Well, one of my favorite things that he said when he had gone all in with against Patrick was, "Good luck to you," and Patrick reciprocated. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose, It's great to be here. So I'm hoping he jumps into this main event at some point. Still have until the start of day 2 to register. Peter Ertz. He's had a great week.
8,000.
Peter took down the 100K for 2.2 million, overcoming Michael Soiza.
Yeah, that was a four-way deal between Mosbach, Fedor Holz, Soiza, and Arts. When a deal was made, Arts was second in chips, made 1.9 from the deal. They played for 310,000 in the trophy. He managed to close it out.
Raise to 10,000.
Hell yeah. We're back in that stage of the tournament where we're treating King 5 like a premium. I love it. It's my favorite part.
Yeah, I prefer the splashy phase. Getting in there in the small blind Jack 10 off for Fedor. Advantage David Yan. Betting initiative as well.
The Kill Phil hat goes so hard, man. It's pretty gangster.
That book has more sales than your book.
Whoa, bro.
It's just a true statement.
You know, you're pushing me to actually write a book.
Wait, you don't have one?
No, of course I don't have one. But I'm just going to write one out of spite to prove you wrong. That's how petty I am, Randy. Now I'm going to write a book. God damn it.
You might be able to just write
I'm going to call
a couple sentences. It'll be better than that book.
High Stakes Mischief. It's going to be called.
So check on the flop. Now Fedor is going to go for value.
18,000.
Quite meaty 18,000. Because of the check back, David Yan's range is quite capped in terms of value, so Fedor can go quite strong because David often will bet a jack that's better than the 10 kicker on the flop just to build that pot.
18, right?
18, yes.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he comes out blank lower than a jack that Fedor just goes for another huge bet.
Ooh. Rough run out for Yan. Might lose some chips here.
Yeah, of course it depends on how Fedor proceeds in terms of sizings, interpretation, what that size means. It just feels like another like 75% or so for Holtz.
5 seconds.
47.
Love the sizing. 75% pot. Fedor seems to know exactly where he's at. Something like 5x, 6s through 10s. Sticky ace high.
This is kind of one of the problems with checking back on flop is you play like a guessing game, and you're trying to figure out the frequencies at which your opponent is stabbing. He knows his hand is
You already know?
what it is, some kind of weak
Get a
showdown value
American coffee.
that doesn't contain a jack. In terms of properties to bluff catch with, it is good that David Yen doesn't hold diamonds. But nice play. Folds.
That's a strong laydown.
Je peux demander un DK expressif.
Not an easy one to make, I don't think, against Fedor.
Not an easy one. Definitely not against Fedor. It just only becomes a problem if you always fold with this line, then you can get a bit exploited.
Back on over to the main stage. This is a fun table, actually. I like this table. Not to take anything away from the other guys.
Oh.
We got Ibinger, Needling, Leonard. All sorts going on.
Yeah.
Got Aussie, got Boss, Danny Tang, who actually flops an inside straight draw on the 10-10-9.
So min bet. Min bet's definitely not going to shake out this gut shot, even with no backdoor flush draw.
Question is, does Danny want to play it aggressively against the small sizing?
You can really see it go either way.
I think with the gut shot, I like raising with open-enders. Open-enders with a club. Prefer to check call.
It would be a little bit better if he had a club or a spade in hand just to block some of the bet call continues in terms of flush draws or backdoor spades for Ibinger. Regardless, though, Ibinger going to stick around with ace king high.
Understandably so. 10 of hearts, not putting 3 10s out there.
That's a great card for Ibinger. Less likely Danny Tang's actually got the trip 10s, which would now be quads. Given combos. Even like a 9x is not really expected to check raise the flop. Danny can't really fire too much just because Ibinger could easily be boated up already.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Danny's drawing live here.
I wouldn't mind if Ibinger sprinkles out, say, 25% or 20% or so just to clear out these equity from straight draws and flush draws that are just going to check fold with the 3 10s out there.
Does exactly that, Randy. Danny Tang snap mucks the queen high. Poker Code guys do love Monaco, don't they?
6, 7, Jack, Queen.
What a series it was for them last time. And I mean, another impressive one here. Sam Muller, second in the 40K. Mystery Bounty, Fedor and Mario making it four-handed where a deal was made in the 100K.
The Poker Code team is definitely showing impressive results at the Triton series each and every stop.
I mean, I'm going
It's
to
a
go out
strong
there.
crew.
I'm going to just say it. I think at the moment, in the current poker climate, they're the best team in the poker world.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think they get the results in multiple variants of the game, not just at the highest stakes as, you know, some of the up-and-comers from the Poker Code team playing 1Ks, 2Ks, 5Ks, 10Ks. Some impressive stuff going on over in that house.
Imagine.
And obviously they got a nice crew coming out to play the highest stakes possible at Triton.
Wait, are we getting paid for saying all this stuff? Are you sponsored by Poker Code?
No, I'm hold on, my bank account's going up a little bit.
We need to maybe send an email.
You said it. I'm just saying I have a lot of respect for them. 10-3 suited. I had heard, I believe Ollie was telling me that, was it you or Ollie, but that the 10-3 was the kitchen and people were going ham with it online? Have you heard about this?
The kitchen?
The apparently 10-3 offsuit or some variety that they would just randomly blast this away. I'm not too familiar with it, but it seems like it's news to you as well.
Yeah, I need some explanation. Why the kitchen?
I don't know why it's called that, but apparently, like, even in the highest buy-ins online, people are just blasting away with 10-3 all the pros. Like, it's like the 7 deuce, quote unquote.
Can someone
Can
someone explain in the chat, like, what is it? Where did the name the kitchen come from? So producer James saying it's the kitchens. Kitchens. Apparently it was a big thing online back when he was playing, which was a long time ago, Randy. I mean, like, do you know, I was still in high school. That's how long ago
It might be happening again. I have no idea. Might want to ask around.
Well, everyone's got a pair, and Danny Tang's got 2. It's checked all the way down to the river.
Danny's really going for the trap, isn't he? Triple check.
I mean, you're saying that. 3 straights do get that. He knows once it checks through. He's got the winner. Yeah, people are saying 18 years ago it was a thing.
Check.
I've even got Xuan Lu in the chat saying, lol, boomers.
The button is here, by the way. Anytime, get your
Like, who
button.
invented it? Why 10-3?
Oh, then it was small blind.
Yes.
Why button never bet?
He's still tilting from the last hand. 2 hands later. I wasn't button. Call the police.
Poker hand nicknames.
Danny Tang.
Let's have a little
You're
look.
getting a warning, Danny. Checking the nuts, streets. For the legal move.
You know we're on camera. It's bad TV, Danny. Come on.
The betting police is coming.
Fans at home should know I'm steaming.
Do you
Why
know
we have pocket 2s this time? Why?
You're
Luke
smiling.
Skywalker?
Luke Skywalker. Which hand is that?
Pocket 4s? May the 4s be with you?
Yeah.
Never heard that one. Okay. I'll give you a nice easy one. Actually, no, that's too easy.
I cannot live with myself.
Walking back to Houston.
No idea.
Ace King. It says here, perhaps the best of all poker hand nicknames, the walking back to Houston moniker for Ace King stems from the Texas poker games from decades ago. Barry Greenstein credits poker legend TJ, I'm going to butcher this surname, Cloutier,
yeah.
Cloutier, for coming up with the term, with Cloutier referring to Houston players losing all their money with Ace King and having to walk back home from Dallas. That is fantastic. That really is fantastic.
I had all kinds of wet dreams.
I like that one.
Flop turn 100.
All right, nice easy one for you. Rounders.
What is that?
Ace
No, it's
8.
not the first time.
Ace 9, Randy. Jesus Christ, man. I thought I was
got
giving you a nice easy
I got
one.
the ace right. I got a number right.
Well done. Well done on that.
Ren Lin stacking chips.
Yeah, some fun ones here. For sure. I still can't find the kitchens, though.
Because it's not a live term. It's not going to show up.
I didn't realize you already had.
Wait, did you give me 6?
Ace 8 is dead man's hand, Randy.
That's rounders.
So, Schwan in the chat saying Kitchens was the name for it ages ago. It is kind of just a nonsensical description for the random hand. Okay.
How do you even spell kitchens then? Like, we're not talking about, you know, where you serve up dishes?
Yes, we are, bro.
Okay, okay.
K-I-T.
C-H-E-N, okay. There's such a random name in hand.
Your favorite player, I think. You're my new favorite
Oh, that's
player.
brilliant.
Wait, my stack is correct.
We've got a little 3-bet pot here. DT, 3-bet and cut off. V hijack has flopped best.
Always something to laugh about. It's so good. Easy to get chips from.
Clear range advantage and a check, which is a bit surprising.
That is surprising. SPR less than 2. In a 3-bet pot, one would have expected to see Danny continue.
Perhaps he checks backs like King X or Queen's Jacks, things like this, and he wants to protect it with some top pairs.
Maybe some frequency.
And Alex Kulev did find it kind of interesting that Danny didn't c-bet the flop, so he just fires out 35,000.
It's nice to have equity as well. Here
course.
in Kulev's shoes, just in case, you know, Danny was checking back with queens or jacks.
Yeah.
He
and
had like king, queen.
I wonder if Kulev jams if it bricks out. To kind of shake out maybe these weak aces or sticky king queens.
Oh,
although we know ace 5 never folding now.
1, 2, 6 out there. It's hilarious because these two, about 30 minutes ago, were betting against each other what the odds were of them firing their 3rd bullet in the next 4 levels.
Good point.
Kulev said his chances were 50-50. Danny says his was 70-30. You can see that's not the case here. He will be doubling up if Kulev jams.
Yeah.
Which he does.
Snap.
Snap. Kulev got his man. Sorry, not Kulev got his man. Danny got his man.
You thought I was folding?
There's not a check raise on the flop.
Aces versus kings. Oh my god, 767,000 in the middle. Look at that.
So only king club?
Juanito. The dream.
No.
Absolute dream. in the 125k main. Fades the one outer, improves the top set. I feel like Juan got away from some sick spots in the 200k. I remember an ace-king against aces. And I vaguely remember some other grim spot. Alright, just going to put a bow on the discussion. Just give producer James Dempsey the, well, validation for his
For the
poker
fans at
knowledge.
home thinking what this is all about,
So
go
Ivan
watch the highlight for the 50K
Marginov
700.
in the chat saying the kit cheese, the 10-3,
You have
must be
running commentary
offsuit,
from me.
and it refers
Please
to
continue.
Dipthrong's kitchen for Origin, which is what producer James said.
I'll
Yeah,
let the
that
cards
was-
do the talking, Danny, as usual.
Cool, I have no idea what
They
that
always
is
talk
or
well
who
for
that is. But nice. Thank you for the information. You gonna play the Kitchis now, Henry, in your game?
Oh, hell yeah. As if I needed an excuse.
10-3's got more playability than 7 deuce. So I'm glad they're improving the hand strength of these bounty type hands.
Yeah, just start windmilling it in people's faces. Yeah, little do people know, Randy, I'm actually a whale.
And you're writing a book. Writing a book of what not to do. Got it.
I'm going to show up to the next Triton stop with this book. And on the opening break desk, I'm going to show it to the camera. I'm going to get a link in the YouTube chat to my Amazon book store page. And it's going to sell out in 24 hours. But before I go live with it, I'm going to wager infinite money against you that I go to #1 on Amazon's book selling list for gambling and poker related themes.
Well,
So what you called me down with?
I'll just say this.
What you called me down with?
You may get a lot of sales, but the reviews, definitely 1 star max.
You think I care when I'm rolling in it?
You're just gonna...
I'm just rolling in it with my $6.99 per sale.
All right, what do we got here? Blind versus blind, little bet from Pop Tolerine.
Small Edges Poker at Scotty saying, I hope you needle him so much about the book that he actually writes one. It will be pictures only.
Pictures only.
I'm sure, but a book nonetheless. That's exactly what I had planned.
It's like picture of you, and it's like aces and just 2 thumbs up.
Oh man, I'm so petty. I'm actually gonna. This is hilarious. It's gonna be the greatest bit ever. I'm gonna show up to the next Triton. The first time we go live, I'm just gonna bring up this book with the cover.
Do you remember when
High Stakes Mischief?
Barry Greenstein was giving out books when they eliminated him? Or was that also before your time?
No, that was before my time,
Yeah.
but I remember watching the highlight reels
So
on
if you
YouTube.
happen to enter another Triton in your lifetime, can you hand out these books signed autographs? Hey, Patrick Antonius.
Wait, hang on. Sorry,
thanks
did you
for
just say if
eliminating
I play another Triton in my lifetime?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Let's just be honest for a second here, Randy. Who do you think is more likely to play more Tritons in the next 5 years? Me or you?
Seems like you, because you have a dream.
I have to agree with you on that one. It's definitely going to be me. I'm coming for that golden trident, my friend.
Which format?
I've been enjoying the No Limit Hold'em streets. You know, these invitationals have got me chomping at the bit. The PLO though, PLO ones have been spicy as well. I think it would have to be in Jeju. Jeju is just a different type of Triton. Like, good luck looking at a chart or a solver, you know, and just be like, okay, yeah, this is, you know, I'm just calling here. It's like, okay, sure. The types of people that were showing up there, insane.
They got game. Surrender. Pot over to Aussie. Pair flush draw.
Aussie. Table captain. Couple of big results for him, obviously.
I would love to see Aussie at future Triton stops. I think he's a really nice fit. Throws a lot of curveballs. Really just goes for it. A lot of fun to watch.
I agree. Current top 5. What do you know? Alex Foxon, first player with over 1 million chips. Kyan Mockery in second. Limitless in third. Samuel Muller in fourth. And Juan Pardo in fifth. No surprises there. How did Mockery get all of his chips? Let's have a look.
While you look at that, Kulev is going to try to get some Danny chips. 2 jacks in the small blind.
14.
Brings in the raise off of 15 bigs. And look at this. Aces.
So grim. Blind v blind. Danny's just gone flat. 33k out there.
Oh, I thought the ace was going to save him in the window garden. It's followed by a jack.
This is so grim. I was going to say, you know, if it comes like 10 high, then obviously it's just showers Kulev. How about set over set for Danny? And he just sees Kulev continuing to fire. I guess the only turn card that could potentially save the Bulgarian would be like a king or a 10.
But even then, I feel like they could find some way to get chips in given how shallow Kulev is to start this hand. There's only 11 big blinds back.
9 of spades on the turn. Kulev believes he has the best hand, Randy. That's the sick thing, is when this one gets to showdown, I think there's going to be a laugh or two exchanged. Continues firing.
Feels like Danny can't believe that his opponent is still betting into him when he's holding top set. It's like, what can you have? There's only 1 ace left. Maybe he's just up against a big hand already. He can just get value before it gets worse.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Before like a... The thing is, Danny's never folding, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, doesn't really matter. 76k out there, and that is the brickiest of rivers. It will be showers for Kulev. He'll be going for bullet number 3.
I'm just waiting for the exchange after this hand concludes.
All in.
Snap.
Wow. Like Danny Tang.
GG, man.
Good life, Danny Tang.
They flat lah.
Open seat.
That all stemmed from Danny's decision to check the ace-5 in that 3-bet pot on the ace-king 6.
Mm-hmm.
Then got Kulev to bluff on the 10 turn and follow through on the 5 river where Danny rivered aces up.
Well, guys, Download the Triton Poker Plus app if you want to see which table Kulev's going to be sent to when he does eventually rebuy.
Yeah, go also into the Triton Poker Plus app and check out Alex
When it's set over
Foxen's
set
graph
situation.
On the flop set over set, right?
Yeah, I know how to play.
from the start of
Good
this
set over set, not bad over set.
tournament. It's just
Yeah,
like
I'm
he's
in the
had a
big blind.
monster hand throughout.
I was like, I was like, how much is it? And then I counted, and I looked down, and I was like, all right, call. And I had like 14 blinds or something, or like 15. Maybe, yeah. And then I flip my hand like right as I say it, and then I realized the hijack opened. Yeah, I just thought it was a button jam, and like I said,
might still
like,
be close, right?
No, that's what I was saying. That's why it was like extra gross. Is like, yeah.
I remember you were quite happy like 15 seconds before.
Because I faded the big blind. Yeah, I know. I know that. I faded the big blind jump. It was impossible that I faded the big blind jump. We were like 20 seconds. We played a hand in like 12 seconds. Everyone just turbo folded. Yeah, and then I did that. Actually, kind of funny because like, had the big blind increased, I mean, I would have folded, but the hand would become like less outrageous of a mistake.
I think I made 2 or 2.5 million on the bubble, like just by.
Oh,
yeah.
You were in an insane spot.
It was so absurd because I mean people were just playing really tight.
Yeah, that was. Well, it was also crazy. It was also like, if people were paying attention, like Jungle and KCG were at the other table drinking and didn't know we won the bubble. So it was just like, it was just outrageous. You had like one table that literally didn't know the bubble was happening.
How about this for a flop?
He got me good in that one.
Last are exchanged.
He got everyone. He got everyone.
We were reminiscing when he made that brutal
he wasn't
mistake in
looking
the
at his
200K
fold. It
Invitational.
was like jamming Dolph.
Oh, that's the guy from line.
Yeah.
I think there's a hand where he raised called queen 10 suited against Tom Fogelzang, I think. For like
So check on the flop.
I think.
Deception with that nut flush draw. Alexander.
Yeah, he just called off 6-5
Yeah,
split.
against king queen off or something.
Yeah.
And then the flop was like king queen deuce or something.
He just runs off 3-4. That's incredible.
Size lead from the
I think
two-time
he got,
Triton
like,
champion.
against Ebony's Kings or something for chip lead pot.
Peter
She had
Arts.
almost won the tournament. Like, if she won it, she would have had like some massive chip lead, like 5 left or something. I just remember like, at that point I was like, well, I hope she wins. Like, I fucked up, but it'd be cool to see her win.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, of course, she just played good. She got dealt Kings and went all in for 10 bigs. She did nothing wrong. I just didn't know the action.
Peter Ertz, full pot after the flop check through.
Bro, how do you know these hands? I forgot. What hand?
I had action. But I remember, I was remember.
Wait, what was the hand?
You open, I shove, you call.
King 10 suited?
What's Red thinking of here?
blind.
Just not getting the right price, perhaps? Yeah, just going to pitch
this
it.
hand. Where
Wow.
I can open jam. Was it this one?
Was a little bit surprising, but didn't like the price, like you mentioned, especially the position.
That's interesting because
What I'm saying, well,
perhaps he just feels like
play the player,
on
not
a
the
heart
game.
river he's not getting paid.
But he disguised his hand with the
Exactly.
flop check, so I feel like there's
What
a
was
decent
that?
chance
Like what? I don't
he can get
even
paid,
remember.
or
Was
his
it
opponent
agree
tries to
with
rep
you.
it.
or-
No,
I don't think
invitational. It was like
Yeah, I won.
7 left.
Right.
His
Or
opponent could even be leading with
There was
worse
basically
hearts, like
KCG
King X of
having
Hearts that
like
blocks the
40%
straight.
chips.
I think.
And we were
one that like wore the most.
Probably not
amount.
too many King
in
X of Hearts
for
because he flatted from
maybe
the small blind, not the big.
25% of the
But I know what
chips.
you're saying.
I was
It was
the full
surprising.
stack on the tournament all the way up until heads up, like from 8 left or something. And then whatever heads up, you play big pots, but like you're capped because you already have cash for so much.
Memories.
The better hand won. Yeah.
Like I think the two biggest
Was it
spots I
sweat
played
on
was
a flop?
all the one.
What was it?
Yesterday.
Draw, straight draw, everything.
Full queen weekend. The aces against Bonomo, that was it. Oh, the one I ace queen against 10-3. That one was huge. That was a legit $1.1 million bubble. He had 10-3. He played good. He just was covering and jammed. It was a massive bubble.
Aces against ace 5 or something. But that was
I had aces against ace 3-0 against Bonomo. It was like 18. It wasn't that many. I was covering too. Yeah. But yeah, he hit a flush.
Ponikov's
I won the ace 7-0 against all 12 aces.
facing a 3-bet. Has the best hand.
A little bit out of line here from Ertz.
A little bit.
Offsuit variety.
Yeah, this feels pretty overall.
I mean, lifetime probably like legitimately like a 7 or 8. I don't know. I'm pretty lucky to be like playing these stakes. I mean, sure, I've taken some high equity ones.
No, I just mean in terms of like dollars, not like.
Oh, in dollars?
Yeah.
In dollars, I think I'm pretty far below, but I don't think that's a good way to judge it.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
It's like you also run hard to get to that spot, right?
No,
So.
yeah. I mean, this thing that it's like, I think it's more for cash, I guess. So basically, that like you're always gonna run down high stakes play because otherwise you're just giving out.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
where are you gonna move up from here?
yeah.
You're gonna go find some $2 billion buy-in tournament somewhere.
But also here, like you play like 200K, you know, like,
Yeah.
but like let's say you play cash, it's a common people. Oh, I always run that in Celtic, but actually, it's not really true. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you.
So Artsu's getting out of line pre-flop. Continued on the Queen 9-5. Ponikov's check called. Middle pair. Belgians now picked up a gut shot. Perhaps an excuse to continue firing.
I mean, if you
Oh boy.
the time frame.
Yeah. I'm saying.
This could work, Randy.
Yeah, well, like in Tritons, there's probably some people
Definitely
who
could work.
Should be winning.
Yeah.
Ace-9 is very dicey.
No,
Sometimes the ace is not even to clean out if he's up against like ace-queen or set of queens.
There's no ones, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, on a short enough time frame, sure, but
Usually when Peter is semi-bluffing, he's got a lot of outs against
He went like
9x.
him and Seth Davis.
Nice call from Ponikov's.
They both have had some.
We getting one more barrel on the river possibly?
I mean, on that river?
Like 17 stop or 17 point.
Hard to do so, isn't it?
I mean, it's hard, but it also feels like
Yeah, not counting the entry. So
we have to.
40 entry, 40, 50.
Even though, you know, we beat
Maybe even more if you don't cash. It's more like
King Jack of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs.
What? Like if you don't cash, it's
That's
even more
kind of it. King 10 of clubs.
Ponikov's is very Queen X heavy in this spot, I feel. I don't know if he's looking to fold Queen X.
Ace-9.
You just don't play a hand, but you bench on time.
Well played from Ponikov's.
This is the thing about AP is because he plays such an aggressive style and he's been in that node while studying so much, he knows how to correctly defend against it. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you just see him in these spots
No jam.
just like correctly
Long jam.
navigate
Maybe cross
against
betting
other
against
people.
both
And yeah, I mean, I've just seen it so many times where people seem to start off by taking an aggressive line against him, pre-flop, flop and turn, but then just shut down on rivers,
been an
almost kind of
Monaco
just
play.
recognizing that, okay, this is a guy
That
that
would have been something
really
I was expecting
understands
from
this
you,
node and isn't going to
that I
fold
wouldn't
against
do.
me.
Yeah, so it's if the player's not triple barreling off too often, unless they've got like the perfect combo,
What?
then calling turns even with
I mean, I did
those
see a
kind
red
of
card
hands
from him, the
is
second one
very
before.
reasonable.
Okay.
Getting to
Okay, now it's
showdown.
red.
Yeah,
Like,
Ponikov
more likely to be a 7 than a
recognize
jack,
that.
but I don't know.
Because we play mystery hand time.
Hell yeah,
Like
it's
we
been a
get
few
7 and a
days.
Jack, so it could also
Like
be,
it's probably
could
a
also be a king or a 3 then.
No, I think it's like a
round 2.
If I had to guess, it's a low card.
I mean, it is already
I'd expect so.
statistically more likely to be a 7 than a jack. So
Much more likely.
Much
more likely than it should be.
This time it's a flat. Kind of interesting he doesn't opt to
second. Come
3-bet
back in a
this,
minute.
especially what just transpired last hand. Especially if I saw my opponent call ace-9 suited out of position. I'd be more inclined to 3-bet, but he flats.
WPT Global Mystery Hand.
There's some people who never say anything, so I appreciate the saying something.
Yeah.
The old Queen 10-4. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. The good news about the mystery hand is it's a bit of a tell, Randy. It's going to be in chapter 7 of my book. Is when the mystery hand banner comes up on a Triton stream, you kind of know it's going to be a fun one. You just strap
What do you think
yourselves
he's
in and
doing right
expect
now?
a big pot.
Like right now.
Ponikov continues for 13k.
I mean, anything from.
And don't say anything about the dwarf, please.
That wasn't. But I was gonna say anything from having a nice drink to doing something that I literally cannot say on a stream. That is the range. It is a wide range of possible activities.
I mean, Peter's hand is very nutted. Especially on his turn card, top pair, top kicker. He'd be willing to stack off, I'd imagine, if necessary.
Yeah.
Now though, Ponikov c-bet the flop got called.
Go like 80%, which is what, close to Geo? Yeah, pot sounds about right. Ponikov's is just breathless, bro. It's just all over you. Like a rash on a summer's day, mate. Have you ever been thrown into a pile of stinger nettles before?
It sounds awful.
Have you ever picked up a brick and there's a wasp nest inside?
No, I don't go around picking up bricks, but sure, it sounds terrible.
I've done both, alright? Let me tell you, it's not nice. That's what playing against this guy's like. Just there with top pair, top kicker, now improving to top 2.
Now we're fist pumping for Peter. Top 2. How good is that?
I mean, you say that. The way I see it is we're now losing to more hands. Like, we were already losing to aces. We're now losing to king jack, so throwing all the combos of king jack. We're already losing to queens, tens. It does open the door for a few more bluffs. I reckon Ponikov's has got it.
Yep, I'm snapping his ace-queen off. Oh, he does have king jack.
Oh.
Brutal.
AP finding the Jin River card. Art's improving to top 2 as Ponikov's gets there for the Broadway straight.
I knew you were bluffing on the turn. You knew? Yeah. Because the pot
Because
was
you would-
58.5.
Because pot was 58.5.
You bet 53.5.
The button's on me, right? That's correct.
Fadel said that he knew Ponikov's was bluffing because he only bet 53.5 into 58.5. Well, I tell you what, boys. How about you run that spot over on the #1 training app for poker players, GTO Wizard, with their poster boy, Espen Jorstad, who came 3rd in that 200k just a couple of hours ago for 2.2 million. You could win an annual subscription simply following GTO Wizard on socials, X and Instagram. Use GTO Wizard to beat the best and crush the rest. Get involved, head over to their socials, drop a follow, and start crushing the game as we head back on over here. This could be showers for Danny Tang. So this went Danny open. Ben 86, 3-bet out of the big to 60k. Danny called ace king 4. Ben actually c-bet for half pot. Danny called. He's now sized down considerably. Trying to play this as a 3-street hand.
I don't see how Danny doesn't get stacked here.
I hear you. My question is how? Does he just call here and then call river? Because raising, in my mind, doesn't make much sense. But feel free to put me in my place.
No, I see where you're coming from. It basically depends on what you think Tolerant would do with hearts. Would they follow through or would they just give up?
No.
Let's draw into a chop. Needs a 4 and a 4 only. And chop it up. Doesn't find it. Ben 86 up to 642,000 chips, and well,
you know
I
what?
hate to be the I know exactly what you're about to say.
Tell him.
Both Danny and Kolev's predictions of firing a third bullet in the next 4 levels have come true.
He'll be back. Which table? Unclear.
That's a long old walk from the top stage. Ben 86, eh? Man, this was one of the OG lobby protectors.
He was.
This was the
I've
guy
never seen it in
just
lobbies.
Open sitting the entire online poker community. Just saying, come on boys, come get it.
Most end boss in every format. He didn't get very many customers, I'll say that.
I don't think he needed to. Just like when he did,
they left soon after.
He got all the money and then he just went back to reading his book whilst open sitting in the lobbies.
Yeah, back then too, players who were willing to, you know, sit with their bankrolls until the end. So he's emptied a lot of accounts.
Yeah, there's way too much discipline in today's game.
Yeah, people weren't selling action back then too.
Yeah, I want to see
going to war.
I want to see a Triton cash game where people just have their net worth on the table, bro. Or maybe not their net worth, but you know what I mean. Like, you're not allowed to sell action, and you've got to put at least 20% of your net worth on the table. Let's go. Worth stating that that viewpoint is mine and mine only, and not Triton's. Gamble responsibly, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that was no way endorsed by the Triton Super High Roller Series.
All you're the big blind.
They definitely encourage responsible gaming. Not me though.
Not you.
Not me. Let's gamble it up. Kai and Mockery's taking the chip lead. It's always the same people at the top of the chip counts early on day ones.
Kaya Mockery's, remember him used to be quite the no limit cash player, primarily heads up, I believe. He played some he's played some big battles.
Ace king, the club, queen eight of hearts.
I just love these Triton stops because we just get all the tournament experts, right? And we get these cash game players, high stakes nosebleed coming in, doing their thing, have their little bit of nuanced approach. There's OG live regs, Antonius Ivy coming in. You know, we've got the Asian contingent coming out. Like, it's just a nice mix. Big fields, and not everyone plays the same way.
Up to 124 runners. We were
I mean,
so far off, bro. Like, we're looking, it's likely to be like 165, 170. Reg is open until the start of day 2. So there's going to be a lot of guys on the outside looking in, just kind of, nah, I'll go to bed and I'll come back tomorrow, day 2.
Yeah. There's at least like 10 of those guys that will just start at the start of day 2. And there's plenty of players here who are going to bust and re-enter immediately. 150, 160, yeah. Most likely 150 will hit. $5K sprinkle from Ibinger against the gut shot, Queen 10. Love this check raise from Paul, recognizing this tiny bet is usually what it is.
Just absolute nonsense.
Just some ace high looking to buy a cheap showdown. The problem with making these small bets against tough opponents is they won't let you get away with buying and setting the price.
See if Ibinger can sniff this one out. Just recognizing what the check raise is. And pitches it. Nice little pickup there.
Revenge.
Revenge.
Nice little pickup there for Boss.
Give you credit.
Back on over.
That's very thin value for that.
To the crusher. Oh, hello. Is that Patrick Antonius?
I think I was ahead.
Terrible try.
It is.
Fresh off his
Very
career best cash, 5.1 million.
Maybe, yeah, probably.
Very, very likely.
It's still 5, eh?
Oh my word.
What a cooler for Fedor Holtz.
Why does this keep happening here in Monte-Carlo, man? The amount of times we've seen... Oh, what?
This could potentially go 3-way all-in for 1.2 million.
Nah.
It's
nah.
possible.
Fedor's sick enough to get away from this.
But he also... do you think so? Because
yeah.
Ponkov's code for betting is
you're
tethered
right.
to some randomness, you know?
No, you're dialed in, Randy. You are dialed in.
I think Fedor rips this one.
Wait, so does Ponokov's then get away from it? If Ponokov's 4 bets, Fedor jams,
then Ponokov's can probably get away for like... I'm guessing he loses like 75, 80K here.
Wow.
I just don't see Fedor folding in this spot.
Because it's Ponokov's.
Because it's Ponokov's.
Okay. So because of Ponokov's image, in a weird way, he's potentially going to save himself
Because
300k chips.
Fedor believes he has fold equity against both players, I would think, and pick up the 126k pot. That's pretty massive, and with ace king, you're blocking hands willing to get in pre-flop. And in case you're wrong, you're up against like queens, you're still flipping. I just don't see how he doesn't push it in.
This isn't a highlight reel hand, ladies and gentlemen. This is real time, live from the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. A 5-bet jam from Fedor in the 125k main event for 70 bigs, and the Frenchman is still left to act, doing backflips in his mind as he comes over the top.
I think now we have to fold ace king.
It was a relatively quick jam from
Didn't wanna-
Alexandre, right?
Maybe he just didn't want to burn time banks. Which is fair. Rarely does Ponekov actually overcall. I don't know, maybe he does. But ace king here is,
So 369 first all in.
I think it's cooked.
Shaking his head, I mean. Would love to see him get away from this.
If Alexander had just folded, then he would be calling this against Fedor.
There it is. Pitches it. Bravo. Well done, Ponekovs. Finds the fold. And just really unfortunate for Fedor, you know, if the seats are reversed,
then someone
then,
yeah.
then Fedor gets away from it if he's in Ponekov's seat. So it's yeah, just brutal stuff.
Here we go.
Good for
Queen.
Looking grim for Fedor. Grim Reaper's already here. GG.
People putting Ponekovs on queens. He had ace king. Fedor just showered.
I
in
don't want to
such a-
answer when he's all in with ace king.
That makes sense. I like that. Classy from Ponekovs. GG's Fedor. We'll have to fire another bullet. Already seen him in an impressive run. In that 100k, he came third for 1.5.
I mean, once you don't snap fold, he knows you have queens or kings. Probably just kings. I guess ace king's pretty good, yeah. Doesn't do much for me though. Either way, it's a pretty big favorite. Once he doesn't snap call, that you're in trouble.
Patrick getting some love. Randy saying how much he loves poker. Bro just won 5 million and jumped into another tourney.
Makes sense. Put them both on ace king.
I loved his interview.
Solid.
Don't know if you got a chance to catch it, but just there for the competition. You know, he says he's going to be here for a long time playing high stakes cash and tournaments. He's a living legend. And he's in trouble.
To trap you, strapping aces.
He might be playing a 250k shortly.
44.
And I wouldn't blame him for considering 4-bet jamming nines into Malinowski button versus small blind. What is this, 45 big blinds or so?
Yeah, I agree. The fact that he can pick up almost a third of his stack, it's already out there.
Other option, of course, is to call in position, which is reasonable as well. Oh, Fedor right back in this table. He is going to take a flop. But if it comes low, 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 it's going to be rough for Antonius.
Oh, Queen 6-5. Troublesome flop for the 200K Invitational champion.
Not the Hollywood guy.
That queen of diamonds, though, should save Patrick from losing his whole stack, and Limitless will probably need to respect that queen X at some point in his hand.
Kings is the only big one. The rest is important.
30% pot, roughly.
Pretty standard hand of poker being played so far. Can't fault either of them. As Limitless just turns Patrick dead. Now he's praying that Antonius is in there with like a king, queen, queen, jack.
Agreed. It's actually interesting because there's one SPR remaining. I think normally you just keep firing, unblocking Queen X, but there's probably merit to checking. I was about to get to that because if you feel that Patrick will own himself with the strong queen, ace, queen, king, queen, then you don't have to worry about this just checking through against those hands and maybe can induce bluffs or let a 2-outer try and get there. River card is that queen. Still a great card for Malinowski. Perhaps it convinces the 2 9s to think it's good. I could see him go block with 2 10s, looking to bet 3-bet. If he bets small, he can induce a raise from Queen X or have his opponent try to get that.
52.
Yeah, I like the small bet.
Patrick always seems sus to me. It's like always trying to suss other people out. Just giving Limitless a bit of a stare down.
He's got a lot of live intuition
Yeah,
throughout
he
his
just
career.
doesn't believe these online kids. He's going to get shown the bad news. 268k pot going Malinowski's way. What's he up to now? To north of $1 million.
Flipping over. Leonard versus Lewis Spencer. And Aussie Katola. Table for 4 at the moment. Yep, table for 4.
Perfect amount, if you ask me, Randy.
It is. 2 pairs.
A set for the 9s. Swing and a miss for Lewis and Ibinger. Aussie with that king of spades. Inside straight draw. Perhaps thinking of doing something here. Just knuckle it on over.
Feels like Leonard's going to just bet this. Sometimes you would just check. Well, he does check. But he only has 1 player behind him to hopefully bet for him. Which is Lewis Spencer.
Rocket Man. Surely not 4 ways.
No, not 4 ways. That would be very ambitious. Oh.
Daily quads. See him windmill this in Ibinger's face after Ibinger was needling him about, you know, not having a main event watch and all of that good stuff. The needles were good.
9s and 9s makes quads.
He's got 2 pair.
He's got 2 pair.
He's got a pair of 9s with a pair of 9s.
That's right. It's ordered the same dish twice.
I haven't played the mic. 3 years.
Still don't get it though. Your little finger is on the numpad.
Or I would just like my keyboard.
Well done, RC.
But this is where WASD is, the numpad is here. And you're saying
Full house?
little finger. I don't know.
Or my
The thumb.
my thumb.
Fuck, Mann, ich hätte dich auch so hart geslow-rollt. Einmal da. Ich warte darauf seit Ewigkeiten. Du bist oder dich? Schön.
Einmal noch zurückchecken, dann kriegst du was von River.
I actually haven't played.
Ja, nicht nur.
All my
Look,
friends.
I don't speak German,
All my
but I can translate that one for you. And it was very much, I was going to slow roll you. If only you had something.
That's fine.
No need to check Google Translate on that one, chat. I got you.
Wait, so were you improvising? Was that really, literally what he said?
That's literally what he said.
Okay. Well, maybe Lewis Spencer's turn to hit 2 pair. 9s and 9s.
No, feel good. I got 15,000, you got 0.
Yeah, I mean.
Call.
Those just comes with call. I believe that was a
snap
raise, a
squeeze?
snap raise from Aussie with the 8-5 suited.
Small sizing as well. Small sizing actually might pick up Leon Sturm along with Spencer.
There's the call. So what does Lewis do now if he's perhaps no longer concerned about Sturm's range?
I believe he just calls and takes this 3-ways to a flop. Unless he really has a lot of history of Katola being out of line. Seems like he's contemplating, given that time bank chip coming in. Like, is there merit to just taking down the 54K plus blinds?
I would say so. I mean,
44 big blind stack? Yeah.
Yeah, sick. Just increase our stack by almost 33%.
You and Spencer in sync.
Especially once Sturm just overcalls. There we go. Lewis Spencer up to 292k. Starting stack of 250 as we head towards the last break of the day here on day 1, the 125k. That's going to be our next blue table. Roman Hrabets and Espen Jorstad. Espen who came 3rd, Roman who came 4th in that 200k Invitational. Brink Kenny, Ike Caxton, Sergio Ido, Orpen Kisichakoglu. Who else we got? Mahran Neuer, Ramin Hajiev, Alex Siologis, Tan Chuen. That's going to be our next red table. Daniel Dvoris. And I don't recognize the gentleman in seat 7.
I believe that's Ilya and Nikiforov, if I
think you are right. Look at us, Randy. What a great team.
I got your back, just not buying your book. But I am leaving a bad review.
Well, you can't leave a bad review if you don't buy it.
All right, buy a book, write the review, and you return the book.
That'd be next level gaslighting. Based on your hundreds of hours of commentating with me, you just already know it's going to be shit. You're just like, yeah, 1 star.
You're a great commentator. I'm just a bad writer.
Story checks out. Ace 9-8. That's all Aussie.
Aussie's got that image to look for multiple streets of value if this ace 10. Bet small enough, I could see Tolerant getting interested.
The real question in CS is what resolution do you play?
Especially after seeing Aussie squeeze fold that last hand. So here comes
Here
Tolerine.
comes the money.
He's in bad shape, but I don't blame him for peeling one off against this opponent. Has a chance, though, with this 5 of clubs.
27.
No, det där
Aussie not slowing down. And surely, I mean, Ben's floated flop. Picked up a flush draw on the turn. Could just be dead. I mean, that's the reality of the situation here, Andy.
Up against, like, ace king, ace queen with a club.
Exactly. Unless he wants to turn this into a bluff.
No.
Just comes with call.
Well, he's picked up a little showdown value.
Very decent bit of showdown. I don't think Ben's got this far to just river showdown. I think he's sick enough to turn it into a bluff had Aussie barreled. Nice little pick up there for the fin. The man you can bet on over on BetACR. Check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, your exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events. Receive a 15% free play, up to $250 on your first deposit. This would be the tournament to do it in, guys. This would be the tournament. Although, I'll be honest with you, I'm saving it for the PLO personally. I want to see who rocks up. I'm waiting for Jonne and Samuele and Elis, the Finnish Armada.
Anyone from Finland?
Basically anyone from Finland to show up for the PLOs and start
Sponsored McDonald's.
wagering some of my hard-earned money.
You're going to stay here or no?
Jack 4 hearts in the hijack.
$130 runners, Randy. Can we ask them to just
That was the
close
number
reg
we
now?
That was the number we said together when it was like, how many do you think is going to be in the main event?
Yeah, can Luca just close reg now?
Tolerine attacking Queen 9 of clubs against Aussie Katola.
That's gonna do it. Oh, hang on.
Oh, is that the end of Ferdinand Putra?
It is. Yeah, it looks like there's short stack action. Around 13 bigs each. Ace deuce against King Jack. Putra gonna run over and re-enter. So, last break of the night. I can't get over the day we've had, Randy. I mean, we started off at the final table of the 200K Invitational. That one played down to a champion, Patrick Antonius, securing his largest ever cash in a tournament to date. And that's spanning over a career of, 2 decades. No deal made in that one, by the way, just taking home the 5.1. We then jumped into the 50K for a while. Punatpun's really close to getting that third, but Jesse Lawrence had other plans, picking up his first title. And now we've got 130 runners, and we've still got until the start of day 2 for people to late reg this one.
And we have players just getting in there with deep stacks. Normally we just have one event that's really massive, very exciting, which was, the 200K. But now we also have this massive main event, all the biggest names in there, some looking for vengeance, some looking to play since they didn't get to play the 200K Invitational. So I'm excited.
Well, it's Kai and Mockery leading the pack as we head into the last break of the day. Randy Lou's going to be calling it a night. Brian Rass is going to be jumping in. Randy, it's been an absolute pleasure as always, my man. And to you viewers at home, we'll be back in around 7-8 minutes time for continuing coverage of the 125K main event.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Saying something.
Yeah.
The old Queen 10-4. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. The good news about the mystery hand is it's a bit of a tell, Randy. It's going to be in chapter 7 of my book. Is when the mystery hand banner comes up on a Triton stream, you kind of know it's going to be a fun one. You just strap yourselves in and expect a big pot.
Like right now.
Ponokovs continues for 13K.
I mean, anything from...
And don't say anything about the dwarves, please.
That wasn't. But I was going to say, anything from having a nice drink to doing something that I literally cannot say on a stream. That is the range. It is a wide range of possible activities.
I mean, Peter's hand is very nutted. Especially on his turn card, top pair, top kicker. Be willing to stack off, I'd imagine, if necessary.
Yeah.
Now though, Ponegop c-bet the flop got called.
Go like 80%, which is what, close to Geo? Yeah, pot sounds about right. Ponokovs is just breathless, bro. It's just all over you. Like a rash on a summer's day, mate. Have you ever been thrown into a pile of stinger nettles before?
Sounds awful.
Have you ever picked up a brick and there's a wasp nest inside?
No, I don't go around picking up bricks, but sure, it sounds terrible.
I've done both. All right, let me tell you, it's not nice. That's what playing against this guy's like. Just there with top pair, top kicker, now improving to top 2.
Now we're fist pumping for Peter. Top 2. How good is that?
I mean, you say that. The way I see it is we're now losing to more hands. Like, we were already losing to aces. We're now losing to king jack, so throwing all the combos of king jack. We're already losing to queens, tens. It does open the door for a few more bluffs. I reckon Ponikov has got it.
Yep, I'm snapping his ace queen off. Oh, he does have king jack.
Oh.
Brutal.
AP finding the Jin River card. Art's improving to top 2 as Ponikov's gets there for the Broadway straight.
You were bluffing on the turn.
You knew?
Yeah. Because the pot was 58.5.
Because pot was 58.5.
You bet 53.5.
The button's on me, right? That's correct.
Fadel said that he knew Ponikov's was bluffing.
Could potentially go 3-way all in for 1.2 million.
Nah.
Chip off. It's
Nah.
possible.
Fadel's sick enough to get away from this.
But he also, do you think so? Because
Yeah.
Ponikov's code for betting is
you're
tethered
right.
to some randomness, you know?
No, you're dialed in, Randy. You are dialed in.
I think Fedor rips this one
Wait,
in.
so does Ponikov's then get away from it? If Ponikov's 4 bets, Fedor jams,
then Ponikov's can
Yo.
probably get away for like, I'm guessing he loses like 75, 80K here.
Wow.
I just don't see Fedor folding in this spot.
Because it's Ponikov's.
Because it's Ponikov's.
Okay. So because of Ponikov's image, in a weird way, he's potentially going to save himself 300k chips.
Fedor believes he has fold equity against both players, I would think, and pick up the 126k pot. That's pretty massive, and with ace king, you're blocking hands willing to get in pre-flop, and in case you're wrong, you're up against like queens, you're still flipping. I just don't see how he doesn't push it in.
This isn't a highlight reel hand, ladies and gentlemen. This is real time, live from the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. A 5-bet jam from Fedor in the 125k main event for 70 bigs, and the Frenchman is still left to act, doing backflips in his mind as he comes over the top.
I think now we have to fold ace king.
It was a relatively quick jam from
Didn't wanna-
Alexandre, right?
Maybe he just didn't want to burn time banks. Which is fair. Rarely does Ponikov's actually overcall. I don't know, maybe he does. But ace king here is,
So 369. First all in.
I think it's cooked.
Shaking his head, I mean. Would love to see him get away from this.
If Alexander had just folded, then he would be calling this against Fedor.
There it is. Pitches it. Bravo. Well done, Ponikovs. Finds the fold. And just really unfortunate for Fedor, you know, if the seats are reversed,
then someone
then,
yeah.
then Fedor gets away from it if he's in Ponikov's seat. So it's yeah, just brutal stuff.
Here we go.
Good fold.
Queen.
Looking grim for Fedor. Grim Reaper's already here. GG.
People putting Ponakovs on queens. He had ace king. Fedor just showered.
I don't want to answer when he's all in with ace king.
That makes sense. I like that. Classy from Ponakovs. GG's Fedor. We'll have to fire another bullet. Already seen him in an impressive run. Welcome back, you poker fans. It's been, what, 12 hours of high-stakes action from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. The 200K Triton Invitational, where Patrick Antonius took it down for $5.1 million and had the 50K US A's. Jesse Lonis picking up his maiden title. But now our attention on the 125K main as I jump into the Triton Poker Plus app. Kyan Mokri leads supreme with 2 levels of play left. Brian, just as you came in, you're like, Henry, day one, deep stack poker, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, look at these. Mokri has been making a bunch of runs in this. Foxen's had some chip leads in different spots too, so 2 names that are no surprise up at the top, along with Victor Malinowski.
And that blue feature table really is a standout. Haxton, Kenny, Heath, Jorstad, Kiszczoglu, Ido, and Hrabets, Hrabets and Jorstad, who both FT'd that 200K, picking up a 7-figure score. As we throw it down to the floor for the final frame of the 9th day of action here in Monte-Carlo.
Yeah, I mean, all guys that played the 200K, I think, other than Bryn. Bryn wasn't in the 200K, I think.
Was he not?
Bryn Kenny?
I was going to say, Bryn's...
Oh, shoot. So that the blue table's all guys who were in the 200K.
That's right.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, Haxton bubbled the 200K. But yeah, definitely Jorstad and Hrabets who walked away with decent chunk of change from that 200K Invitational.
Yeah, both final tabling. In fact, I think they came in, Hrabets came in 4th, right? Jorstad 3rd. So,
that's right.
Hello.
Both picking up around 2 million for their efforts in that one. Straight into the 125K. No nonsense. There's Bren making his way up. That's what they're playing for, that piece of gold. Coveted Triton trophy. A red feature table. Oh man, Tan Chuan with the chip lead. He also final tabled the 200K. Love seeing him with a big stack because you just never know what to expect. Blue table it is. Ike Caxton out in pole position with 101 big. Spot where the chip counts belongs to Bryn Kenny. Knows a thing or two about these invitational events as he took down the London edition this time last year. And then over on the orange, Juan Pardo. Chillin'. It's been really relaxed out there, Brian, for the last 2 hours. Everyone's just been, there's been some fantastic needles, actually. Like, borderline out of line needles from Ibinger and some of the crew.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's been fun. Ibinger's got the custom Jacob & Co. Triton collab Champions watch on his left wrist. And he was playing a pot against Leonard Maui, and he just turned to Leonard and he's like, Leonard, have you got a Triton Champions watch? And Leonard's like, no, Ibinger, you know I don't. It's like, hang on, do you have a Triton trophy yet? And again, Leonard was like, no, Ibinger, you know I don't. All in jest, of course, just some friendly banter, but nice to see shade being thrown around at the highest stakes. The players just waiting for play to resume. I think our eyes are going to be on this table.
What did Ibinger follow that up with?
He followed it up with a fold. So they were like Leonard had delayed c-bet into him.
And he asked him these 2 questions
before folding.
Folded.
Yeah.
13.
Can you also call Swiss?
More comfortable here.
Okay. Little pocket eights. Only 20 bigs, too. Feels pretty comfy just to grip it and rip it.
There's the slam dunk. Oh my. Ilya in the small with 10s. Gonna ask for a count.
Also the nuts.
I mean, versus a guy who has 19 blinds, we only have like 40. I think I'm going with 10s here, right? I mean, the all-in can have plenty of pairs we're beating, possibly some like suited wheel aces. I mean that in terms of hands that we're just doing really well against. Enough of those hands in the range that I think you want to risk it with 10s. No ICM. I mean, we're early in the tournament.
You were not calling.
I was not calling. But I was definitely winning this.
Tan is absolutely seething as he had to fold king, queen of clubs. Ace, jack, 4. Ilya looking good with 2 cards to come. Giev looking for a black snowman. Doesn't find it. Ilya improving to a set of 10s. And the Cyprus Invitational champion will need to pony up an additional 125k. At least to make a run in this one. Seems like a worthy one to fire another bullet in. Brian, 134 runners now. Late reg open until the start of day 2.
Yeah, but I know I agree with what you're saying, but sometimes in these spots with one, just like the last levels of the day, you just call it in and do the max late reg tomorrow.
100%.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's the play.
It just depends. Everybody's different with that, but especially if you only want to do 2 bullets.
Yeah.
Or is it 2 bullet max?
No, you can fire it unlimited.
Okay, so yeah, you're like, I want to keep it at 2, just skip these levels, get a good night's sleep, max late reg.
I can get behind it.
That wouldn't be what, because we were in the booth the other day when they were talking about people for the get, like, who do you bet on? Now, the people that fire the most bullets over this series, because that was the bet, right? Were you in the booth with me?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
They're not taking this approach. They're just, like, insta-regging right now, you know? Like, I think they were talking about Chidwick and a couple other people.
Forrest, a couple of names thrown in the mix.
Maybe. Yeah, they're not waiting to max late reg.
Guys that are just in there from the start, and they're fighting all day till the end. Roman gonna keep Bryn honest for at least one street. Bryn set up an SPR of 1.
King is not an irrelevant card. Roman can have King X, probably more than Bryn does. That said, Roman can have worse hands, such as 4X and Ace-X. So, makes it a tougher spot from Bryn's perspective. And I was curious if he was going to value better check.
Does Roman just take his showdown now with the A7?
He's beating missed draws. His 7 is kind of blocks some of them a little bit. Stuff like 5-7 and 7-8.
Does knuckle it back. Bring Kenny bouncing back to a starting stack or thereabouts. Jesse looking a bit swaggy. Fresh off that dub. Looking down at Ace King.
You know, that's one of those spots in that hand we just watched with the 6-10 versus the Ace-7. When I'm in Roman's spot and I think, you know what, I should bluff here some of the time maybe. And then if I don't have a compelling reason, sometimes I just roll that. I'm like, okay, this is Bryn Kenny. He's tough. I don't know that I have some kind of crazy rock, paper, scissors read right here. I'm just going to leave it up to chance. 30% bluff, go to the roll system.
I think that's solid in
You know?
those spots. Tell you what's solid is Jesse getting it in with the Ace-King against Roman's Ace-Queen. All in brought to you by WPT Global. Ace-Queen was the hand of the tournament in the 200K.
Jesse just won a Triton title.
Literally.
I believe in the 50.
2 hours ago, yeah.
Yeah, and here he is. Pretty good shape. Oh.
Opportunities now.
Yes, indeed.
That's not one of them. The Ace-King high is going to hold. Morale through the roof in the Jesse Lonis boot camp.
We know, what's the starting stack in this tournament?
250.
250, okay.
He'd open 9.
No. Should probably get some.
Yeah.
At least like 20K worth.
Marius?
You took the 5K I gave you, yeah. Yeah. We
need some 1Ks.
There's like 15 on the whole table.
Bringing the heat with you. Carrying it over.
Yeah, that was the easy one.
Pancakes. We need pancakes.
I think that was Jesse's first hand of the tournament.
I had a good pancake.
After that win, just
First
sat
title?
down.
Triton? Nice, congrats.
First tournament probably, right?
Huh?
First
Yeah,
tournament
you
as well.
Third.
How about it? First hand of the tournament.
13?
Ace-King against Ace-Queen. You just shout a Roman.
I think they were asking him, Jesse said it's his third. Was his third Triton tournament?
I believe that's what he said, yeah.
Oh, no. No. He played Jeju.
Maybe he's busting their balls, man. I mean,
yeah. He cashed 3 out of 5 in Jeju, including a 7th place in the GG Millions. And then that was his 7th at this stop. Played all of them so far, except didn't play the 200K. He was...
What do you have in there, Jesse? What's in the bubble?
The sake. The restaurant, the Thai restaurant over here. The Maya Bay. Crazy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
sounds like Jesse was out celebrating the victory with some sake.
Ike is wearing one of his classic shirts. I mean, like, I've been playing poker with Ike for years. Man, this current, like, colored shirt he's got on, this has got to be one of his, like, favorite poker shirts, because he wears this in poker tournaments. Like, it's years that he's been wearing this shirt.
Do you think it's the same one? Or do you think he bought multiple? Is he like the Zuckerberg of the poker world?
No, it's probably the same one. Like, shirts last a long time if you take good care of them. You know?
He's just taking the Zuckerberg approach where he's just got 10 T-shirts. He doesn't care, just wakes up, pulls one out.
No. But, like, everybody's got, like, their favorite shirts, you know? Or your favorite shirts, your lucky shirts, whatever it is. This is just one, I think... maybe he's won a bunch of money in it. Who knows, man? Like, I'm just saying, like, I've noticed him in poker in this shirt for a long time now.
I've seen a few winners' photos with it.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure.
I'm telling you. This is like Ike's favorite poker shirt. Here he is. The man, the myth, the legend, Isaac Haxton.
With the nut flush draw. And on the king 5 deuce. Gonna knuckle it back.
Seemed like he was probably a favorite to bet the flop, but wouldn't be surprised if he rolled that. Some kind of mix. Checks it back. Now, will he check it back again? I feel like he's a favorite to bet here. It's hard to say. There are like ace, 9, 10, jack, and queen that you want to get to fold. Depending on your sizing, you might be able to get like 3s to fold, but we're ahead of queen high.
He definitely rolled that. Saw him glaring over at the dealer's clock.
He might use his chips too.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit as well. I remember speaking to him about it on stream once.
Also, you never know with somebody in these spots if they're like fake rolling it. Because if someone knows, like everyone knows Ike rolls stuff, then sometimes you got to fake roll it. That way your opponents think it's a mix when it's like maybe you just have the nut boat or something. It's like not a mix. Bryn going for value here with ace jack. Kind of sick. He knows exactly where his man's at.
Sicko. That feels bad. If you're in Ike's shoes. Bryn Kenny extracting value.
We'll never know that Ike had the nut flush draw there. Flopped it pretty big and just played it a little different.
How about this for a table of killers? And how about this for a killer watch brand? Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. Our official timekeeper Jacob & Co. make these incredible timepieces. And look at those, man. I mean, that looks like a Bugatti engine in the left one. Also got that Astronomia Casino timepiece with the functioning roulette wheel inside. That's what they're into. The poker and gambling themed gear. They really are just the one brand to check out. And I'll tell you what, the winner of this event will be rocking a Jacob & Co. That special collaboration timepiece that always goes to the main event champ. I just keep getting notifications on CoinMarketCap, mate. What a day to be alive. What's your price prediction, Ryan, for end of the month? 82? He's gone death, chat. What's your price prediction for the end of the month?
4
Bitcoin.
Oh, end of the, I'll say end of the year, 100K.
End of the year, 100K. You sick?
Yeah.
It's only like 50 days away, pal.
Yeah.
So you think another little 25% increase? Let's go. If Bitcoin's 100K by the end of the year, the next Triton event is going to break records in every field. biggest main, biggest invitational, biggest PLO. Guaranteed. The fact that we have 136 runners in this as well already.
We're like 7 months post-halving. We've been we actually made an all-time high earlier than ever. It's never happened pre-halving, but we've been consolidating for 8 months. Kind of just breaking out right now. Trump won, which I think was probably long-term doesn't matter, but in the immediate, it matters. And, you know, we're talking, you know, end of the year's 7 weeks, something like that. So, yeah.
What do you think it does for poker? I mean, it feels like we're in a very big poker boom right now already. I don't know, you'd know more about stateside than I do, but every time I log into social medias, it just seems like everywhere. Europe, Asia, America, just seeing record-breaking fields, insane turnouts.
Yeah, I think poker players are longer crypto or Bitcoin than the general public, right?
Yeah.
Because of the utility it actually can have for gamblers, especially ones who travel internationally, but even like playing in, you know, private games or whatever, that sometimes settle this way, and all kinds of reasons, app games, all that stuff. So, yeah, it's going to mean poker players probably have more money on the whole, right? I mean, the markets have also been going up as well, like stock market all-time highs. So, should be good for gambling liquidity and poker tournament sizes.
Very exciting times ahead of us in the poker world. Not so exciting. The King of Clubs on the turn for Espen. Ido's thrilled about it. Jack of Hearts go along with it. Espen's going to check once more. Playing pot control against the small blind. 10 of spades on the river. Means Espen is now chopping against weaker ace-X.
$22.
And this is just going to get called.
I can get 22.
I need me one of those Triton t-shirts.
I shouldn't have done it.
He had it anyway. Better not to hold up the hands.
All right, Bryn.
This would be a fun table to get some chatter. I was expecting
This card went over the button. I was just saying I don't think it flashed.
some more table talk.
Yeah, guys, perform.
Good choice.
Nah, I mean,
No,
it's
just
like,
in the intro, you had me all hyped up. Like, the
I
guys
know,
are
I know.
chattering.
Yeah,
We
they
might not
were.
even have to talk very much. Like, let's go. And I was like, sweet. But
you're
these
right.
guys are not chatting too much.
yes, it's 9 days in. It's, you know, final frame of the day. Some of these guys have been playing since 1 o'clock today. Espen and Roman
Yeah.
and some
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
they switch out the tables, obviously, so that was the last group. Yeah, Espen just had a nice score, 3rd place in the 200. he's showing that it's not just a flash in the pan, main event champion and done. He's out here grinding Tritons and taking down huge scores.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's now what, 18 million? 10 million obviously coming from that main. Has a Triton title. Third place finish today. It's interesting, man, because there are so many main event champs over the years who do just have that score and then kind of just ride off into the sunset.
Yeah.
Some of them just never return to the game. Others lose it all back. It's really polarizing, actually. There aren't many that I can think of other than, I guess, Hussein Ensign was already doing really well. EPT champion, playing WPTs, took down the main. He's now here playing Tritons. Who else have we had in recent times in the last 10 years?
Joe McKeon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's getting it done out in the US.
But I feel like these are kind of the three, right? I mean, who else?
Like Korai showed up for one summer, I want to say.
Oh, yeah, Korai. Korai's probably the recent one of the main event champs who was the most accomplished before winning the main. Korai had already kind of been playing
live, yes.
Yeah,
live, yes.
Oh, some of the other main event champions were pretty is Espen super accomplished?
Oh
online?
yeah. Espen was like Scoop, W Cube champs. Like,
okay.
Yeah, he was doing all right. He actually final tabled the COVID edition of the WSOP online. Came 5th, like 650K.
Okay.
And then followed it up with the main event win.
See, yeah, it's funny the perspective because I know almost nothing about like the online poker
streets.
Of course, so to me, it was like Korai, like clearly.
Because Korai comes from your kind of streets, right? Like he's in the mixed game streets.
I mean, not really before winning the main. He is now playing that stuff in the WSOP, but I don't know how much he plays it outside the WSOP, to my knowledge. But he was already playing kind of high-stakes poker tournaments live prior to his win.
Yeah, he was, yeah. I'm curious to see what he's been up to because I haven't been keeping an eye on poker for a while. I took a year off.
He definitely drops in and takes the WSOP super seriously. Like playing all kinds of tournaments all throughout the summer, trying to win Player of the Year.
Yeah, so Korai Aldemir, 23 million in total live earnings. His last cash, yeah, it came this summer. Seems to be grinding online, but that's it.
It's kind of like WSOP and chill.
Looks like
it's not like the most dissimilar from my current poker situation.
Yeah, 2024 WSOP and chill, 2023 WSOP and chill.
Yeah.
Couple of $400 tournaments in Punta del Este. I don't know. It seems like he's just living the good life, man. He's just chilling down in South America somewhere.
Yeah.
Enjoying himself and then just coming back up for the WSOP.
Some friends are like, hey, come play this tournament with us. He's like, all right.
Sure. That's wicked, man. Love to see it.
$24.
And here goes Ike. Blasting away here with King, Queen of clubs. It's not much he's got going on with the board, but gets Bryn off Ace-Jack with the Ace of Hearts. That's big enough.
Ike just opening under the gun, bulldozing his way through. 626K.
Yep.
People asking if Vladimir is in The 125k main. Well, Triton Poker Plus app, that's what it's there for. I'm scrolling through and I do see Vladimir Korzinin in the mix, playing 318,000. I believe he literally just joined. I mean, we're talking 7 hands ago.
He's already won 68,000.
Yeah, so it sounds like maybe he was out celebrating his $3 million and change score, becoming #1 on Estonia's all-time money list.
Orpin with about 24 big blinds. It's going to ship it all.
Success coming soon. Orphan's got some great hats, by the way.
I think my guess is Lannis would probably call ace queen off. Maybe not ace jack off here, given he opened from the low jack, it looks like. It's a lot of blinds, but ace queen's also a lot of hand.
Orpin getting a bit rusty there. Just meant to say no good when Jesse tables ace queen. And then you table ace queen. No? That not thing?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a fun one.
Bit of fatigue out there though. I did hype you up for a talkative table. But these guys are perhaps feeling it after 9 intense days. Of often, 9, 10, 11-hour days. More if you close out tournaments.
Oh, here we go. Ace jack, oh, 3 bets. Must be a 3 bet. Look how much money's in the pot.
Yeah, it is. Raised to 12k from Ilya. The cutoff, 10, 3 betting to 42,000 on the button.
Pretty large size. It's like 3.5x in position. It's not the flop you're looking for with pocket twos, that's for sure. Tan checks it back. It's going to be hard to see Tan Juan checking this one back. Now that he's picked up nut clubs to go along with his double gutter.
Ilya with a bit of posturing. Before checking it on over.
I feel like when you bet here, you're going over half pot most of the time. It looks like he's picked a smaller size.
Yeah, 1/3. It's going to get the job done.
You would think so. I would think so. But Ilya hasn't mucked his hand yet.
I know we're starting to see things on day 9, but if these deuces, I'm going to have to be... Brian, do you want any action? James, do you want any action?
I don't know. I didn't want to bet he's going to call.
No. I meant action in me jumping in the main.
Oh.
I see the deuces call there, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, boys, are you good for 20 each? Flick it in. That might just be the greatest mustache of all time.
Yeah, the Chidwick's handlebar.
5 at least.
It feels like it just keeps getting bigger.
I'm trying to think of like iconic mustaches. Oh, Val Kilmer in Tombstone. That's a great mustache. That might be top 3. I'm your Huckleberry.
It's King Zubov. Oh wow, he does the Makita. Sunglasses go on after you call. After you VPIP pre-flop.
He's flopped best on the Jack 10-4. Blind v blind. Alex did 3.3x pre. By the way, side note, Cayenne Mockery has 1.6 million.
Oh, that's a lot more than it was previously.
What on earth is that guy doing? Just mashing away.
Oh, look who's in 5th. It's our guy. Sleeping Dragon.
That's something you really love to see. Theologus mulling over his decision here. Pretty annoying one at this SPR. But does feel like a mandatory call, which he comes with. Now both players exchanging each other's outs.
Yeah, this might put the brakes on this hand a little bit. Zubov probably a little bit worried about Theologus hitting an ace in some way, shape, or form.
Well, Theologus rivering 2 pair. There's the 4-liner on board, front door spades getting there.
Yeah, which makes it a little bit tricky from his perspective, since spades being another hand that beats him now that he made 2 pair.
I wonder if block is ever a thing. Does feel like you're opening the door to just get put in the absolute blender. Check the side it is.
I mean, you could be in the blender either way. He only has like 120, 125% what's in the pot. But yeah, no, block is interesting. I'm not sure what I think about it. But Zubov, it's nice he has the Jack of Spades as well, blocking a bunch of Jacks X of Spades hands that Theologus might have that play this way. In terms of Queen X, feels like Zubov doesn't have ace queen, right? Because of pre-flop.
Agreed.
Probably doesn't have king queen from both pre-flop and turn.
Agreed.
So, you know, queen 10, queen jack, both pretty reasonable. He might not bet queen 10 on the flop. Might. That one's close. Queen jack, he probably always bets. Queen 9 might bluff the turn some. So yeah, it's...
Alex pays him off, unable to get away from it. Understandably so. Zubov getting the better of him in the blind v blind confrontation. Zubov came to Cyprus in 2022, fired one event there, the 25K. Joined for a decent part of the Jeju series. 2 cashes over there out of the 6 events played. Montenegro, similar story, 2 cashes, 6 events played. It's been a rough trip for him so far in Monte-Carlo though. 0 for 6.
You know, you guys aren't going to be able to see this, but Henry, look behind you. Here's Vladimir with his hand around Patrick, hand on his shoulder. They just played heads up in a tournament for 1.7 million, and they look pretty buddy-buddy.
Yeah, I honestly think that's the Vladimir effect.
Yeah.
He was just, every one that was busted out, he would stand up, make an effort to walk over, shake their hand, exchange some pleasantries, you know, some kind words to every single person that would bust out. It just real breath of fresh air. He was, you know, showing hands and cards and all of this fun stuff with Patrick.
Yeah. And Patrick really engaged with him.
He did.
Like, not just as a competitor, but just as kind of like a fellow human being. Just,
agreed.
Yeah, like, I'm here to enjoy this too. Show some hands back.
Really
chat a little bit.
Hang on. Ah, okay. I thought this was opened and Zubov called out the small blind. My bad. Oh, go on then, Maher. Punishing the button limp. My guy. Just wagging the finger saying, not today. Not in my house. Great to see so much support from the viewers around the world throughout this series as we head into the back third of this Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. We're up to 283,000 subscribers over on YouTube. We've had thousands of you downloading the Triton Poker Plus app, watching over on the app. We've also had hundreds of people getting involved in the YouTube chat, clicking the like button, as well as engaging with our content over on Twitter and Instagram. I do have just one small request, as always, if you haven't already, just take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button. It really does help grow the channel, get the product in front of a larger, wider audience, as Triton continue to just go from strength to strength, from series to series, putting on world-class poker production, free of charge. And it's not just here during the series as well. I mean, it's behind the scenes, man. The offices in KL and Riga, putting those cash game streams together. Onwards and upwards. It only gets bigger and better from here, man. And that sounds pretty crazy to say, given that today we paid someone $5.1 million for first place in a $200,000 buy-in. A massive thank you on behalf of the entire team here. All of you showing your support. Back to this nothing burger of a hand, although, as my grandfather used to say, to assume is to make an arse out of you and me. Maher with backdoor spades, and he did just wag the finger with king high. And there it is. I'm sat here eating my socks as he comes with the check raise.
And let's see how Chidwick responds to this. I mean, 9-8 off isn't the worst hand to defend this with. He's thinking about it, but it is 9 high. Yeah.
Strong there. Strong couple of hands. from Maher.
Showing his comfort at playing pots with nothing, basically.
That's how things stand at this feature table. It's been a quiet one. Can really sense that the energy in the room has kind of shifted a bit from that electric buzz from earlier on. Looking over at some of the people kind of hiding in their hoodies, just grinding out these final 2 levels before bagging and tagging for day 2. Up to 138 runners in this one. Chip leader is the Norwegian Kayan Mokri with 277 big blinds. Sorry, make that 284 big blinds. And 1.7 million. Elliot just checking his option with the kitchies. King, Queen, 7, all hearts.
Yeah, that's right. On stream the other day, Nick Petrangelo was talking about how 10-3 is the kitchens. And that at some point back in the day, people used to just go crazy with this and then show it.
That's right.
I don't think Ilya was playing online poker tournaments at that moment, or maybe he would have just raised Chidwick's big blind.
Stevie with a little stab, getting it done with the 9-4.
The Art of Winning Hands with Nothing.
That could be the name of a book.
By Noira and Chidwick.
If it wasn't vegan to begin with, I think it was just like there was butter and some stuff. I don't recall there being like cheese or anything like that.
Are you strict vegan now, Ben? Might have to go and try that. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I always assumed that place didn't. But
No, it's like right on the main card they give you when you walk in. One of the 3 options is a vegetarian menu.
Oh, yeah, I've never been.
Open, gonna get to work. 2.3x from the cutoff. Couple of 10s. It's been getting a bit frisky. The 4-5 suited on the button. Does extend the invitation to Ike Haxton to defend with his 4-3 of diamonds.
Invitation accepted.
Let's see 3. As these 3 square off. 51,000 out there. That's a fun flop, Brian. The ace-9-5. Everyone with a little something. That's been bottom pair, backdoor spades. Backdoor steel wheel, actually. Ike. Gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Orpin still the best hand. That pesky ace on board.
Now 10s is a hand here that you'd think Orpin bets some. He opts not to. Just with the clearance of the Broadway cards. and you're still beating 9x. So kind of a mix of value and clearance. How's Ike going to play this? Versus small bet? Just call?
It felt like a few options were on the table there, didn't it? Does just come with call. Now Orpin in a very weird spot after having checked.
The bet size is so small, though. I mean, he's getting, what is that, 5 to 1, 6 to 1? I think 6 to 1, you just come along here and see what's going on. Too many people can have hands they're messing around with. You know, multiple gutters, 5x, 9x that he's ahead of.
Well, there was a lot of messing around going on the flop between Ike and Jorstad. The 3 of spades turn does present that still will. Ike's turn a pair to go along with his gut shot.
Espen has a lot of equity here. And stacks are, I mean, we're talking, he has over a 2 SPR with Ike. Orpin, he's probably not as worried about. You can feel pretty confident at this point. Your 5 isn't good. So I wouldn't be surprised if Espen kind of makes a bit of a semi-bluff here, trying to get 9x or like a bigger pocket pair to fold. And he has a ton of equity when called now. See if he decides to take that route or just check back and realize his equity. You bet so small on the flop that either one of them, but especially Orpin, can have over pairs that probably fold to a decent bet here. Yeah, I like this line from Espen. I think it's a little bit better.
65k into 90. Making it very uncomfortable for Ike.
Yeah, this feels like a pass. It's just, you have a pair of 3s only, multi-way, and a gutter. And now is the question, but I just think, like when you're Orpin here, you'd rather have King 9 suited than 10s, because you have 2 outs to improve. So, nice pop by Espen. Shows power of aggression there.
Well, Orpin just kind of opening the door for Espen to take that one away from him. Which Espen gladly accepted.
Yeah, in fact, like 10s is better than, say, King 9, but the 9 is a much better blocker to have than 10s, and there's effectively no difference because Espen never has 10s, for example, with that line.
Man, what a prize pool. 17.2 million already in the prize pool. With late reg open until the start of day 2. I wonder if we clear the 150 mark. Who's currently out? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, man. Rob Young, Linus Love, Sean Winter, Ramin Hajiev, Waikin Yong, Igor Yerashevsky, Zhao Tren, Jamil Wakil. I mean, that's 8 guys there. They could all re-enter. Yeah, I think we're going to break the 150 mark. top pair v middle pair. Open from the hijack. It's Ike that's flopped best.
And Orpin just keeps flopping hands that want to play small pots. 10s on ace 9-5, queen 10 on king queen 7 flush draw.
Not a diamond in sight between these three hands.
How will Ike play it? Betting the turn seems reasonable, so does checking. If it's check through on the turn, on a lot of blanky type cards, Ike very well might value bet the river. I think another check through here would heavily imply that a king is good.
Does check through. Another round of knuckles. Ike with the check mark. Feels so incredibly awkward to bet this at any point in this hand. Is now the time.
Yeah, I mean, the flop doesn't really make sense. Turn definitely awkward, and so is the river, but if king 6 is the best hand here, no one's going to bet it for you. You know, the reason to check is more to bluff, catch, evaluate versus a bet, as opposed to, you know, get value.
Orpin's getting laid a decent price on a call, but has to be concerned of that small blind flatting range.
Yeah, definitely.
Easy for us to say when we can see the cards, obviously. A lot tougher when you're out there.
He's blocking any ace 10s that didn't 3-bet, 10-9 suited. I don't think a queen bets for value, but maybe any two pair involving a queen. King, queen, queen, jack. Although king, queen probably doesn't play like this, so mostly just queen, jack. But there's still a lot of stuff that beats him, despite that.
That's a brilliant fold. Orpin, well done. Not easy in game, especially against someone like Ike.
No, not at all. From a game theory perspective, Orpin's fold was good enough that it sort of throws into question Ike's bet. And I'm not saying theoretically, just specifically for that hand, right? Because if you're value betting a pair of kings with queen jack 7, his kicker doesn't play, right?
I remember that.
There's only one hand in between queen 10 and that, just ace queen.
Yeah.
There's any king with a kicker that doesn't play, then ace queen, then queen 10. So it's like almost the next best hand didn't call the value bet, right?
You never know with them.
So it's just kind of one of these interesting, like, game theoretic standpoints that
It's not slow and
even though the value bet seems reasonable, and I'm not saying it's theoretically wrong, just in game as played with players making decisions, you know, if your value bet doesn't get called by the second next best hand, it ends up being exploitively, at least in that spot, not the best situation.
Definitely begs the question. I agree. Orpin forced to get involved once more. Ace Jack, 20 bigs, facing an under the gun open. Feels very cuspy, as we are currently playing for chips. Don't fault him. Flicking in the call. Is there any UFC today? You're a UFC fan, right?
You know, I don't know.
Oh, it's just a fight night, nothing
I think
special.
it's a fight night. Yeah, it's definitely not a pay-per-view card, that I know.
Man, how sick was that last card?
Ooh. Yeah, it was great.
I think Tapora is going to be a champion for a very long time. Guy's an animal. As is this man, Sergio Ido. One of the greatest of modern times to play no limit hold'em tournaments, and not just high rollers. I mean, he's out in Florida grinding 3Ks, man, and just loves a main event.
Yeah, just loves the game. Yeah, and Tapori, I don't know who in 145 can beat him right now. I mean, Kamzat also looked amazing, by the way.
He did, bro. Yeah, he did. That's after how long off? It's like a good, I want to say 10 months. Open turning the gin. Broadway. Jesse has an open-ender. Oh, he's reaching for probing chips from the big blind against an under-the-gun open and a +1 flat. Jack of hearts, 8 of spades. Am I being results oriented here, Brian, by not being a fan of this lead? On this board against these positions?
I think it's reasonable after the flop gets checked through to bet. I mean, he can definitely have hands, like, why can't he have 2 pair, straights, you know, flop gets checked. You got stuff that wants to get value. Wow, and Orpin just flats, though.
Sicko.
Now, to me, Jesse's hand implies there's a good chance he would bluff on a flush completing card, but not necessarily on a club or a diamond like this. So let's see if he bluffs anyway, just because he's never winning if he checks. But I don't know if he will. But I think there's a good chance he would on a heart or a spade.
109 out there. Orpin, who's been getting the rough end of the stick for the last 10-15 minutes or so. The 100% check mark next to his name. Is he going to get any more money from Jesse? He's on winner's high after taking down the 50K for 1.5 million. A nice give up there from the newly crowned Triton champ.
Yeah, it makes sense as a give up with his particular combo. Again, that probably bluffs flush completers. Here we are. Nicolaitis got eliminated, it looks like.
GG, sir. Looks like that was a little UTG v button action. Great guy, by the way, Nicolaitis. One of the nicest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know him at all.
Had breakfast with him this morning, him and his wife. Just travel around, playing tournaments. He's even got her playing like 10 NL online now when he's firing up a big Sunday session. She's just there with a laptop, grinding alongside him. I mean, that's life goals there, man. I mean,
yeah.
Fair play. blinds have gone up. We're entering the last level of play. 30 minutes left on the clock before it gets paused. And Luca will draw for a final amount of hands. Sergi comes with defend.
All right, kind of a fun board. Nobody connects. Oh.
I'm almost late. One more. Because you said you cannot same table.
Looks like Hansen Yu against the Curtis Knight Hijack Open. Just ripped it in over the top. 22 big blinds. He's going to re-enter.
That's definitely a... You don't make that play if you're not re-entering.
That's
I mean...
Straight to the re-entry desk. No nonsense, just straight back in. You could even tell by the way that he was walking away. Just like, yeah, I'll be back, boys.
That's not the play of a guy who's done. It's the play of a guy who's like, oh, I'm down almost close to half starting stack. We got to gamble this up, or either double up or re-enter.
Oh man, you gotta love it. People are laughing at us, right? Saying I said one of the nicest guys, and then you snap responded with, "Cool, I've never heard of him."
No, I didn't say I never heard of him.
You didn't actually. You didn't know.
I said, "Oh, cool. I don't know him. Or never spent time with him."
That is true. Yeah, get your. If you're gonna call us out, chat, get it right. But I can imagine sometimes people just like, I don't know, cooking in their kitchens with the stream up on the laptop, kind of listening to us commentate, and they just hear the most random thing come out of both of us, and just like, WTF are those two guys talking about?
I definitely feel like we're the commentator tandem most likely to say random stuff compared to our counterparts, right?
I definitely agree.
You know, it's like you get Ali and Randy in here, and woof, there's no it's not very random what's happening. It's very controlled. Our conversation might just go way off the rails, so you never know.
There's times where I try and lead Randy down the straight path, and he won't even nibble. He'll just look at me and just be like,
so they said, like,
there's a hand going on. Just like, back to the action, mate.
Last year.
He'll step into the role of play-by-play. They're like, so Queen 4 deuce? I'm like, Randy, is Bitcoin going to make 100K or no?
The people need answers.
In the mix, shorting the REITs, the UK REITs, and commercial real estate in London and everything else.
It will go down. It is going down already.
Hang on, there's some talk of shorting the UK economy going on. What's going on?
Especially
Between Espen and
commercials, like
Northway.
disaster.
Yeah, since COVID.
Like in Toronto, it's complete disaster for like the developers.
After COVID, it never recovered, sort of.
We're talking about commercial real estate, how it got housed during COVID and hasn't recovered, which I've also heard.
Specifically in London, as Orpin calls London home, and Espen used to live there as well.
You have like 200, right?
Just over.
Orpin's got he's really got the dual hat theme. There's either Savage or Success coming soon. Those are the two I've seen him.
He's got this fishing hat that says "I'm an angler" on the side of it.
That's
fantastic.
Right. I forgot about that one.
I mean,
so there's three. I mean, not to imply that the man only owns 3 hats, but maybe these are the 3 he brought to this stop for poker.
Yeah, the Savage hat's been on tour for a while. I mean, there it is in his profile picture.
That's a great hat. Like, I'm a high-stakes poker player who plays in some of the same circles as Orpin, so I won't get that hat. But if I was one of you guys at home and not playing in the same circles at Orpin, I would definitely get that hat to go play poker. I'm sure you can find it somewhere online. I'd show up to like my 10-20 game with my Savage hat.
I got a funny feeling though that it's probably got a pretty healthy price tag on it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Like
I'm gonna.
Oh wow.
UK and Germany are like the two.
I mean, it doesn't seems like a, you know, simple hat. Cool, but like doesn't need to be expensive.
I'm gonna go with over $300.
Imagine if they showed up with a Triton hoodie and a Savage hat. How intimidating would this person be?
But I can hear the real estate market is.
Henry, come on.
I agree. Head on over.
No one's even going to want to play with
to
that.
the Triton merch store now.
Yeah.
It's the same in Stockholm.
I'm trying to find it. I thought it was... No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just a $25 cap. I was about to say, Orpin's going to go set mining against his good friend Ben Heath, but I don't think they're going to get the chance.
Bryn's here for... Oh, the blinds have gone up too, 8K, so... Will he 3-bet it or ship it? He's got sub 30 blinds.
On.
And it goes. Unfortunately for Bryn, not going to get any action.
2-2-2. 2-2-2.
Yeah, I think he's pondering a call with 6s. I would bet against it as well. But I wouldn't completely rule it out.
I mean, there is that added EV of there's 30 minutes left on the clock. Do I gamble now?
Yeah, like I take 10-1 that he calls for sure. If you want to lay it.
Wait, 10-1 that he calls? Nah, it's a lot closer than that. Come on.
Well, yeah, no, but, well, I'm just saying. You said that he's not going to get any action. It sounded definitive. And I agree with you, he probably won't, but it's not definitive.
Orpin can, you know, he's got some gamble in him sometimes.
He needs to take that hat off, put on the Savage hat, and then call. Like, 6s, I don't care, buddy.
That would be strong. That would be really strong. There's like 30 minutes left on the clock. You can still re-enter. It's like, do I want to play a 500k stack coming back tomorrow? The answer is yes, then you just click call. Oh, he's flicked it in. Brian, you would have got your dime back, mate.
Yeah, but you're too sharp to bet me.
I mean...
I would have taken less than 10-1. I'm trying to think. I was trying to decide if I would take 5. I might have. That would have been probably the least I would have taken. It was 5-1.
Orpin has...
But yeah, some of the stuff you're saying is part of it too. It's like they're still in the rebuy period, you know. Orpin's not hurting for money. He's doing all right.
It's 150 in white? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was 175 too. It's close.
Orpin does have spades covered. Not developing on the turn and now just drawing to 2 outs once. Doesn't find it. Bring Kenny. With the double.
We're gonna find out, I guess.
It is very close, but Orpin did have him covered.
The other way around, I think he's got 2K left or so.
Yeah.
3K. I have 2. Yeah. How many times we can get it wrong?
Bryn always finds a way to just double in these spots, man. I mean, easy now, queens against sixes, but the man gets paid.
Wow, they were really zoomed in on Orpin's nub right there.
For you, a lot.
Yeah.
Everybody
No,
else
close
here,
up.
not as much.
Jesse's playing.
That man is unbothered, unfazed, moisturized, and in his lane. He doesn't care.
He doesn't. He's just dreaming of that re-entry button where he can get a fresh 250k stack. You can head over to the Triton store, shop.tritonseries.com. Pick one up, some fresh Triton merch. And in fact, for the rest of the series, you can get 10% off by using the promo code Triton10. Don't miss out. Head over to our online store and gear up now. As Brian was just
almost undead.
saying, you know, you rock up with a Triton hoodie and a Savage hat.
We always do.
Really does
Really going to be striking fear to
PLO
your
or
opponents as we're up to 141 runners.
PLO tournaments, we always play.
And Mockery still out in
Like
front.
like 30% of the chips in play with
Ooh,
25
hello.
people left in the World Series 1u1.
Wow, 25% of the chips with 30 left. That's sick.
And then he just won every hand for the rest of the tournament. You busted like what, 10 of the last 12 people?
13 of the last 13.
13 of the last 13, yeah.
I was playing with him on day 2. He was winning every pot there. I think from like day 2 or from the beginning of the tournament, he just won every pot.
There was one moment where I could have stopped him.
Yeah. Did you get it in good?
Ah.
Like a flip or so?
50-50. Every hand 50-50. Especially in PLO.
I want to say I had aces and he had something double suited and flopped a huge draw during that pot. Like that.
Who are they talking about?
They're talking about Jesse.
Who's a strong performance?
Jesse Lannis?
Yeah.
Okay.
In some PLO tournament where with 30 left, he had
25%.
25% chips in play, and then with 13 left, he like eliminated everyone.
There are 14 left. Eliminated the last 13 people. Yeah.
That's pretty strong. It was I think it was the 10K PLO October of last year.
Okay.
You play the 50 and play the 100 before the 250, and you always get like 10 people being like, is this?
Oh no, sorry. It was the 50K WSOP, 50K PLO high roller that he won for 2.3.
Okay, so he just smashed.
He just
Hulk smash.
smashed, yeah.
This year on the start.
Ike came 7th in that.
Floors. Structure sheet says.
Wow, so he eliminated everyone.
And bag and play the final table on TV tomorrow. There's going to be
There's some big names in that.
total big blind in play in level 18. What are we actually doing? He's like, we're doing what it says on the sheet. I don't think we are, but.
Those days feel great, by the way. Where you just
I don't
can't
think too
put
many people have experienced that, though. That's like a different level.
I agree. That is a different level
of just closing a
Actually,
tournament.
I might play now. I thought I had a reservation at this health center that I'm going after. I thought it was going to be on the
I've had a
13th, which then I
few.
wouldn't have been able to. But they like mixed it up and it's not till the 16th.
I mean, I've had some
went to,
pretty
like,
good.
100K.
I won
Depends, I might have had enough
like the
Monaco
2-day 3K that had like 1,000 entries. It was like my 5th bracelet. I started day 2 as an above average stack, and I had the chip leader by the first break.
Of course.
And then I was like a chip leader all the way till the end of the tournament, but it wasn't 25% of the chips, 30 left. I don't think it was like, and like I didn't eliminate the last 13 people in the tournament.
Yeah, that's
like that's like just a crazy like mash run parlay right there.
It's absurd.
Okay.
I love how his response was like, did you get it in good? And Jesse was like, I just always had 50%. It's a PLO tournament.
This one, we've got it.
Yeah.
Gonna be tough for Orpin. 3 outs twice. Bounce back up to 20K.
Oh, part of me wants to bust. I don't know.
You want to make it with like 6 bigs tomorrow or something?
Well, Orpin back up to 2.5 bigs.
I'm almost certain you can, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Surprised you didn't let you do that.
Forfeit your
Oh,
stack
yeah.
if you were to make it through
No,
with
I
just
have to make
2 bigs.
I have to play seriously.
So we are only going to have
Can't recall ever seeing it
one
happen, but I'd be
day
really
of coverage of PLO.
What's the stack you would forfeit? Like what's the biggest stack you would forfeit?
Depends on the tournament. Depends on the tournament.
No, this one.
This one specifically?
Yeah. Is there 20 there or 17? You might have gotten underpaid. 20. Cool.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
You're not tricking me into doing a math problem. I'm not doing this.
Damn it, Ike. We were all waiting on your answer, Ike. You're going to do that to us? What the heck, buddy? That was a pretty funny response, though. That was like a really funny way to not answer it.
That's very Ike.
Yeah, like he came out with a cool way to say, I'm not going to answer this question, rather than just saying I'm not going to answer it. Tricking me into doing a math problem. Slick.
Jesse's had a lot of big scores at WSOP. Holy smokes. 2 bracelets. I think 4 second place finishes as well. Picking up his first Triton title here in Monaco. But yeah, only 1 day of coverage as we have this all day tomorrow, playing down to the FT. And of course, on Monday the 11th, we'll have the final table. Then we have the 60K Turbo, but I don't think we'll be picking that up. It's just going to be the 150K No Limit Hold'em, which is a 3-day event. That's going to take us pretty much to the end.
Do you show winter move or just go? I was thinking about min racing.
20, right?
Oh, hang on. Event 16 is the PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro 25K.
Yeah. I'm probably going to play that.
Oh, dude, I was just thinking the same. It's on the 14th at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Just send Ali and Randy in all day, and me and you go fire that.
Yeah.
20-minute levels. That's sick. Sick.
Gamble.
That looks like a lot of fun. Wow. So Orpin all in for his tournament life to try and spin it back up.
It's looking bleak for Orpin here.
I don't think he cares by the looks of things. He wants to just re-enter.
No, I think he's pretty indifferent. I mean, if he were to win this pot, right, 76K, Probably prefers to win this pot.
No.
But I don't think he cares too much.
I'm in.
I don't know.
Nangi out. Sure. I am in the hand, I guess, yeah.
Open.
That looks like a man who doesn't have anything.
16?
Oh, true, yeah.
He was told that he has to get off his phone.
Oh, okay.
And that's why they're all laughing.
Gee.
So I guess I am in the hand. He is dead, however. As Aspen's Day. Going to be a memorable one. Saturday, November the 9th. Third in the 200K Invitational. For his record cash on the Triton Tour. Picking up 2.2 million for his efforts. And now playing a healthy 290K stack. Back on over to the greatest mustache in the game.
Just so you know, you're not allowed to do this when you're in the hand.
5 minutes left. Sorry, 5 minutes. Call it 10. Chat, don't take my word for it. Snap call from Maher. Flipping for Daniel's tournament life.
Hmm?
Pretty brutal couple of orbits for Dvoris. Around ace king into Stevie's aces.
Exactly.
He can hold here. Well, so far so good, but does now have to fade. A couple of additional outs.
Yeah, ace jack very live.
Not, not anymore, Brian. And just like that, Forrest doubling back up.
How good does he run? How good does he run?
Average stack. Look how good he runs, actually. The 4 would have counterfeited the deuces.
It's always a good spot to be in at the poker table.
Sorry?
When people
Yeah,
are talking about how good you run.
Could be better, but I cannot
Usually,
complain.
but not always, that means things are going well. Sometimes it could just be somebody who kind of has no idea.
Well, I think
but
the
most
person
of the time, if they do know that you have, if you've been winning stuff, right? What were you
yeah,
saying?
I think the person that just said it has no idea because
okay.
7 hands ago, Dvoris had 500K. And then he ran ace king into aces, and
oh, fair enough.
So it sounded like a bit of a kind of
maybe even a needle.
Needle, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like. I wonder if the boys are just going to take the high variance lines for the next 10 minutes. Especially the guys with less than starting stack.
Yeah, there's maybe. Oh, look at this is such a small 3-bet. Oh, 1-4. I mean, it's like 2.25.
Just taking away the betting lead from Zubov. Yo, that's insane versus that price. Well, it was like 2x, right?
Yeah, but a 4 was folded.
Fair.
You know, half as many outs for the set.
I'm going to address this because I've seen it in the chat a lot. Apparently, I mortgaged my house to play a high roller and ended up bubbling with aces. Can I retell the story? It wasn't my house, it was my mum's. So get your facts straight, okay? It's my mum's house.
Oh, you did this?
I remortgaged my mum's house to play a 50k.
No, you didn't.
Of course I didn't. I don't know. I don't know where this is coming from.
You get a big shame on you from that one.
Hey, Mum, sorry.
But that's not even how you can't even do that. You can't like put a mortgage on a house that's in someone else's name without them knowing about it.
I know. I just don't know where these rumors start. But look, I'm all for it, man. I mean,
if I counted correctly.
I know I'm the whale in the booth. So
he says
I really hope you don't.
He picked me off for 1,000 so far on this trip. Guys, don't worry. I paid Henry. He's collected the $1,000.
Hey, that doorbell ringing this morning was like a symphony. Just like, oh, there it is, money man, coming to deliver. For those of you that have only just joined us, by the way, over the last hour or so perhaps, that 200,000 Triton Invitational did finish. Patrick Antonius took that one down for 5.1 million. You can restart the stream over on YouTube. Just scroll all the way back and you'll get to see all of that coverage.
You know what they say, Henry?
Go on.
What do they say? A Lannister always pays his debts.
They do indeed. I'm going to enjoy the win for a bit, and then you're probably going to get it back and then some in the Bahamas. You're going to outshark me. I remember... Where else did we bet? I remember you owing me... I think it was 100. And you pulled out a $100 bill. And then you said, pick a number. I picked a number. Then you said, odds or even. And I was like, WTF's going on. No, sorry, I owed you 50. You had paid me like 200, but you owed me another 50. And then we gambled on odds or even on the on the serial number.
Yeah.
And I got it wrong. I'd never seen that one before, but I've used it since. I like that.
I think it's one of the best ways to do
really fun
50-50 because it's fast and like fair and... I mean, I'm assuming it's fair. I guess there's some chance that, I don't know, odd or even is like more likely in a Bill's serial number. I wouldn't know the answer to that, nor do I think anyone knows the answer to that.
I don't, surely it's like...
It's got to be 50-50, right? I don't know.
No clues.
You going to Google it?
No, I'm not.
I actually haven't Googled it. I kind of... Whatever. But see, the thing is, when even if it wasn't exactly 50-50, theoretically, and I knew it, I'm still not getting the best of it by asking the other person to do it. So it wouldn't even matter. But I actually don't know the answer.
Oh yeah, dude, don't sweat that. it's a fun sweat as well because you know the answer and you're asking the person odds or even. they're like trying to, you know.
Yeah, you know, there's 8 digits in the serial number, and you just have the other person has complete control of it. They pick which of the 8 digits they want to guess and whether it's odd or even. So it's all in their power. They just have to guess right. That's all. Now here we are. This is a bit of a situation.
22.
I mean, dealer versus big blind. Both flop top pair. The big blind in this spot, you always feel that your hand's under-repped. So you got ace-X disadvantage, a nut disadvantage.
Alright, it does come with call. 10 of hearts on the turn, changes nothing, although it does complete the Queen Jack gut shot to Broadway.
And it greatly increases the chop outs. Any board pair or any Jack or Queen, I'll chop. Or ace. Any board pair, Jack, Queen,
44.
or ace.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going Geo. I don't think Nura can get away from this, you know. Especially against someone like Alex. Alex is certainly capable of tripling off it. The button open.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you should fold the turn.
Carve it up, boys. Unless someone wants to bluff at it.
Seems unlikely, right? Both of them having an ace that either would want to bluff.
So just scanning through the app. 142 runners. There's a lot of people on the outside looking in. Linus Love, Rob Young, Sean Winter, Wai Kin Yong.
Sorry?
Ren
Check
Lin,
that.
Alex Kulev, Paulie V.
Yeah.
Adrian Mateos, Thomas Boyman. So I think tomorrow, I mean, we're going to at least breach the 150 mark.
Everyone's sad to see this river.
It's Kyan Mokri from Norway with an overwhelming chip lead. I mean, he has 211 bigs. Second in chips has 167. And then third in chips is none other than Davy Jones, Roberto Perez with 108 bigs.
Vladimir Korzinin, our man, has got 667K. He just came in like maybe 2 hours ago, basically tied in chips with Dylan Wiseman, who's been here since hand 1 of the tournament, maybe?
Legend. Using that booth run good. I mean, he's 12th in chips.
See how much booth run good. Hopefully a lot. Maybe if we can get people to believe in the booth run good legend, we'll get more and more of these amazing poker players in here to
that's true.
Join the commentary.
Yeah, that's true. I thought you were going down the avenue of, well, we can start charging 1.4 markup in 100Ks, but I see where your head's at. Like, guys, I've been doing commentary for 5 years. I'm due. Playing this 100K, 1.4. Who wants a piece?
Yeah, no. Or who wants the third seat in the booth? You got to sell, though, at face. Okay? No markup. All right. Doesn't have to be a big piece. Just 5 ball, 10 ball if you want to win. But, you know.
Honestly, there's nothing like being in the booth and you've got a piece. You commentate and there's like final 2 tables or like money bubble. You know, that's always fun. Because you'd just be sweating along at home anyway, so.
Yeah.
This one's going to check all the way down to the river. Stevie's backed in to the Jack High straight, already had the best hand on flop and turn.
Neuer decides not to bluff the river.
Yeah, there it is. Pot size bet from Chidwick. Literally minutes left on the clock.
Well, some people are already backing up. You can see in the background there.
That just looks like an animated Greenwood brother.
I thought I saw someone pull a bag up.
Roboto.
Oh no, you're right. The bags were what a floor was holding. Thought I saw one of the people at the.
Yeah, he's bringing him over this way. He's getting ready.
Yeah, look, standing up, paying the massage. No, they're bagging. Look, there's a bag on the table. People are walking away already.
Mate, your eyes are too good for 1:30 in the morning after having stared at a screen all day. I respect it. Of course, Tan. Tan's just in there, bro. He's like, boys, we're
like,
3 minutes
we're
away
almost
from
there.
bagging, okay? 3 minutes away
Which,
from
I mean,
bagging.
what's the most likely outcome according to you? Like 90% of the time?
No, I didn't say 90.
He's really a competitor, isn't he, Tan?
I did start with 80, which I admit was much too high. But like for you at the
Just
time.
out here now, 5-4 off. UTG 7.
But I do think that it was over half.
I'm trying to think of different areas in life that the aggression of Tan Xuan would cross over into.
But like he's doing this now, I think specifically because they're about to bag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's like, okay, these guys are. I might be able to get one through here. Couple fringe hands, they're gonna muck. Let me get away with one.
I'll tell you what, if he can find the C-bet on the King Jack 6, he might just get away with it.
I mean, I like his chances of getting away with it if he bets, and I think there's a decent chance he bets.
Honestly, one of the greatest gamblers on the tour.
Yeah.
I respect this guy. Gamble so much. What's that, third pot? 18 into 56?
Yeah, basically. Chidwick doesn't have a heart. Maybe with the heart, but no tens, no heart. 3 ways. Yeah, there it is.
Stevie just thinks he got away from a massive cooler. You know, he's just like, wow, man, I lost 2 bigs, 10s against aces. No. Tan's in there with the 5-4-0.
There's no way Stevie's thinking that right now. It's like 0%.
Oh, man.
Stevie's also thinking, man, this guy has nothing, but we're almost done with the day. Let's just... No. He's probably thinking 10s just isn't a call there. It's that simple. 10's no heart.
Agreed.
With a heart versus third pot, he's probably peeling, but I'm not certain.
16.
This feels like the last hand.
I'm not sure, man. I feel like this table's playing catch up. There are definitely a couple of tables that are finished already.
But some that aren't, like...
Yeah, the TV tables do tend to play a bit slower just because of the RFID reader.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, last hand. Let's make it a banger. Let's see. A three-way 3-bet pot.
That would be something.
What odds will you lay me on that?
Nothing that you'll take.
Let's go out with a bang after one of the most epic days of poker in Triton history. Patrick Antonius taking down the 200K Invitational. Jesse Lonis taking down the 50K for 1.5 million. Now a few levels of this main. We did ask for a banger. Zubov's kicking it off with the ace-king. Oh. Hello. Hello, boys.
These guys have chips too.
They do. This is what, 75 bigs? There is that end of day one bubble. And Tan's also sick enough to just be like, okay, well, I can re-enter start of day two.
Yeah. Not that I want to with 600K, but it's still an option.
He's going to face some resistance here, one would assume.
I mean, 10s is a reasonable 3-bet. There's nothing out of line. Unlike the 5-4 off open. It was pretty out of line.
Sizing wise for Zubov this deep, 200K.
Yeah, 3-bet or 4-bet. I'm sorry, call or 4-bet. Which one will it be, King Zubov?
Oh, here we go. There's a 4-bet in chips.
Like 195?
He's slowly but surely adding more. There it is.
One night.
Tan's such a sicko. I mean, he gets in these leveling wars in the weirdest of spots. Just like the classic, you know that I know it's the last hand of the day, which means that you think I'm lighter, which means your 4-bet is lighter, which means I'm going all in, 5-bet jamming the 10s, and we're flipping. He says gamble. We're literally flipping for a second in chip stack.
For like 2.5 starting stacks each. For like like a 5 starting stack pot.
If Zubov gets there, he finishes the day second in chips.
Wow, how is that flop for 10?
Wow.
I mean, a spade and it's all over.
I just love the gamble in this, man. Turns him dead. Tan literally just said, let's gamble. And gamble he did.
I think tomorrow can you rebuy?
He literally just said, I think tomorrow you can rebuy, so gamble.
Yeah. How is that for a change to the next couple hours of Zubov's night?
Yeah.
He's got one hand, he's going to bag 800K. Now
He's texting the boys, yeah, he's like, hey guys, I'm bagging top 5 chips. Last hand of the night. Wow. Absolute car crash. I mean, we did ask for it. The viewers wanted it.
Yeah,
Max
I like
Payne.
your breakdown on Tan's leveling war. I think you were right on with that.
2 last hands.
Between that and hey man, I can rebuy. There you go.
And the thing about Tan is there's never a seed of, you know, doubt in our mind. He literally then just says it. He was like, well, you can rebuy day 2, right? He's like, yeah, so gamble. Like, so sick.
Play like a tired man.
Curtis Knight, part of the Poker Code crew. Comes with limp.
Check. Heads up.
So Knight limped from the small. Greenwood checked his option. Ace 7-3, nothing to write home about on this one.
8,000.
Although, I don't know, Lucas reaching for calling chips. That's 60% of a flush, 60% of a straight. See a turn.
Yeah, it's versus a min bet as well. Whoever bets the turn, if anyone bets the turn, will win this pot. Neither player really has a great reason to bet other than that they have a really bad hand that won't win at showdown.
Stone bottom of range.
Check.
Now someone's going to bluff this river. Who will it be? I'll tell you what, if it's not Curtis, it will be Lucas.
And then Curtis beats him to the pot with 10 high.
That one, I mean, I've seen crazier things, but I will bet against it.
It's just like, you just have 4-5, bro. Even though I block 4-5. If this goes to showdown, it will be hilarious.
I agree. Oh.
Check.
Sickest value bet of the day. Curtis.
I'm just looking at the looks of the other players. Ponikov's, he's looking around right there. He's like, what just happened in that pot?
Yeah, limitless as well, just like.
I thought I win sometimes with a 9.
Oh, there we go. Lucas saying he thought he'd win sometimes with a 9. I can see it. I can see it.
It's definitely possible.
Last hand.
Alright, this is the last hand.
They keep saying that.
They've said it on 4 different occasions.
They'll just find another table to move us to afterwards.
I feel like I already got my run good out the way with by asking for a crazy last hand, which then did happen. 150 big blind pot between Tan and Zubov.
Today is 17. Fold. Fold.
Oh, this might be the old rare raise and take. There it is. Call it a day, boys. Call it a good day at that. What an epic day of poker here at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. Kicked things off with the 200K Triton Invitational final table, where Patrick Antonius took down his second Triton title for 5.1 million. Then jumped into the final table coverage of the 50K. Jesse Lonas picked up his first Triton title for 1.5 million, beating Punat Punsri heads up. And then 2 frames of the main event. 142 runners is Kayan Mokri from Norway bagging the chip lead. It's a sizable chip lead at that as well. I mean, 211 big blinds for the Norwegian. Alexander Riard in second with 167 bigs. And then, of course, Tan Xuan, who we just saw gamble it up on the last hand of the night. His 10s holding against Zubov's ace king. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Brian, I think we're going to cross the 150 mark tomorrow. There's a lot of big names. I'm looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. Linus Love, Rob Young, Sean Winter, White, like everyone. Look at this. I mean, all of these guys are rebuying.
I mean, Orpin, I don't know. Did he rebuy? We saw him bust, and
yeah, it looks like he rebought.
Oh, he did already.
Yeah.
He just snap rebought. Okay,
snap rebought.
But yeah, no, a bunch of people are going to rebuy for sure.
So I think we're going to have 150 runners in this one. Back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time, playing all the way down to a final table. So another epic day of poker here tomorrow from Brian, myself, and the rest of the team. I'm going to wish you all good night.